Saga Egmont presents The Beach House by P.R. Black. Read by Jessica Temple. Sunrise. Chapter 1. Cora paused at the shutters. "You ready?" she asked. Jonathan was still in bed, or at least he still had the gossamer-thin blanket covering his legs. He looked up from the laptop computer, his face tense in the bluish glare. For what? You'd best get your shades on. Cora threw the shutters open, and the light seared the master bedroom. The sunshine was almost too much to take at first, as if a death ray had speared their beachside room. Even though it was still early in the morning, Cora felt the heat puncture the air conditioning's cool veil. Outside, blue was the dominant colour, both in the cloudless sky and in the calm waters below. This was a thrilling contrast to the pure white sands leading to the waterline from their beach house. A gentle tide lapped at the sugar shore, the waves ending with a sigh rather than a roar. Blue seemed too mundane a description for the colour of the water, as its fingers hissed across the sands and disappeared. The ocean seemed infused with sunlight, difficult to look at for too long, much as you wanted to. Cora couldn't help but giggle upon this sight. Apart from one or two seabirds far off in the horizon, there seemed to be no living thing around to spoil the contrast. "I can't believe it," she said. "I remember having a turquoise crayon when I was a kid. I didn't think it was a real colour. It's a felt-tip sea. I feel like I'm in a cartoon." Jonathan scrabbled for his sunglasses, squinting in the flood of light. Once he'd slipped them over his ears, he closed the laptop, placed it on the bedside table, then scooted out of bed to join Cora at the shutters. He was completely naked. Cora arched an eyebrow. "You gone tropical already?" "Totally tropical." He rested his hand on her waist and kissed her impulsively. "I thought you had business to sort out, mister." He grinned. "I certainly do." I meant business-related business, real-world work business." "That can wait." He kissed her again, drawing her closer to him. She appeared over his shoulder into the clear water, dappled with patches of coral and darting fish, easily discernible against the pure white sand below. "There aren't any sharks out there, are there?" "Just the one." "Me." Jonathan flashed his teeth. "Hey, did you ever dream about just running down a beach like that?" Jonathan asked, charging right into the surf. Their eyes met for an instant. A fuse was lit. Cora tore off across the beach, her sarong whipped off in the slipstream, white bikini dazzling in the light. Jonathan ran after her, giggling in her wake. Her feet were scalded by the flowery sand, and she ran for a spell on tiptoes, much as a lizard might skip across a desert. The beach sloped sharply to the waterline, and then she knew the thrill of cool water between her toes. She churned the water to foam as she went deeper. It was cool, but not cold, certainly not cold enough to draw a gasp or cause a shiver. Jonathan caught up with her, grinning through the thatched blonde beard. "Count that an ambition ticked off." "What, running into the surf or running into the surf nude?" He glanced down at himself. I kind of regret this now. I've retracted a bit." So you have." His arms encircled her and he kissed her. "How are you liking Two Trees Island so far?" "Oh, I think that's a harsh review. I'd upgrade it to 3.5 trees, maybe even 4. Daft name, isn't it?" He jerked his head towards the land behind the 2-story beach house, threaded with lazy pine trees. "Someone must have torn up the planning application, I guess." "We're going to need a few more than 2 trees. Well, maybe the monkeys raised a petition. Anyway." She kissed the tip of his nose. "I hate to be a killjoy, but you said you had something to finish off today?" He sighed. "Ugh, that's true. So, how about you get it finished, because I don't want to see you stuck on a laptop or a phone after this morning." Jonathan drew back a little. "OK, Miss O'Brien." That sounded awfully like your professional voice. "I take it you're missing class already? Little darlings. I might send them all a postcard." "I'd say I'd missed them, but I've told them it's rude to lie." She swatted his backside. Come on, finish what you've got to finish, then we'll shut the computer down and get some breakfast. Sure. First things first, though. Come on with me. There's something I want to show you. If that's your best come on line, then that's some weak sauce. Trust me, Jonathan said, with that particular twinkle in his eye that usually meant she should do the opposite. Cora watched him troop back out of the water, giving his legs a shake one after the other like a lapdog coming in out of the rain. Jonathan was naturally slim, with a lean, wiry frame that owed more to a constant state of tension in his business dealings rather than time spent in the gym or chasing personal bests in park runs. Cora, who was a good deal shorter, had to work harder, constantly bemoaning the thickness of her thighs no matter how many rebuttals Jonathan might offer on the matter. His second name, Hagström, contributed to the sense of something Nordic about him, particularly in the Arctic husky blue eyes and the golden hair, which ran to red in his beard. He could look fierce on occasions, and Cora had joked that he might suit a horned helmet out of a Wagnerian fantasy, though his true nature was far removed from that of an ancient berserker. His buttocks, utterly brazen and only a little furry in the clear, bright morning, were dimpled as he trotted back to the house. He half-turned once he reached the slope where the beach levelled out, heading towards their house. The building was probably designed by a lunatic. Pyramidal, with a small balcony up above the main bedroom. The building was luxurious and extravagantly fitted, but also built just for two, and with only one view in mind: the ocean. When they booked it, Jonathan had asked her not to look at the final price. She had, though, and it had taken him a long time to talk her out of a nervous breakdown. "You going for a paddle?" he asked. "It's important." "You told me all business was important. You were either drunk or it was a row, but that's what you said." "It involves you. Come on." Cora turned back towards the sea, feeling another gentle wave lap at her knees. Another impulse took her, and she ran on a few steps. Once the water's cool kiss reached her navel, she dived fully into the water. The roar of the sea in her ears had thrilled her since she was a girl. She opened her eyes into the stinging blue blur for a moment, then swam a few strokes along the surface before heading back to shore. The sunshine was so strong that she felt almost dried off by the time she had reached Jonathan's footprints, trailing back up the beach. The sight of the breadcrumb trail indentations in the sand completed some circuit in her brain, and she turned to the left. "Hey, there's footprints on the beach just up ahead there, you see it? There's a trail leading out of the trees to the shoreline." Jonathan frowned, sitting down on a beach chair they'd left outside overnight. So, this is a private beach, is it not?" "Yeah, and it's maintained. Cleaners come in, sort this and that out. There is another house on the island just around the cove. Maybe a couple of miles as the crow flies." "Oh, you said we'd be alone here." "We are, pretty much. We've got the beach. Maybe we could rebook for Benidorm if you'd prefer." Funny guy. Anyway, what's this work thing you were on about? Jonathan flipped open the laptop, its opalescent eye pulsing once. "You remember how I was talking about a new deal for the firm?" Yeah? Well, it kind of took off in the past couple of days." His eyes flashed mischievously, and Cora felt her heart beat. "Took off how?" "Well, you know Garrett Kilcline." Garrett Kilcline. Oh, the one who owns all the things? Trains, newspapers, hotels, oxygen. That's the one. Jonathan pointed towards a figure on the screen. "Can you make out this number?" "Yeah." "You see the pound sign in front of it?" Cora nodded, mute. Her knees suddenly felt weak. Her heart had lurched in her chest as she considered what that number might mean. All 8 figures of it. "Okay. This is what Garrett Kilcline wants to pay for a controlling stake in Geek Goggles." Cora started to giggle. "Jonathan, be real, please." "This is realer than real. When I press this button, it'll start the transfer to my account from Garrett Kilcline Enterprises. The downside is I will no longer own Geek Goggles, though I will have some creative input. You know, It's my baby, and I've raised it well so far. It has nourished itself on my creative teats, so I get to have some say in what direction it might take. Strictly advisory role, future designs and upgrades, different types of meeting zones, new worlds to conquer, that sort of thing. Jonathan, shut up a minute. Are you telling me that number represents actual money? Yep, that's it in pounds sterling, and it's heading for the bank as soon as I press this button. Cora sat down heavily. I can't believe this. Why didn't you say? Because I never brag about a deal, especially when it's not been signed yet. I thought it wasn't going to be completed before we flew back home, but I paid our legal guys overtime to get it completed today. Jonathan wasn't exactly cash poor as it was. Geek Goggles was his creation, a virtual reality environment where people could meet, fight or fall in love in the guise of fantasy characters such as orcs, wizards, elves, dragons and barbarians in furry pants. Geek Goggles used several fantasy zones for people to operate in, such as alien planets or haunted houses. The 3D worlds grew and became more detailed, incorporating VR technology such as Oculus Rift. It had started as a type of game, where people could meet and go on quests or missions, or even fight each other. But people soon noticed something strange was happening. In an almost organic process, people used it as a dating app. Soon this element overtook all others, and Geek Goggles became, primarily, a way of searching for love, in the online garb of fantasy creatures. The brand grew from there. In a matter of months, the firm was being profiled in the mainstream media, and Jonathan had even delivered a comically upbeat performance on the BBC breakfast sofa. Naga Manchetti had laughed at his jokes, and Cora had suffered a pang of jealousy so acute she asked her own tear-stained reflection in the mirror, "Is this the path to the dark side?" Geek Goggles crossed into the mainstream, often on the back of its notoriety for having split up as many relationships as it synthesized. People had got married on Geek Goggles in special ceremonies, attended by an audience of millions, on some occasions without ever having met in real life. Every now and then, Geek Goggles had other real-life consequences, with a couple of murders having taken place on the strength of it. In the project's second year, Cora and Jonathan's fifth as a couple, money began to flow in, but this was on a different level entirely. Jonathan arched an eyebrow. "Do you want to press the button? Seal the deal?" "I'm not pressing anything. Is this real? This isn't some kind of joke." "I tell you what, I'll press the button, and you answer the phone." "What do you mean?" Jonathan's finger hovered over the mouse pad. He was drinking this moment in, Cora sensed, fixing it in his memory. Then he jabbed the left-hand button. He bit his thumb as the screen washed over in pure white for a moment. Then an immense green tick appeared before moving on to an acknowledgement screen. Almost instantly, Jonathan's phone began to chirp. He tossed it to her. Cora wanted to dive out of the way as if it was a missile, and she almost fumbled it onto the sand. "Idiot," she mumbled. Upon hitting the green button, she said, "Yes?" "Good morning," a young man said, in a bright Edinburgh accent. "Can I speak to Mr. Hagstrom, please?" I can get him for you." "That's great. I'm sorry to disturb you, but this is a pretty urgent call from the bank. Really important that we speak to him." Like 8 figures urgent. The man on the other end laughed on a note of near hysteria. "Well, I couldn't possibly comment on that." "Here he is." Cora almost dropped the phone again as she handed it over. Her fingertips seemed to have lost all grip, all feeling. The sweat was as cool along her forehead as the sea had been on her feet moments ago. Jonathan affected nonchalance as he took the phone from Cora. "Yeah, this is Mr. Hagstrom." "Sure, I'll go through security." "The digits you want are 3 and 4. The letters you want are Z and O, and the safe word is possum." That last part was a joke, sorry. So let me guess. Now you want to talk about all that lovely money and various things you reckon I should do with it, don't you? Cora's head swam, and she sat down heavily, the sand scorching her backside through the bikini bottoms. Her vision swam too. with tears, though she wasn't quite sure what had triggered them. Not quite joy, not 100% disbelief, and not completely sunblock in her eyes either. Once the call was over, Jonathan dropped the phone onto the sand. He grinned, slipping on a pair of shorts he'd discarded by the side of the beach chair the night before. Now you believe me? I'm not sure I do. This is incredible. What happens now? How about everything you've ever wanted? The amount of money, it's a dream, but my God, the responsibility. She drew a hand through her tight black curls. It's a great thing, but a terrible thing. Yeah, I know. With absolute power comes great... whatever. Spider-Man, Uncle Ben, love that movie. The Tobey Maguire one, I mean. Real Spider-Man. I'm serious, what? And what if we get kidnapped? Kidnapped? Jonathan spluttered. Bit presumptuous. The money's only just gone in the bank. Oh, it happens. You hear about it all the time. It happens to millionaires. It's common. They get targeted for cars or ransom demands. They capture their kids, their wives. We'll need security guards and cameras or a really big dog. How about a tyrannosaur? We could afford one of those. We'll need a really big doghouse. Come to think of it, we'll need a big house of our own. You always wanted a swimming pool, right? She giggled. Is this actually happening? He nodded and bit his lip. Are you pleased? Oh, tell me you're pleased. She paused. We have to do something good with it. Of course. You know how I work, darling. I'll start some kind of foundation. I'm thinking a bursary scheme for startups focusing on poor areas, something like that. That aside, I'll put some of it into bricks and mortar. A good chunk, anyway. A forever house. One you always dreamed of. I'll set something else up for later. We can still have an income on top of the interest. Geek Goggles will pay consultancy fees. I can do something else in VR too. I've got ideas rolling around and I've got cash to gamble. I'm thinking on-demand delivery, gourmet food, but with a hipster twist, targeting the young, metropolitan, idle rich. Like us. Seaweed crackers, rhubarb and ginger sandwich fillers, gourmet potted crab meat, even sushi, damn it. Foods that'll get people foaming at the mouth in the comment sections online. They'll rip it apart on below-the-line comments in The Guardian, and all the while, they'll be promoting our brand. Just wait and see. Jonathan grew twitchy as he sketched his new ideas out. This could be quite alarming to those who didn't know him, a hair-trigger quality that could put people on edge. Cora had once sat with him as they watched David Byrne's jerky dance moves in the video for Talking Heads Once in a Lifetime. How does it feel to see your life story condensed into 3 minutes? She had asked, and he hadn't laughed. This startled rabbit behaviour was born of pure adrenaline and a childlike excitement he had never lost. Before you do all that, how about we take a moment, here? Cora was still sat in the sand. How about you help me stand up, in fact? Instead, he sat down beside her. I told you, this was going to be a holiday to remember. I don't think I'll survive it. Is this what a heart attack feels like? He smiled. Can you see a tunnel of light? I'd like to survive through to breakfast. I want to get something from the market on Big Island, so give me CPR if I look like I need it. Morning's not even done yet. He took her hand. I left my watch by the side of the bed. What time is it, do you know? Oh, I left mine indoors too. I think it was just on 8 o'clock or thereabouts. Unless I've just fainted and lost a couple of hours. Jonathan shaded his eyes and peered into the sky. They're late. Who? What she thought was a breeze stirred her hair. Then she heard the rotor blades. A helicopter buzzed over the forest's edge, seemingly close enough to part the quivering palm fronds. Cora couldn't make out the livery, or even whether the craft was civilian, military, or commercial. It hovered over the beach, stirring up a gin of sand. It can't land here! Cora shrieked amid the sandstorm and the fraught whine of the blades. There's no landing pad! It isn't safe! It isn't landing! Jonathan cried and shielded his eyes. She thought she saw him grin through the veil of white sand. Abruptly, the helicopter rose, veering away from the beach, heading out towards the sea before tracing a wide arc back over the top of the beach house and disappearing. In its place was a parachute, slowly descending towards the beach. It bore a plain package about the size of a shoebox. "Well, in fairness, that could have been a little bit more romantic," Jonathan muttered. "What the hell was that?" "Special delivery." Cora shook the sand out of her hair. "I thought we were going to get machine gunned or something." "Maybe it was the fast work by your kidnappers? Oh, let's not even joke about it." "Hey, is the parachute going to make it to the beach?" "Of course it's going to..." Jonathan tore off his shades. "It's not going to make it to the beach. It's heading for the water." He practically catapulted into the surf, lunging through the gentle waves as if they were hurdles. He reached up for the box. Just as his fingers got close enough to touch, a wave brushed his legs, knocking him off balance, and he pitched head first into the water. Cora shrieked with laughter, even as he got to his feet, panic-stricken and dripping wet, looking around for the box. It had landed a few feet away, out into the water, its red canopy collapsing around it. The tide brought it closer to him, and he seized it, clutching it close to his chest. He was out of breath and grinning by the time he collapsed onto the sand beside her. Cora applauded, still laughing. Oh, I wish I'd broken my no phones rule this morning, I really do. Even for you, that was a hell of a performance, Captain Calamity." He slicked back his hair, tearing open the packaging. The box was plastic and thankfully watertight. After he broke the plastic seal, within it was another box, altogether smaller. "You know how you were talking about responsibility?" Jonathan asked. "What do you mean?" "What is this?" But she knew, even though she didn't really believe it, or couldn't bring herself to believe it, even before he asked. "I need you to stand up," he said. "For what?" "'Cause this'll look really silly if you're sitting down." She did. He stood up alongside her, then fell to one knee. He opened the box. Something inside caught the morning sunshine, laser bright, strong enough to fracture all the colours of the rainbow. Cora yelled at the top of her voice, "Are you kidding me?" He shook his head slowly. "Nope. Deadly serious. Cora O'Brien, will you marry me?" She meant to say yes, but it was more of a squeak, her hand clamped to her mouth. A nod would do as confirmation, or you could vomit, if that's what you want to do. 1 retch for yes, 2 for no, how about that? "Oh, you idiot!" "Is that a yes?" "Yes!" It was done. He got to his feet and took her hand. The stone was an outrage, but the fit of the ring was perfect as he slid it onto her finger. Then she hugged him, hard. "Oof, that went okay," he whispered into her ear. "That was just about perfect, pratfalls and all." They stood there for a long time, listening to the surf's gentle roar. "Well," he said at last, "I think I'm just about ready for the first day of our holiday. What do you reckon?" "Only one thing missing so far." "Eh?" "Bubbles." "Ah, that's where I may yet surprise you, Miss O'Brien." He reached into the box. Inside was a bottle. Not the world's biggest, but not the world's cheapest either. He popped the cork, and the champagne surged out, its hiss going head-to-head with the sound of the surf. "No glasses, though," he said, grinning. "University rules." He passed her the bottle. "Bottoms up, Mr. Hagstrom." She took a drink. It foamed up over her chin and she giggled, fading into a coughing fit. He took the bottle from her and gulped from it. The bubbles scurried up his nose. They both bent double, coughing and laughing. "Dignity," Cora said finally. "Dignity in all things." She stared at the ring. The light splayed out in all directions from one rock, large, perhaps crassly so. She wondered if she could see a bluish tint to the rays of light reflected from its surface. "Do I even want to know how much it cost?" "I had enough change for some fish and chips." You bought it in Brighton? That day at the seaside? He nodded. Bit of a contrast, I guess. Oh, God, this champagne's bitten me in the brain. I think I might do something impulsive. Hopefully you're not going to tell me I'm dumped. Oh, give it till lunchtime. Nah, I think I want to do a headstand. He leaned back, arms folded. This I must see. Hang on. She placed both hands onto the sand, then planted her forehead in the middle. She took the weight on her shoulders, her compact muscles bunching up at the neck as she flipped up, using her legs as a counterweight. Her arms shook, and her hair flowed over her face. It wasn't the most dignified piece of gymnastics, but she managed, her legs flailing a little as she moved forward, one hand bogging down in the sand, then the other. Yeah? She gasped. How about that? Jonathan applauded. I think if I tried to do that, you'd have to call the helicopter back to drop off a stretcher. Training, my dear, it never leaves you. She tried to affect a sniffy tone, but she was getting out of breath. Not enough training, in fact, she thought. A bit less than necessary. Hey, Cora. She half turned her head. Just a few more steps, babe. The blood will go back to my brain eventually. Wait a second, though. I think one of my tits fell out. Cora, there's someone else. You what? She cocked her head, parting her hair just enough to take a look along the shoreline. Then she saw what he meant. A man stood in front of her, blocking out the sunlight. She could only make out a silhouette. Up was down, down was up, his feet in the beach where the sky should be, the sky and his head at the ground. She sprawled forward onto the sand. Hey there, the man said in perfect English. A grin split the shadow face. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Chapter 2. Cora got to her feet, hastily brushing the fine grains off her legs. I'm so sorry, the man said, raising a hand. I didn't mean to startle you. By shading her eyes from the sun, she could make out the fine details. He was about as tall as Jonathan, equally rangy but perhaps a little broader at the shoulders. He was more heavily built, with thick wrist muscles squeezing out of the rolled-up sleeves of a particularly offensive Hawaiian shirt. He wore shades and a sun hat, tilted at an angle. A wispy, rusted blonde beard clung to a longish chin, and his shades had surely been stolen from his girlfriend, or even his mother-in-law. That's okay, I guess, Cora said, still a little flustered. She fought an urge to fold her arms across her chest. Something we can do for you? I just want to introduce myself. I'm Dylan. We're just on the other side of the bay in the other house. Me and Hazel. Jonathan joined them. Pleased to meet you. I'm Jonathan and this is Cora. Hey, Dylan said as they shook hands. I like your style, man. Jonathan stared down at himself. He was clad only in a pair of khaki shorts, which hung precariously off his bony hips. The beard, Dylan said, pointing to his own chin. Strong look, man. Oh, got you. Yeah, it's the perfect disguise, I reckon. Cora shook hands, slightly repelled by the other man's clammy palms, but she remembered her manners. Nice to meet you. British, yes? By way of Los Angeles, but, yeah. Born and brought up in Bermondsey. Believe it or not. He allowed some South London to creep into his voice, a little exaggerated, perhaps. The boat told us the same thing, that we had the island to ourselves. We figured they must have hired out your house last minute. Hazel sent me over to say hello. Nice to be nice, hey? Seeing as we're technically neighbours. Dylan jabbed a thumb over towards the furthest point, where the rocky outcrop marked the outermost curve of the bay. Beyond this was the second house, but closer than this, almost blotted out of any discernible shape by the heat haze, another silhouette paddled in the water. As she drew closer, Cora could see it was a woman. She was absurdly startled to note the woman was topless. Yep, she thought. I'm British, all right. She smiled at Dylan. The more the merrier. Absolutely. Hey, I'll let you get on with your morning. Sorry to disturb you. I see you started early. He nodded towards the champagne bottle, embedded headfirst into the damp sand. It's a celebration, Cora said, a little too quickly. The newcomer grinned. It's all good. We're about to do the same. Hey, maybe catch you both on Big Island later? Perhaps we can turn it into Party Town. That'd be nice, Jonathan said. We're heading over later, in fact. Maybe see you there? Why not, man? In the meantime, have a smashing day. We promise not to get in your way, but if you fancy some company one night, come over and give us a call, maybe? Sure thing. They watched Dylan rendezvous with the dark figure of the woman further up the beach. The woman waved lustily. Cora and Jonathan followed suit, with a little more reserve. Oh my God, she's got no clothes on, Jonathan muttered. That's weird. Or is it? I forget where we are vis-à-vis nudes on holiday. You almost never see that now. You used to. I think camera phones and social media killed it. It's the Betamax of indecent exposure. Oh, Jonathan, stop babbling. She's got bottoms on. I'm sure she's just enjoying the sunshine, and why shouldn't she? Why is this a problem? It's no problem, he said hurriedly. Is it a problem for you? No problem at all. Not my cup of tea, but I'm all right with it. How could I not be? I didn't expect it. I'm not sure I feel comfortable. Can we start this thread again? Cora looked at him very seriously. Are we uptight? Is that it? We might be, he chuckled. Funny thing, though, and you might not like this. What? She kind of looks like you. From a distance, I mean. You reckon? Cora shaded her eyes, peering into the distance. You must have been looking very closely. Well, not that closely, obviously. Obviously. The other couple were just about visible through the heat haze blowing at the edges. The other woman, Hazel, he called her, had a very similar skin tone to Cora, who was mixed race. She also had black curly hair, although it seemed to be piled high on her head rather than allowed to run free like Cora's. She considered a moment. It's funny, and you definitely won't like this. I was thinking the same about him. You think that he looks like you too? She sighed. No, smart ass. I mean, I thought he was your double. You're joking, aren't you? That dude just then, Mr. Hipster Tourist, whatever his name was. Dylan. Yeah, you're not doppelgangers, but close. Jonathan touched his whiskers, self-consciously. Does my beard look as bad as that? Of course not, sweetie. She kissed his hairy cheeks. Yours is so much more stylish. I was thinking of clipping it, maybe shaving it right off. Let my chin breathe a little. Is today the day it happens? Come on, Blondie, you look fine. Let's get our flip-flops on. We've got about half an hour until our man Roy arrives with the boat. The silhouettes of the other couple had dissolved into the sands, leaving only 2 sets of meandering footprints. On the boat over to the main island, the colours grew brighter. Captain Roy was the man at the helm of a gleaming white speedboat. He had brought them to the island late the night before, with the moon framing the palm trees and scattering silvery threads over the face of the waters. It had been intoxicatingly warm when they'd arrived, that unmistakable blast of tropical heat hitting them the minute they'd stepped out of the plane. But here, in the day, the beauty of the island and the pale blue waters was stark and awe-inspiring. Oh, it's amazing, all this, Jonathan said, as the boat cut loose from the jetty. He trailed his hand in the wash as they zipped around the curve in the bay, heading towards a larger, built-up island that had now become visible beyond the natural harbour. It doesn't feel real. It's actually intoxicating. Well, you are actually intoxicated, Cora said. We've had a bottle of wine between us and it's not 9 a.m. yet. True enough, and there's room for more. He grinned and lay back in the seat, his arm around Cora's shoulders. She leaned into him, loving the feel of the wind in her hair. Captain Roy turned his head. He actually had a gold tooth, although this was the only concession to any idea of being a lusty high-seas pirate. Other than his name, his broad black face and shaved head glinted with sweat in the morning's rising heat, and he tipped them a wink. First day, yes? You all ready for Big Island? We were born ready, Roy, Jonathan cried. It's the place to be, Roy chuckled. Vegas, New Orleans, London town. Nothing on earth matches the buzz of Big Island. They tied up at a jetty situated about half a mile from the marina, which was filled with gleaming white yachts. Beyond them, row after row of high rises could be seen, and in the distance, a scattering of bodies and bright beach towels on the beach. 1 or 2 immense cruise ships dominated the main piers, implausible in scale. They reminded Cora of the sci-fi art in some of her little brother's favourite books when he was a child. "Look at the size of some of these boats," Cora said. "It's like James Bond. A couple of them look like they're ready to swallow the others." "We could afford one of those," Jonathan whispered. "What? Like a super yacht? I don't think so." But he hadn't meant the super yachts. He had meant the other yachts, laid up side by side along the marina, the flags of a dozen nations wagging their fingers at the newcomers. He was speaking the truth. They could buy one of those. And they could afford to staff it too. Cora shook her head. "I think I need a stiff drink." "Coming right up," Captain Roy said cheerily. Breakfast arrived on palm leaves, with fresh pineapple, star fruits, and blessingly tangy segments of orange washed down with juice served in thick tumblers. Jonathan eased his shades back up on his head and cradled the tumbler in one hand. "This could be a murder weapon on Columbo for sure." Cora grinned. "How would Columbo figure out he did it?" Jonathan put on a passable New York accent. "You know, I figure by looking at your dry cleaning bill that you spilled orange juice on yourself, Cora. Except the receipt came back for blood. And that's when it hit me. You had the crystal decanter, but only 1 glass." "There should be 2 glasses, Miss O'Brien. Is that right?" "You've put too much thought into this, mister." He shrugged, then drained his glass. "There's just one more thing." "What's that, Inspector?" "An omelette. I'm still hungry. Fruit's okay, but I'm on holiday. I demand extra calories." "Aren't you saving yourself for lobsters or something?" Yeah. But that's lunch, not breakfast." "Excuse me," he said, flagging down a waiter. "This fruit here, the light fruit?" Yes, that one. Can you tell me what that is? The texture drove me mad. I'm trying to place it." The waiter grinned and said with some relish, "That's not a fruit, sir." "Oh." "It's sea snail. I hope you enjoyed your breakfast with us today, sir." Ah. Then, cheeky devil, he winked at Cora as he moved on to another table. "Oh well, new experiences and all that," Jonathan said. "Poor snail." She leaned forward on the table and gazed out at the sea. It wasn't yet midday, but the sun was fierce. They were afforded some shade by the grandiose white Grecian-style columns at the beachfront bar, which edged out onto the water. The floor space seemed somewhat large for breakfast, and there were not many diners at that time in the morning. "I like this," she said. "A bit fancier than I expected, but it's lovely." "What were you expecting?" "I don't know. Pine effect panelling, both fake and real palm trees, everyone in coconut bras, trays piled with pina coladas, limbo dancing contest, middle-aged men wearing chino shorts ending up in traction, Russian guys with no necks who you wouldn't even fantasize about messing with, that sort of thing. Suspect you might get that later on. I read that this is the place to be at night. Apparently there's a casino upstairs." "Oh, that explains the extra room down here. I just realised we're sitting on a dance floor. They must clear the chairs and tables away. Weird. Although those columns would look brilliant under UV lights. Fancy it one night?" She shrugged. "Why not? Things can get lonely on a desert island." "Just ask Robinson Crusoe." "You didn't have a man Friday who looked like you," Jonathan said, gamely spearing his last remaining cube of sea snail, although rumours persist about their time spent ashore. Cora swirled the rest of her orange juice. "You saying you're game for a rematch?" "That and a whole lot more." He snapped his fingers urgently, and the same waiter came over. "Yes, sir?" "You know what? I think we'd like a bottle of champagne. Could we see your list?" "I reckon a champagne breakfast is the order of the day." "Of course, sir." Cora frowned. "Bit early to hit the sauce, isn't it? We've already split a bottle so far." "Ah, that was a tiddler. Let's get the big guns out." "I'm not sure I want to get plastered. It's breakfast time." "I know, but we got engaged today. On the day we became millionaires." He whispered this last word. "Maybe just have a glass each, eh? Take it easy. We don't need to charge through." "It doesn't matter, babe," Jonathan drawled. "You don't have to worry about spending. It's covered. For life. This is just a little bit of holiday indulgence. I'd order this if we ended up in Benidorm." "Well, I'll stick to 1 glass. I don't want to get gassed. We've got things to see." "Spoil sport. You can help me with the bottle. Oh, don't look at me like that. It's a celebration, isn't it? We've got no excuses left now. Think about it. What are the two main excuses for not doing enjoying yourself? Number one for you is blame the missus. Nope. Your two main excuses for not having fun are A, I've got work in the morning, and B, I'm skint. Neither of these excuses concern you now. Oh, how's that? He grinned. You're a lady of means. I'm not leaving the school, Jonathan. He waved aside her protests. I wouldn't dream of suggesting it. But you did suggest it. You just gave me a great big suggestion. Just a figure of speech. I'm not trying to coerce you into leaving your job. I'm trying to coerce you into having a drink with me in school hours. You can do whatever you want to. We're a team. I'll back you. She bit the side of her mouth and glanced out to sea, not liking the turn the conversation was taking. Well, we can talk about all that another time. Let's talk about what we're doing later today. Jonathan's eyes widened. He was in one of his manic phases now. Oh, yeah, I meant to book a boat trip. Shall we sort that out? Not really a sunshine break till we hit the water. Let's get it out the way. Well, sure. I read that there's a tourist office in town. We can check it out. All right then. Boat it is. An American voice cut right across the tables, causing heads to snap up. Hey, Mr. Hagstrom, how are you, my man? A squat white man with greying hair and a full Kenny Rogers beard waved at Jonathan and Cora, then raised a crumpled sun hat. Cora muttered from the side of her mouth. Do you know this guy? Nope, Jonathan said, waving back at the man. Never seen him in my life. He does look a bit like the little guy who shakes the cocktails in the Club Tropicana video. Then how does he know you? Beats me. Oh, Christ, he's coming over. It could be your kidnappers. They're here already, Jonathan giggled. A brazen attack in broad daylight. The newcomer practically bowed as he reached the table. Mr. Hagstrom, nice to see you, sir. How's your stay been so far? Absolutely fine, Jonathan said cautiously. He accepted a handshake from the man. And his good lady friend? It's Cora, isn't it? How have you found our beaches? Oh, they're lovely, Cora said. She ignored his offer of a handshake, then sat up with her shoulders back. Not to be awkward or anything, but who are you exactly? The man's heavily lined brow smoothed out in consternation. Surely you're kidding. It's me, Percy Clay. Percy. Well, I'm not sure we've met, Cora said. Still smiling, but a little less sure of himself, Percy turned to Jonathan. No, we haven't met, but, you remember the booking? I'm not sure I recall, no, Cora said, a little dismissively. Sorry. Oh, well, I'm doing the chartered trip. You booked it for a little later today. Jonathan chuckled at Cora's expression. I think you might have the wrong people, mate. No, it's Mr. Hagstrom, isn't it? And Miss O'Brien? Cora frowned. We've never seen you before. No, this was online, ma'am. I took a booking from you even before you arrived. We're heading out of the reef this afternoon. Private charter. Jonathan's face grew pale, even with the draining heat. Christ, did I book a trip? I know I was thinking about it the other night after I'd been out at the awards show. You did book a couple of days ago, sir. He grinned, revealing hunger-strike teeth pushing out of the gum line like dead man's fingers. Captain Clay, they call me. I'll be your tour guide this morning? I guess you are, Jonathan said. What's your company? Clay handed them a business card, altogether too sharp around the edges, as if they'd just been cut with a bandsaw that morning. Captain Clay's Cruises, it read. The white card was embossed with the image of a ship tearing through gently curving waves. Beneath the ship was a shark, back arched, jaws agape. You're not taking us out to see the sharks, are you? Cora asked. Sure, Clay said, grinning again. That's the whole point. Chapter 3. Clay's boat bore little relation to the sleek vessel on the embossed card. It was a cigarette boat, maybe 15 feet long, with a cramped cabin underneath the wheelhouse. Shirley, her name was, in letters slashed beneath the gunwale to port and starboard in bright red, stark as lipstick against the whitewashed hull. Surely not, Cora muttered, taking a seat to the port side as Clay untied the vessel from the marina. Beers are in the cooler, Clay cried, as he unmoored the boat, looping the rope with quick hands. "All part of the trip. Gratis." Then he bounded to the wheelhouse. The engine started like an elderly uncle clearing his throat. Then Shirley was edging out into the blue. Cora noticed purple fish scattering in the water, perfectly clear even this close to the shore, not even 6 feet deep. Jonathan reached into the cooler for a beer. He nodded, eyebrows raised in surprise, the brand evidently to his liking. "Having one?" he asked. She shook her head. "Guess we're the only charter today. Hope this guy isn't actually trying to kill us." Jonathan fished around in the chips and shards of ice for a bottle opener, popped the beer, and took a long sip. "Suits me. I can do without the awkwardness of other humans. Just you and me and the deep blue sea." "Yeah, and the things that swim in it." Cora shivered. This had nothing to do with the temperature, which was reaching a peak for the day, edging from hot into officially uncomfortable. He kissed her and draped a hand around her shoulder, playing with the spaghetti straps of her top until she shrugged him off. "It'll be great. Don't you just love this? The wind, the sea, you and me?" "I guess." The marina was busy now, with some bigger yachts heading out into the great blue yonder. Out on the horizon, a liner blew its horn, several stories high and glittering with innumerable windows, impossibly large almost at this distance. Closer to the beach, jet skis scythed across the bay, leaving jagged white plumes in the uncut blue. Cora could hear the whooping and cries of the two men who piloted them. On a slight hill above the line of trees that struck Cora as decorative, not wild and tropical, like on Two Trees Island, white villas clung to the rocks, stolid sentinels of affluence to match the big boys' toys in the bay. Over to the west lay Two Trees Island, their house hidden on the opposite side. The side that faced them was wilder, pitted rocks stretching straight into the sea at some points, stubbled with trees and lush vegetation. The blue waters foamed again at this rocky point. To the east of this, a few hundred yards away, peering from its perch at the far side of the island, was Two Trees Lighthouse, high above the waterline, poised at the top of a rocky atoll that had been cut in two by some unimaginable seismic activity. Big Island soon curved away as the boat showed a nifty turn of pace. Shirley had a bit of oomph downstairs. Cora had to credit her with that. "Come on," Jonathan said at length. "Give it up. What's the matter?" "Nothing. Is there a fizzy drink in there I could have?" she said passive-aggressively. Jonathan dug into the cool box and handed her a sweating can of soda. "What is it? Is it not luxurious enough? I could have got you on a floating gin palace if you prefer, one of those nightmare party boats where everyone gets diarrhea." Cora sniggered at the sudden crudity. "No thanks, they were never my style." "I guessed that." "Know what you didn't guess?" He shrugged and sipped his beer. "Shock me." "I don't like sharks, dearest," she whispered. Jonathan was genuinely shocked. "You're serious?" "I'm afraid so." "All this time and you never told me. Never thought it mattered. It wasn't a problem until today." "But I'm a Jaws freak," he protested. "All those times I've made you sit through it. The special edition DVDs that I won't replace with the Blu-rays I bought years later. Even the sequels, damn it. Oh, Jaws 2 is all right," she said. "That's not as bad a film as people say." "That's true. You know its biggest fault? Coming after the greatest film ever made. But it's not Jaws 3 and 4. Granted. Less about those, the better." He shuddered at the memory. "Even so, I thought you might have told me you didn't like sharks. How could I not know that about you? It does make me wonder what else you haven't picked up on." Jonathan fixed a sun hat down on his head. "Well, look, let's turn this around. We can pay Captain Clay to take the morning off, and instead of the sharks, we'll go look at, I don't know, churches or something. A nice walled garden." At the mention of his name, Clay half turned at the wheel. "Everything okay back there, folks?" It's fine," Cora said, raising a hand to still Jonathan's protest. It was just getting a little bit choppy back here, but it's all right." "Ah, I'll take it a bit easier." He eased down on the throttle. "That okay for you now?" "Thanks, all good. If you feel unwell, focus on the horizon. Look at something that doesn't move. Old sailor's trick, trust me. I think it's working already. Or, failing that, just vomit over the side. Clay cackled harshly, deeply amused by his own joke. He's adorable, Cora said, through a grudging smile. Where did you find him? Internet, I think. We're sailing in shark-infested seas with some guy you drunk ordered online. I think I remember him. Captain Clay, decent website, good reviews on TripAdvisor, and not too cheap either, come to think of it. Next time, just let me handle the bookings. She clasped his hand. You sure you're okay with this? It's nothing dodgy. You won't be swimming with them. There's a cool place, a reef. You'll see. Nature documentary stuff. I'm okay with nature, but I'm not too happy about nature that can eat you. It's fine to cancel it, seriously. Just say the word. I don't want to cancel it. It'll be a wasted morning. You can waste every morning, babe. He kissed her fingers, his lips nudging the unfamiliar stone nestled among her fingers. For the rest of your life. But I won't. Remember? It's an amazing thing you've been lucky, but we've been through this. I want to keep on at the school. I want to do something useful. If we want long holidays, we've got them. We can keep those. I know, but let me dream a little bit. We can do that on holiday, right? Let me be the king and you be the queen. Imagine we have a castle. Imagine this is our flagship, in fact. Hoist the sail, she cried. Ah, that's the spirit, Clay yelled, popping Shirley's horn. Captain Clay took Shirley to Beausoleil Island, a scrub of land festooned with mangrove trees by the shoreline. It was just far enough away from Big Island and any other sea traffic to be discomforting. There seemed to be no one about. Only the odd seabird wheeled around as Captain Clay cut the engines and let the boat idle near an inlet leading into a mangrove swamp. Albatrosses, aren't they? Jonathan said, cringing as one of the birds blotted out of the sky overhead. Big fellas, boss, aren't they? Clay said, dropping the anchor into the bay. They say they're related to the dinosaurs. I say they are dinosaurs. You wouldn't want to catch a deposit in the eye from one of them, that's for sure. Where's the sharks, then? Cora said. Clay sauntered over to where she sat. He leaned in close. And she wondered with a kind of horror-struck fascination if his cat's whisker bristles might actually touch her skin. All around you, he said, and pointed. Near the entrance to the mangrove swamp, where the water ran shallow, Cora caught movement. The water was laced with golden sunlight, and it was difficult to focus on one spot for too long owing to the glare, but soon she made out a disturbance in the water. Fins. Dozens of them. Jesus Christ! Check that out, Jonathan said excitedly. He stood up too quickly for Cora's liking, upsetting the boat, which was not to her liking either. She clutched the gunwale and planted her feet firmly on the deck. This is Shark City. There must be 100 sharks there. Maybe more, Captain Clay said, grinning. It was difficult to tell how big they were. Not monster-sized, but enough to cause alarm. Cora felt that gut-wrenching, gene-deep fear at the sight of the triangular blades cleaving the water. She might have said the biggest ones were 4 or 5 feet, which was plenty big enough, thank you very much. The fish seemed to huddle together in a great silvery clump, dorsal fins and tails quivering in the water. Oh, they're not beaching, are they? She asked. Clay scratched his chin. Depends on what you mean when you say beaching, ma'am. Jonathan said, in a passable impression of Sir David Attenborough, The sharks congregate here for reasons of love. Oh, actually, they're just young ones, Clay said. They like to congregate around these types of waters, nice and shallow, sandy bottom, good feeding before they head out to sea when they're older. Black tip? Jonathan snapped at the fish with his nick on. Yep. I guess the black marks on the dorsal fin kind of give them away. Lots of them come here. Some species use the mangrove swamp as a nursery. Look, you can see a juvenile just out there. Lemon shark, I think. He pointed towards the narrow channel. Cora thought she saw a smaller shadow passing through the mouth of the swamp, contrasting sharply with the pure white sand below. Cora smiled. That one's dinky. I don't mind him so much. Want to take him home? Jonathan smirked, his face pressed to the lens of the camera. She didn't answer. These ones aren't dangerous, I suppose. Very few of them are, ma'am, Clay answered. Don't believe the hype. There are some dangerous ones, but sharks aren't out to eat us, believe me. There are no great whites out here. Or at least they haven't recorded any. You do get some big fellas, but I can't ever remember anyone being attacked. Now, a blacktip is a timid fish, more likely to swim away when it sees or hears a person. You could probably swim right through that old keg party they've got happening over there. I think I'll leave them to it. Lots of sharks out this way, though. You won't go far without seeing one, thanks to the reef. This is a hot spot for oceanographers. Seen a lot of camera crews out here. The BBC were here last fall, in fact. So, no great whites? No jaws? Jonathan sounded disappointed. No, but if you're amiable, I can show you something else. Let me know when you've taken your pictures. Then we'll be off. He took them to the southern tip of the Bosilia Island. A rockier prospect again, and this one more to the liking of the albatrosses. The huge birds seemed to set sail in the sky rather than resort to anything as crude as flapping, or even gliding. They cast immense shadows over the face of the waters as they stretched their wings to a preposterous span. Now, this is where things get more interesting, Captain Clay said, as he dropped anchor again. Don't you have to put out some bait or something? Cora asked. Nope, not out here. Plenty of fish, then? In a manner of speaking. Growing annoyed with the captain's vague manner and increasingly condescending tone, Cora strode over to the other side of the boat. Jonathan had the Nikon stuck to his face, taking shot after shot of the rocky outcroppings, the surging and receding foam, and guano-streaked rocks studding the shallows. I think I preferred it when he just messed around with his phone, Cora thought. At least that was more subtle. She rested her elbows on the stern, leaning back on her leather bench seat. An albatross landed in the water about 12 yards or so away from the stern, settling on the surface with an ungainly sputter of water. It rested there a moment, head darting left and right. Not very graceful, mister, Cora said to the bird. Its head actually turned towards her. Tilted near quizzically. Its plumage was grey-black, and the neck feathers were charcoal grey. For all its great girth and size, it wasn't pretty. A powerful creature, but not a beautiful one. Cora only saw the torpedo streaking towards the bird at the very last moment. Hey! The bird tilted its head to look at Cora. Then came the impact. The albatross's wings contorted into a badly scrawled letter. It emitted one terrible shriek as the shark carried it for a few yards along the surface, coming close to the boat. The water seemed to shrink away from the huge squat slab of its dorsal fin. The head alone must have been 2 feet across, maybe more, its girth hard to believe. Cora discerned the telltale patterning on its dark skin as it came close to the transom, and knew what it was before Captain Clay could speak. There! Tiger shark, you see it? That could well be Bertha. Cora realised she had her hand clamped to her mouth. Bertha? What kind of name is that for a shark? Oh, bad joke. I might tell you later, ma'am. What? Jonathan charged towards the stern, snapping at the dark shadow of the fish as it cruised past them, then went deep. Tiger shark! I see it! My God, look at the tail! It's a beauty. What happened? Took a bird, Cora said. I saw everything. It's as big as a minibus. I knew they could be long, but I never knew they could be so wide around. She turned to Clay. Is that something to do with the dirty joke you won't tell me? I can't believe I saw a tiger shark. Why didn't you say? Jonathan was beaming. It happened fast. I believe they used stealth or something. They've got the camouflage for it, I suppose. Cora turned to Clay. I think I might have that beer now. Hey, you were swimming earlier on this morning, Jonathan said. Just think, that fish could have been out there. Oh, lovely thought. I don't think I'll sleep again. Never mind swim. Yeah, make that a beer for me. She accepted a beer from Clay, who had retrieved it from the cool box and popped it open with his fingertips, again with admirable dexterity. Quick hands, she thought. You have to be careful with the tiger sharks, Clay said, seriously. Very dangerous fish.
No recorded attacks out here again, but they're out there. Bertha comes around every year, around this time when the albatross youngsters hatch.
How did you know which shark it was? Jonathan asked.
Let me have a look at your camera. Does it have a viewer on it? Ah, there we go. Now let's spool back. Oh, there. Now zoom in on the dorsal fin. You see that yellow tag?
Cora stood on unsteady legs and peered into the Nikon's viewer. Jonathan had zoomed in on a yellow stub that protruded directly in front of that squat blade of flesh on the fish's back. The yellow banner had a set of black letters on it.
That's a tag, Clay said. Placed it there 4 years ago. They know when Bertha's been around. You can track her on Twitter or some such now. She's been around, that girl. 17 feet, nose to tail, they reckon. Not as broad as the great whites, but bigger than a few.
It just came out of nowhere, Cora said. Obliterated that bird like a torpedo. That's my nightmare right there. That was it.
It's unlikely to happen, miss. They're here for the birds, as I say. They're not into us as food at all.
All the same, I think my swimming's going to be restricted to a quick paddle.
I don't think I'd do whatever that person's doing, that's for sure, Jonathan said in a strained voice.
Clay cocked a hairy grey caterpillar of an eyebrow.
What's that?
Oh, my God! Cora cried, pointing. Over by the mangroves. There's someone swimming in there. A dark shadow that emerged from the mangroves was sleek but ungainly. Certainly it was no silent, swift predator. The jutting fluke of a snorkel was as much of a tell in that regard as a dorsal fin. Get out! Cora cried. There's a massive shark in there!
Bertha's just fed, ma'am. They're in no danger, Clay said.
But his face betrayed his alarm as the figure swam out into the bay, flippers slapping at the surface. He scuttled up to the wheel, then blasted the horn. A head bobbed up, with a face mask catching the light. It reminded Cora of seals she'd seen at play off the shore of Holy Island a long time ago. The swimmer raised an arm and waved. There's a shark, Cora said. She mimicked a fin with her hands, a gesture that would have led to mockery from Jonathan in any other context. Get out of the water!
Where?
The swimmer had a woman's voice. Cora scanned the water. Something darted away just beyond her line of vision, too quick to make out. The swimmer put her head down, then continued swimming out of the mangrove channel into the open water. A kayak followed her from the channel, its yellow hull eyeballs searingly bright, even among that tropical kaleidoscope. A man in a sun hat and shades was piloting it. He saw Clay's boat and raised a paddle.
Ahoy there! He called.
It's that guy from the island, Jonathan said. What's his name? Dylan? This must be that other couple. I'm not sure. Cora didn't pay the figure on the kayak much attention. She scanned the water, horribly alert now to every ripple and burble. The swimmer came closer, stopping to tread water periodically and take a look. She was clearly a strong swimmer, with confident, unhurried strokes. At one point, she slipped completely beneath the surface, just a suggestion of the snorkel protruding through it.
Should we drive over to meet her?
Jonathan asked. He had stopped taking pictures, the Nikon slung low on his neck. Clay shook his head.
There's a chance we'd collide with her. She's almost here, assuming she wants to come aboard.
There it is, Cora yelped. It's there, off the stern. Jesus, Jonathan whispered. There was no doubt about it. The water was too clear for there to be any mistake, any false impression or misidentification. The shadow was huge, sinuous and deadly. The tip of its dorsal fin and tail broke the water briefly before it circled back the way it had come. Still, the swimmer came on, arm over arm. Cora leaned over the side of the boat, her stomach churning both at the idea of the shadow making a sudden run at the woman as well as the notion she might be seized and drawn into the water, much as a goldfish might snatch a pond skater. Jonathan joined her, his face stricken. Come on, get out of the water, it's there, it's come back. Clay emerged from the wheelhouse with a set of chrome-plated steps. He attached the curved ends to the gunwale and lowered the steps into the water. The woman stopped short of the boat, treading water. She removed the mouthpiece of her snorkel and raised her face mask. She had almond-shaped dark eyes above cheekbones that were more finely honed than Cora's. But even at that moment, and with her being soaking wet, Cora recognised the similarity between them.
Hey, the woman Hazel said. Permission to come aboard? Granted, miss, Clay said. Best you be quick about it. He tried to inject some levity into his tone, but a slight quaver exposed his anxiety. There's a big fish about.
Oh, is that a tiger shark? She looked around slowly and deliberately.
I know, it's an absolute beauty. We've been looking for it all morning. Birther, they call it. I'd say it's a good 15 or 16 feet, maybe more. Big girl.
Oh, for God's sake, Cora said. Get on board. It's about 3 times your size.
Oh, she's a shy one, though. Kept running away when I got close. Playing hard to get.
Hazel hoisted herself out of the water, tossing her black flippers onto the deck at Cora's feet. She wore a black one-piece swimming outfit. It looked as if it was made of real shark skin itself, a professional-seeming swimsuit. Powerful thigh muscles bunched as she climbed the steps and came on board, shaking drops of water out of her feet like a cat before stepping onto the deck.
I think we'd best get the lady a drink, Jonathan said, reaching into the cool box.
I think we'd best get the lady a psychiatric assessment first, Cora thought. She watched Hazel sit down on the red bench, her wet swimsuit adhering to the leather with a wet kissing sound.
Oh, that hits the spot. Very kind.
It was hard to place her accent. London, but not originally. It sounded fine-tuned, with time and ill usage having worn away something more regional. Maybe the Midlands?
You're a braver man than I, Jonathan said, raising his own bottle to her.
We can give you a lift back to wherever you're going.
I can swim back. It's not far.
Isn't the water temperature amazing?
It really is like getting into a bath. I bet it doesn't even dip that much at night.
You're thinking of swimming out here at night? Jonathan asked.
Sure, why not?
She took a long drink of the beer. Hey, you're that guy who's just along the beach from us, right? Two Trees Island? I'm Hazel. They shook hands. That's right, I'm Jonathan. I think we met your,
boyfriend. Live-in, common law, whatever.
She stifled a burp.
And, this is the missus?
I'm Cora. The girl who is also just along the beach from you, she wanted to say.
There, nice to meet you both.
Jesus! Hazel stood up and took Cora's other hand. She turned the ring between her fingers.
Check out that rock, is it new?
Engaged this morning, Cora said.
Oh, congratulations. Good Lord, I wouldn't like to guess how much that sparkler cost. I've never seen one like that.
Hey, why don't I get you a beer in return tonight? Come on over and look us up.
You can show your rock to Dylan, maybe give him a few ideas.
We might do just that, Cora heard herself say.
Yeah, Jonathan offered. Might get a bit dull out here at night, on our own.
Well, we're going over to Big Island. Just come on over and knock on the door. We'll be around all day tomorrow, too.
We will, Jonathan said.
Captain, maybe take this lady over.
No need, she said. Here, hold my beer, as the kids say.
Hazel handed the half-drunk bottle to Jonathan, then put her flippers back on. She gave them all a wave, and then leapt up onto the gunwale, perched precariously on nimble little feet, judging the balance perfectly. Then she dived into the water, curving her body sinuously beneath it, until she surfaced as much as 15 feet away from the boat. The man on the kayak had come much closer in the interim. Cora watched as he stood up, feet splayed in order to balance himself on the fiberglass vessel.
Hey, hello again. Big Island, tonight or tomorrow night, what do you say?
Yeah, sure, Jonathan yelled. Then to Cora out of the side of his mouth. If you get back to shore alive, that is. Hazel closed the gap between the Shirley and the kayak in less than 20 seconds. Dylan, who was now straddling the kayak, helped her clamber on board. She sat in the second seat behind Dylan's and pulled a second paddle from its bracket. Within moments, they were both paddling towards the mangrove channel.
Well, that was a brave lady, make no mistake, Captain Clay said.
I don't mind admitting, I thought I was watching the mother and father of all insurance claims unfolding before my very eyes.
Brave?
Or mental, Cora said.
Plenty of eating on her, if you don't mind me saying so,
Clay said, waggling his eyebrows at Jonathan, and Jonathan gave a non-committal grunt and took a sip of beer. Actually, I do mind you saying so, Cora said hotly. Clay grimaced, then hoisted the anchor.
Sorry, ma'am, he said. I'll take you to the reef now. You can go snorkeling there, if you want to, that is.
Yeah, let me think about it, Cora muttered, sinking back down onto the bench.
Hey,
Clay said after a time. We've got a clear run back to Two Trees. Either of you fancy taking the wheel? Jonathan hesitated. Cora, who had been flopped back in her seat, trying not to sleep,
sat up instantly. "Oh, yeah, please, I'd love a go." Clay seemed delighted and stood aside from the wheel with the engine idling. It was inlaid with rubber, like the steering wheel on a performance car but bigger in circumference. "Now, I'll just give you a quick tutorial."
"What happens if I do this?"
Cora said, mock innocent, as she took hold of the wheel and jerked up the throttle lever. The boat roared into life. Clay stumbled a little. Jonathan sat down heavily. "Whoa there," Clay said. He laughed, a little too loudly. "You need to?"
"I think I've got it," Cora said. She turned the wheel and pointed the boat for the shimmering blue between Two Trees Island and the rocky smaller island about 1/2 a mile or so across the bay.
"You know boats?"
"Yeah, I had a rich uncle. He used to have one just like this. Taught me how to handle it. The controls are the same.
Bugger didn't leave it to me in his will, can you believe that?"
She grinned. She felt the wind in her teeth and her hair cooling the sweat at her brow. This was like the dreams of flying she sometimes had after sex. Free, she thought. That one word.
"Don't you think you're going too fast?" Jonathan said somewhere behind her.
She ignored him, angling the boat away from Two Trees Island. They could make out the beach house, anchored firmly into the dunes just above the pristine beach. Around the curve of the bay, above a slick pile of black rocks, stood the lighthouse.
"Any chance I could keep Shirley for the day?" I've got bookings, miss. Otherwise, if you're paying, we're sailing. Hey now, just a moment."
Clay took hold of the wheel, not roughly, but certainly giving more than a slight hint. He eased down on the throttle, and the speed dropped. Cora moved out of the way, letting Clay take the wheel. He pointed the bow to starboard, closer to Big Island.
"There now. See that there?"
He pointed to a foaming point somewhere in the pearlescent blue. Fronds of what could have been coral or even a rib cage poked out of the water. Below, a different texture beneath the surface pointed to the reef.
"There's a nasty backwash, just over there where a few people came to grief. There's a buoy to mark it, but some folk head on through, like I suspect you were going to."
I didn't see the buoy," Cora said defensively. "I wouldn't have crashed through it."
"If you do," Clay said, "kill the engine right away and try to steer out of it. The backwash can tip you over. You've got to be careful about it. Or canny, as my old Scotch granny would say."
"Thanks," Cora mumbled. It was unlikely they'd hire a boat out here, but it paid to know what to do. She felt like a teacher had sent her to the back of the class.
"I have to negotiate it every night on my way back from Big Island."
He pointed to the rockier island across the bay.
"That there's Russell Island, and you see that shack? Just at the edge of the beach? That's my house." "We're practically neighbours," Jonathan said. "You should swim over for a beer sometime." I could piss further," Clay said, grinning, as he gunned the engine and steered for the jetty.
Chapter 4. Freddie the instructor said, "Now, it's simple. The boat starts, yeah?" "Yeah," Cora said. Her bare feet were braced against the yellow fiberglass of the boat's hull. It burned through the soles of her feet in her sundress, hotter than the day's heat above. The boat's engine started with a throaty burr, pure Barry White. Jonathan giggled. "It's a bit like being keel-hauled, I guess. You ever see that? In the James Bond movie, where they get dragged over the reef by the baddies?" "Shut up." "I take it this is when you tell me you never much liked heights either." "I said shut up." There was a soft sighing sound overhead. "Now, just remember," Freddie the instructor said, "you'll go up nice and smooth, nothing outrageous. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy the ride." He grinned. A particularly gruesome picture over his misshapen aviator shades. There was a slight tug underneath Cora's thighs, where the harness dug in. And then they were both airborne. Gently plucked off the deck of the boat, a pair of feathers on a breeze. Cora yelped in surprise, feet kicking. "Just stay still!" A rapidly receding Freddie yelled. Hands cupped to his mouth. "Sit back and enjoy your flight!" He signalled to the helmsman of their boat, now the size of a model, now the size of a bath toy in the perfect blue beneath. Her stomach roiled at the sense of distance, of the yawning gap just beneath her feet. Perfectly safe, she thought, perfectly safe. "What about this, then?" Jonathan said, grinning broadly. "Good God, look at the water!" In point of fact, Cora didn't want to look at the water. From a distance of maybe 30 feet in the air, it had taken on a texture and granularity that she didn't like. There, beneath her bare feet, was the hint of depth, of waving vegetation, of shadowy regions and the things that hid there. I must admit, when you mentioned a day experience, I was thinking more like spa afternoon. We're too drunk for a spa afternoon. We're definitely too drunk for frigging parasailing. What possessed you? We have to get used to this, Jonathan said. He let go of the harness and pat Cora's shoulders. She was absurdly grateful for the contact. I told you, this is the high life. Very funny. We're quite a way up, aren't we? Yep, Jonathan said, more uncertainly. Cora looked up over her shoulder. Above them, keeping them anchored in mid-air, was a T-bar with hooks and clips connected to the body harness enfolding them. Above that, in full bloom across the blue sky, was a banana-yellow canopy. Underneath them was a neoprene harness, cushioning them as they sat back. The line connecting the harness to the boat was taut now. Cora guessed they were as much as 40 feet up in the air. High enough to die if we fell, Jonathan mused, peering beneath his knees. If we landed on a rock, of course. We'd be okay if we landed on the water. Oh, yeah, sure. I've jumped 40 feet into the water, head first. Like Tarzan, haven't you? I don't think diving in at Butlins was quite like that. Not even in your gung-ho super army killer training days. I must have skipped that part. Cora leaned back and trailed her hand in the air. The sun caught her new ring, and it was too bright to look at directly. I wonder if people can see this across the bay. The ring? They should be able to see it from space. Hope so, anyway. She leaned across space and kissed him. The entire structure swayed a little in the air as she did so, and she leaned back, quickly. God, there's nowhere to go if something goes wrong. Except down, I guess. The boat arced across the bay, away from the seafront at Big Island where Jonathan had eagerly signed her up for the parasailing. They'd been careful to pick the shiniest, newest-looking boat among the various companies set up along the marina. This was where the view turned into an exact picture postcard image, missing only an orange banner and a jaunty slogan. It was breathtaking. It was a flat plain of tropical blue, and swimming around one of the reefs... Oh, Christ! Cora gripped Jonathan's shoulder. What? Oh, he grinned, a little less assuredly. Well, what did the training video say about landing in water? I think it said, wait until the boat crew come to help you. They'd better be bloody quick about it. Beneath their feet were reef sharks. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of them, lazily cruising stilettos in the blue. Cora wanted to crawl back up onto a high shelf or a ledge that didn't exist. Jonathan, this was a really, really bad idea. He reached over and patted her shoulder again. Hey, it's not like we're in any danger. What we have here is a 40-foot drop, and that could be 50 feet now, into a family-sized shark soup. It's fine. Jonathan stared down at the slow cruising shapes. One of the sharks banked sharply in the water. Hey, I wonder if they can see us. I wonder if they think we're food. Oh, you're not helping, Jonathan. He squeezed her shoulder. I'm sorry. This was daft. I thought it'd be exciting. If you're scared... Who's scared? She huffed. You are. Of sharks. I didn't order the sharks. I'm sorry. I'll signal to the guy to go back. It's okay. I think we're... And then it happened. She felt a yank to the right. She heard the line snap. She screamed. Jonathan's eyes widened. Hey! What's going on here? The harness sagged to Cora's left. She glanced over her shoulder. One of the clasps connecting the harness to the T-bar had come completely loose. The buckle flailed on the air with a tiny tinkling sound. Oh, God, hang on. Jonathan reached over her shoulder. Don't touch it! You must have moved it when you were messing about up there. I wasn't messing about, I was patting your shoulder. I didn't touch the clasp. Here, wait a second, I'll reconnect it. Oh, don't touch it, I said. She grabbed at him. It looks like it's snapped. Here. He wrapped his arms around her and snaked his own legs over hers. What are you doing? She wanted to push him off. Surely he hadn't unclasped it. Why would he do that? Hanging on to you is what I'm doing. If it goes down, that means we're going down together. Just signal them. Get us down. The two men on the boat, including Freddie, had already noticed. Freddie was yelling something at them, but it was lost on the breeze. Bring us in! Jonathan bellowed. Bring us down! Now!
Freddie threw a switch, and the boat began to grow larger as the line snapped taut. Jonathan clung harder to her. We'll sue them for this. Health and safety laws, surely they have them. And you know what? We bloody could sue them. We've got means. The water and the boat grew close. Sit down, Freddie cried. He flapped his arms absurdly. Surely that doesn't signify sitting down, Cora thought. On the target! Sit down! Nice and easy. Cora and Jonathan extricated themselves limb by limb. The paracel unit brought them back to the fiberglass target on the stern of the boat. They sat down, gently, and Freddie began to uncouple them. What's going on there? Cora said. She turned towards the T-bar, but Freddie's fingers had swiftly reconnected it. What? He said, shrugging. Oh, nice hustle, Jonathan said sarcastically. That came loose, pal. You'd better get it fixed before anyone else tries out this death trap. That hurts my feelings, Freddie said, grinning. I'm sure you're right, though. Let's just get back to dry land, Cora said. Aye, aye, Freddie said, gathering in the chute. Chapter 5. Cora leaned back on the beach chair. I don't know about you, but I feel like I've been here a week already. The parasailing experience just adds to it, as well as several years to my life. Behind her, in the shade of their kitchen, Jonathan crossed over to the drinks rack. What about the bold Hazel? Fearless shark hunter. Christ, I was terrified just watching. Surprised you recognised her with her clothes on. Meow. He took out a bottle of rum and poured them 2 fingers each. Then he took a lime from a fruit bowl and began to slice it on the chopping board. Anyway, what a place, eh? It's like a dream. You remember when you used your crayons to draw a beach scene when you were a kid? It's like it's come to life. Yeah, I know what you mean. All those shades of blue. Remember those? Cornflower, cerulean, sky blue. Betty blue, she giggled. Despite her protests, they'd had a couple more beers on their trip around the island, and then a few after that. They had gone to see a conch expert at the Conch Museum, where a man in bright red Conch Museum t-shirt had held up a live specimen of the shellfish, dripping wet from the pool, and told the rest of the spectators with a straight face, "This is a conch, and this is its penis." He went on to tell the assembled tourists how the humble conch has the biggest penis-to-body ratio in the animal kingdom, at which point Cora began to suffer from a coughing fit, which meant she had to go outside and laugh properly. This had triggered an even boozier afternoon than anticipated, with piña coladas drunk unironically and retro selfies with the Nikon turned into their very noses. After lobster for lunch as planned, "Even better than I expected," Jonathan had said, with his mouth full and no fucks given. They'd had quite a farcical afternoon, wandering the beach, having more drinks, and finally lapsing into full-on drunkenness. "There's sharks in there!" Cora had yelled at one point to a mercifully oblivious kitesurfer, turning immense corkscrews in the air when the breeze blew. "And squid," Jonathan had offered, pointing towards the horizon. "Big ones! Seen it in the movies. Giant sea beasts lurk around every corner. If you get corners under the sea, I don't know, or straight edges, it's all very fluid." Cora attempted to turn cartwheels on the sands, once moderately successfully. One bartender cried out, "Go, Cora!" waving and hooting as Jonathan helped her up. "We're famous," Cora said. "I might in fact be sick." She held on, though, once the dizziness passed, turning Jonathan into a human wheelbarrow after he made a passable attempt to stand on his head, gripping his ankles, gritting her teeth. She had to look lively on more than one occasion when his flip-flop-clad feet flailed a little too close to her nose. 2 immense chocolate ice creams, served from a glittering steel counter on a kiosk that looked like it had been teleported from the 1950s, steadied the ship. "Oh, I'm sleepy," Jonathan yawned. As they sat on a beach, watching families splash each other in the jewelled sea. "Too much too soon, maybe." Cora snorted and woke up on his shoulder. "Where's the upside down people?" she asked, brushing the curls out of her face. "Floated back to space where they came from, I suspect," Jonathan said soberly. "What on earth are you talking about?" "Oh, never mind." Cora stretched and yawned, then checked her watch. "Good God, it's only 3 o'clock. What do you say we get changed and turn it around and go back out? Pretend we're students." They both laughed aloud at the suggestion. "I think I might put my pyjamas on when we get back," Cora said,
wiping off sweat that clung to her high, fine cheekbones. A dressing gown might be stretching it. In fact, I didn't think to pack one. Slippers might be nice. Sand wouldn't burn you through those. Could top the day off with a nice hot chocolate, stick the fire on. Yeah, find out if they've got Midsummer on cable. They headed back to Two Trees Island on a water taxi. Cora fell asleep on the plush white leather seats of the boat, replicating a pose she'd adopted when she clocked out during a superhero movie on their last Jonathan's Choice night at the cinema. The men in costumes had been twatting each other when she had slipped into unconsciousness, and they'd been still twatting each other when she'd woken up. Jonathan had actually been crying. When she registered her astonishment, he'd mumbled about finding it very noble, and it was never spoken of again. This time, there was only the rocking of the boat and the sizzling water in her ears, until Jonathan shook her gently. "Your palace awaits, Sleeping Beauty." Back at Two Trees Island, Cora lounged in one of the foldable beach chairs that belonged to the house, drinking bottled water in a vain bid to starve off a mid-afternoon hangover. All the same, when Jonathan handed her a rum and cola, she sipped at it, savouring the bite. He makes those just right, she thought. Not too tame, not too nasty, just enough of a kick to let you know it's there. Jonathan sat beside her, anchoring his own drink in the sand. He booted up his laptop and she frowned. "See any more footprints?" he asked. "Yeah, don't know if our dearest neighbours came back or whether that's just their footprints from earlier." Cora pointed towards the sand away from the shoreline, where the surf hadn't yet brushed away signs of travel. "Oh yeah, I see those." The screen of the laptop blinked on. Jonathan put on his shades and began to type when the login screen appeared. And that was it. In a matter of hours, and the matter of a few drinks, he was back, dialed into the pale blue electric face wash that stole so much of his attention, any time of day or night. He had promised he wouldn't do this, that they'd leave the phones in the beach house, that they'd rely on the Nikon for photos, and that they absolutely wouldn't log into social media, even to stealth boast about where they'd gone on holiday. That said, what had happened that morning had changed things somewhat. She kept her tone neutral when she asked him, "I thought you said you'd settled things?" "I have," he said, a touch too sharply. "I obviously need to tie off one or two loose ends. There's been some press inquiries and the share price has gone absolutely crazy." "Doesn't Susan handle all that kind of stuff?" "Yeah, I just want to add one or two other things. After today, it's done, I promise. I've checked. The money's gone through. Everything's smooth as I die. It'll take a few minutes." More than a few minutes later, Cora said, "I'll go and get another drink." He didn't respond. His jawline set, the rapid-fire impact of his fingers on the keys the only sign that Jonathan was alert or even awake beneath the shades. As she padded back up the incline towards the house, she noticed something around the front. This was nominally the main entrance, although they'd already fallen into the understandable habit of using the immense patio doors to get in and out. She spotted something bright red, poking over the top of the spiky pot plants that flanked the doorway at the end of the path that meandered through the tree line. Getting closer, she noticed it was a ribbon, tied very neatly around 2 bottles of the locally brewed Pilsner. A handwritten note was folded in between the 2 bottles. Removing it, Cora read the message printed in blocky capitals with a marker pen. "Thanks for the beers. Have one on us. Come on over and see us any time. Kiss." The bottles were warm to the touch, possibly left there for a good while. She took them into the house, unwrapping the bow on the kitchen counter and setting aside the written note. She put the bottles of beer into their hulking silver fridge and poured herself another rum. Swirling the fresh ice in the glass, she paused, and then crossed over to a painting on the wall. It was gilt-framed. Although the artwork inside had a cheek to be keeping such ornate company, it might have been done by someone at junior school, an abstract trail of colours flying over silhouetted trees and spare squiggles of blue. Cora took the latter to be water, the former possibly ticker tape or bunting. She had a soft spot for it, all the same. It didn't betray any great skill, but it was jolly. She reached behind the golden frame, flicked a catch, and pulled it open. The wall safe was behind. She tapped in a 4-digit code that appeared on the red LCD display, opened it up, and stared at the contents for a few moments. A minute or two later, Cora returned to the beach, where Jonathan was still typing. "Did you go back into the safe since we came back?" "I think so. Had to put some cash back." "So you moved the crock?" "No, don't think so." "Think hard." His hand stopped in mid-flight on the keyboard. "Why should I think hard? What's the problem?" "Someone moved Colin." Cora held up a ceramic figurine of an anthropomorphic caiman. It had scandalous eyebrows and a jaunty leer running the length of its whitewashed gum line. Cora had bought it at the airport, with one specific purpose in mind. "I just want to know if it was you." "Oh, for goodness sake, I don't know. It's possible I might have." "Colin was lying on top of my purse. He was facing towards the left-hand corner. Now he's facing totally the wrong direction." Must have been those kidnappers again." "I'm serious, Jonathan," she snapped. "I put Colin there for a reason. Safes get broken into all the time on holiday, it's a fact." "This is high-end, Pat," he said condescendingly. "They don't go so much for that kind of thing out here. Unheard of. I bet we could go out and leave all the doors unlocked." "Except that would be stupid." He sighed. "Look, I may have moved him, I can't be sure. I was putting the petty cash back. I wasn't even thinking about Colin. I moved a few things around. I don't know, is any money missing?" "I don't think so. It tallies up versus what we spent." "Excellent work. Right, so no one's messed with Colin then?" "Maybe they don't want cash." "Well, they'll have a job finding our other stuff. You've hidden it so well, even you'd struggle to bloody find it. I hope you've taken some notes. Or maybe the pirates might find them too." He mock-gasped, a finger to his lips. "Oh, up yours." She strode away with Colin clamped tight in her fist. The shiny little reptile looked particularly insolent from that angle, and she resisted the sudden urge to flick her fingernail off the face. "Oh, come on," Jonathan said, more placatory. "I promised not to work, I dig that, but this is important. I need to finish this off, then the laptop goes away. I promise." "Yeah, you promised that before." "Hang on just a minute." He typed for a few seconds, then clicked the mousepad button one last time, with a Liberace-style flourish. "That's it. That's me done. And to demonstrate that I mean what I say..." He took to his feet, slammed the laptop shut, and then heaved it two-handed far off into the sky. Cora's jaw went slack. The laptop was a dervish, spinning across the cloudless sky at a terrific rate. It seemed to bounce across the surface of the water, came to rest, and then sank. Did she imagine one final hiss and crackle as it went under? Certainly there was a bubble, one last belch before it disappeared. Her drink oozed into the sand behind her, forgotten, as she tore into the surf after the computer. She was soon into waist-high water, the drop-off alarming. All thought of sharks had been chased away by the sight of the black rectangle, firmly anchored to the bottom, as she reached in after it. The water clasped her face, and she squinted into the stinging brine until her fingers found the edges and she retrieved it. Jonathan was still laughing as she trudged back up the beach, near hysterical in fact. "What the hell was that?" she cried, throwing the computer at his feet. "It's ruined!" "I know," Jonathan managed, bent double on the beach chair. "Isn't it great?" "What are you playing at? Do you think it's funny? What about photos?" "It's all backed up," he said. "All in the cloud. Besides, that's my work laptop, nothing personal on there, just accounts, boring stuff." "Yeah, and how about if someone wanted to hack into that boring stuff? It would have been all there on the disk." "Relax, I wasn't going to leave it in the water." "What were you going to do exactly? Put it on a radiator? Wrap it up in hot towels?" "I was going to take it back home, but I was also making a point." "Which is?" "That I'm done with work for the day, and you shouldn't worry so much." Cora folded her arms. "I am worried. That's official now. Totally worried. Day one of some money in the bank, and you're throwing computers into the sea. What's next? Driving Lamborghinis into walls?" Jonathan brightened. "You fancy doing that? Because I can make a couple of phone calls, you know." "Well, you can't send any emails, can you?" He stood up, hand outstretched. "Look, I'm sorry. It was silly. I've had a bit of good news, and I'm still a bit drunk. I promise I won't throw any more computers into the sea." The side of her mouth twitched as she suppressed a smile. "Okay, so long as you mean it." "If you want to put a Rolls Royce into a swimming pool, is that okay?" "Only if there's water in the pool. Deal." They shook hands. "I'm not going to turn into an arsehole, Cora, I promise.
I'd have done it long before now. This isn't exactly rags to riches, it's kind of night out clothes to riches. We've been doing well over the past couple of years, you must admit it. Not many of your workmates take a Beamer to school. It's all right, it's okay that we're rich. That you're rich, you mean? She muttered. He took her hand, turning the ring between his own fingers. No, there's no me and you anymore. That's what this means. This means us. This rock, right here, is me being serious. It's a lot, Cora said, suddenly emotional. It's been a lot to take in. I know. That's why I set it all up for when we were on holiday. He gave her a hug, then whispered in her ear. It's Monday morning back home. People will be looking at the rain, shaving, drying their hair, getting their kids ready for school, snipping at each other, arguing, worrying about bills, scared that the car might fail its MOT, counting their money, putting it on lottery tickets, crossing their fingers. Today, that's not us. And maybe it'll never be us again. The bus is leaving, sweetheart. You on board? Yes, she said. Great. He kissed her. Now, what do you say we order in food from this floating takeout place, make absolute pigs of ourselves and have the laziest evening ever? Deal. Then have the laziest best beach bum holiday ever. Double deal. The next morning, Cora sat in the beach chair beside Jonathan, who sat gazing out at sea. A paperback book lay face down in the sand beside him. He'd barely got through 25 pages between breakfast and lunch. Bored? Jonathan asked. Bored, Cora agreed. Want to knock on the neighbour's door and see what they're up to tonight? Oh, yeah. Chapter 6. After having something to eat, Cora and Jonathan headed over. They had become acclimatised to the heat by now, though Jonathan wore what he had called his Indiana Jones hat, a fedora that might have looked the part on a head with less of a circumference. It sat too tight on his forehead, and of course Cora had branded it the Benny Hill hat. This had caused a genuine sulk in Jonathan, and he now wore it with an air of defiance, pushed up a little higher on his head. The other house was on the far side of the island, a 20-minute walk away. Jonathan was sweating heavily by the time they reached the rocky cove, picking their way over the slick stone. Crabs with eyes on stalks that reminded Cora of the microtessellations on those dragonflies clicked out of the pair's path, and palm trees formed a green vault as they passed over the rocks and onto a sandy stretch. Looks like a bigger house, Jonathan said. Looks like a full estate, or a cotton plantation house in the deep south. I was thinking it's more like Graceland, with a bit to spare. Cora curled her lip as best she could. Think they'll be all right with our offering? The rum bottle glinted in Jonathan's hands. The house rum is probably 50 pence a bottle or something. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Damn good all the same. We're on holiday. Everything tastes great. See also any old gassy lager. Jonathan rubbed his belly. Oh, you read my mind. I could murder a beer. Bit of a struggle in the heat, eh? Cora palmed sweat from her brow. Bit weird this, isn't it? Weird how? Well, making friends. Jonathan laughed until he coughed. Yeah, weird stuff this, making friends. How do people do it? It just isn't normal. It does get harder when you're a proper adult. Although, do you remember that nice couple we met in Menorca? Oh, yeah. Jonathan clicked his fingers. Funny accents. Where were they from again? Bristol? Yeah, the southwest anyway. Hey, I'd forgotten about them. His grin split his beard. They needed a pub quiz team. He worked in the roads department or something, is that right? Yeah, communications. He was funny, so was she. I kind of wish we kept in touch with them, Jonathan said wistfully. Me too. Well, time to be sociable, charming and friendly. Cora grinned. You ready? Jonathan brandished the rum like a trophy won on the sporting field. With the booze, we can be ready for anything. Or, at least, it makes it easier to be pals. If Cora and Jonathan's beach house had felt opulent, then this one felt like an outrage. As Cora had spotted the minute they turned the corner,
This beach house had 2 stories below a slanted slate roof, with white columns that trellised a wide front door. A set of gates bordered the beachfront house, but they were thrown wide, and a long sandy pathway stretched a good 60 yards towards the house. It seemed to take forever to reach the door. "Very King Kong, this," Jonathan said. "OK. You knock." "Me? What for?" "You're more authoritative." She rapped the studded oaken door twice. After a few moments, they heard footsteps coming down a staircase, and then Hazel appeared at the door. She was wrapped in a white towel that reached about halfway down her thighs, and her hair was wet. "Oh, we're sorry," Cora said, as if by reflex. "No, not at all," Hazel said, eyes wide. "Please, come in." "Hey, this is great, we're just getting ready." She tilted her head and called out, "Dylan, we've got visitors, babe." Hazel ushered them both over the threshold. The house was disorientatingly large on the inside, as if Cora and Jonathan had stepped inside a perspective trick. The white walls were decorated with naval paraphernalia, including watercolours of masted ships negotiating whiplash waves. On the shelves there was navigation equipment, copies of ancient seafarers' maps, and Napoleonic-era pistols and cutlasses. At the top of a spiral staircase was a long landing area complete with a banister. Dylan, bare-chested, appeared at the top. "Oh, hey! You 2 guys want to hang out?" "Yeah," Jonathan said, taking off his hat. "We were just wondering if you fancied an evening out. If you don't have any plans, of course." "We were just saying the same thing," Hazel said, clutching the front of her towel. "We were just going to pop round to see if you guys fancied having some fun on Big Island with us. We're just getting ready. Would you mind heading into the lounge so we can get ready properly?" "Sure," Cora said. "We brought you something nice. I don't know if—" She gestured towards the bottle that Jonathan clutched to his own chest, unconsciously mimicking his host's stance. "Oh, that'll be fab. Dylan will be down in a minute. The lounge is first on the left. There's a nice big kitchen. Make yourselves at home." With Hazel's bare feet resounding up the carpeted stairs, Cora and Jonathan pushed open the door to the lounge. "Wow," Jonathan said. "I think we've been cheated, you know." The front room was a widescreen version of their sea view. The entire front wall of the house was dominated by a window about 20 feet long and slightly curved to take in the shaping of the outer wall. It looked onto a perfect vision of a sandy beach, with the tide having been drawn out into the sparkling blue water. "All it needs is a white sail passing along the horizon, and that's a perfect picture," Cora said. "Or Venus rising from the waves." "Hey," Jonathan leaned closer and lowered his voice. "They're a bit of a naked gang, these 2, aren't they?" "Not exactly naked. No big deal, is it? Remember, we aren't uptight." Jonathan shrugged uneasily. "Well, I kind of am." "They both come back downstairs in the Raw. We run for it. How does that sound?" "That's a deal." Jonathan placed the bottle of rum on the kitchen counter, which bordered the far wall. Cora was almost engulfed in the varnished swelling of a black leather sofa, as heavier footsteps could be heard descending the stairs. The door was thrown open, and Dylan appeared. Naked, only from the waist up, with a pair of khaki shorts on. "Hey, gangsters, rock stars, how's it going?" Without waiting for a reply, he spotted the bottle and immediately cracked it open. "Aw, did you guys bring this? Why do you say we have a couple of fingers right off the bat?" "That's what it's there for," Jonathan said, broadening the tone of his voice to compete. "Never too early, especially on holiday." Dylan raised an eyebrow and pointed at his guest with the short-handed knife he'd used to quarter a lime. "Now that is the truth, brother. But hey, great to see you. We were getting a bit bored out there, truth be told. Now what's your names again? Let me see if I can get the old brain cells going. Cora and John, that right?" "Close enough," Cora said, smiling. "He's Jonathan." "I'm usually terrible with names," Dylan said. He threw the lime section straight into 4 separate glasses lined up on the worktop, without seeming to aim them. Next came the rum. 4 generous measures. "Cola, all right?" "Best way to have it," Jonathan said. "Hey, I like this guy. He your husband?" "Not quite," Cora said. "Mind if I steal him anyway? I've been gasping for a pint, mate. You up for it?" "Oh, tell me about it," Jonathan said, fanning himself with his hat. "I was just saying, it's perfect weather for a nice, crisp pint of lager. The fizzier, the gassier, the nastier the better." "Amen, brother. Give me them chemicals, as nature intended." Dylan poured cola into the 4 glasses, taking time to make sure the levels all matched. Then he handed Cora and Jonathan the drinks. Cora hadn't failed to notice he was absurdly ripped. With one of those fat-free, gym-honed physiques that looked as if they shouldn't exist outside a comic book, abs she could have played a tune on, straining muscle fibre best suited to a racehorse, and closely shaven chest that might have belonged to Action Man. He was finely honed, but didn't look nice. She was reminded of a quip a stand-up comic had made about bodybuilders who wanted to look like a penis all over. Cora, perhaps gaining an insight into how Jonathan had felt upon sight of Hazel wandering along the beach, felt irrationally irritated by this. Put on a dressing gown, Charles Atlas, she thought. So, you up for a night on the town, then? Cora asked, taking a sip of her drink.
Been desperate to,
Dylan said, crossing the panelled flooring and hunching down at the other sofa, perpendicular to the one she and Jonathan sat on. Jonathan winced as he took a drink, a reaction Cora had tried to suppress. The measure Dylan had poured them was strong enough to unblock a sink.
Mind you, Dylan said, I had a tip from old Captain Clay on the boats. You met that guy. Looks a bit like Santa Claus gone incognito with a beard trim and a haircut.
Yeah, that's the guy, Cora said dryly.
He told us there are places to go. Decent music, a few beers. You up for a party tonight? That's why we're here. Hey, awesome. Put it there, man.
Dylan high-fived Jonathan, the latter as awkward as a new kid in class.
Now then,
Hazel said, striding into the room.
I've arranged for Clay to pick us up in 15 minutes at the jetty, if you're all right with that.
He's more efficient than I thought, Cora said.
He has his uses. Says he'll bring us back, too.
Hazel sipped at her own drink and winced.
Oh, Struth, darling. That'd have someone's eyes out. What are you trying to do to these poor people?
Oh, sorry, Dylan said, sheepishly.
I tend to overdo it with the old pirate's pleasure. Can't get enough of it. And maybe you could throw some clothes on? You're offending their decency, I'm sure.
She turned to Cora and smiled. Well, he's offending mine anyway.
Back in a minute, folks,
Dylan said. And he actually jogged across the floor, then all the way up the stairs on his tiptoes. He barely made a sound while doing so.
Gotta say,
Hazel said, leaning over to lay a hand on Cora's forearm.
I'm guilty as charged.
Oh, right. Guilty of...
I've jacked your style.
Hazel nodded towards her ensemble. Strappy olive green top, 3/4-length black trousers and sandals. Cora was wearing much the same, though her top tended more towards khaki. And she had noticed, the moment Hazel came into the room. I love those 3/4 lengths. Where did you get them? It was a question Cora disliked, going all the way back to her school days. No matter how far she travelled in life, it seemed loaded with assumptions and predictions about money and status, pure and simple. But she had learned to be unashamed and said, These came out of Matalan. They were on sale. Summer stock, it said. It was pouring rain when I went out to get them, too.
They're perfect, babe, Hazel said.
Hey, we spoil a pair, don't we?
Ha, Jonathan said,
his cheeks already ruddy from the liquor.
I said that, didn't I? Mirror images.
Want to split up and see if we can fool the boys? Hazel winked. Cora winked back, not knowing quite what to say. Dylan charged back down the stairs, his footfall reminding Cora of her younger brother getting up on Christmas morning.
Okay then, he said. What do you say we head out to Big Island and claim it for our own?
He carried a cowboy hat, not unlike Jonathan's fedora, though not quite as broad-brimmed, and he flipped it expertly onto his head. Deal, Jonathan said, and they high-fived again. Chapter 7. Captain Clay seemed to relish the extra passengers, not to mention the extra fares. The good ship Shirley went full throttle across the waves, and the wind roared in Cora's hair. It was exhilarating. Adrenaline and a belt of rum like a punch in the face teeming up in her bloodstream. All the same, she gripped the gunwale in fervour of superstition, expecting to be tipped into the champagne surge from the side of the boat at any moment.
Come on, dude,
Dylan said, droplets of water beading his aviator shades as the wind touzled his fringe.
You can do better than that, I think. I've got safety to think of, folks, Captain Clay said over his shoulder. Have to insist on the life jacket, shipmates.
But his grin said he was lying, and the boat surged. When it began to bunny hop across the water, he eased off.
Your personal best so far is 22 minutes, Captain, Dylan returned. If you can beat it, there's another 50 in it for you. Oh, hey, my man's going to get us all killed, Hazel said, nudging Dylan in the ribs. She turned to Cora. So, while we're still alive, what's your story? Hazel's shades were a step beyond Roy Orbison, edging even closer to Bono in the ludicrously large stakes. Cora didn't like shades, as a rule. For one thing, she had a habit of losing them whenever drink was involved. Even on holiday, even after a couple of drinks and no more, she'd end up leaving them lying someplace. Also, she didn't like the way they swallowed up her face, leaving a forehead that she always felt was a little too prominent, though everyone she confessed this to told her she was mad. Plus, she didn't like having to speak to people who wore them. Well, she began, gazing away into the sun-streaked water. I'm a teacher. Guess that's the first thing to tell you. Hazel smiled and touched her arm. Oh, my mum was a teacher. Primary or secondary? Primary. Cora held up her hand. I promise I'm not a maniac. A lot of teachers when I was a kid were maniacs, so I would totally understand if it freaked anyone out. Hey, Dylan said, be a maniac. Everyone interesting is a little bit of a maniac. Let's face it. We're maniacs, love, aren't we? You are, dear, Hazel said. She kissed him and tucked her head into his chest. They haven't been seeing each other long, Cora realised. She's telling fibs, though, Jonathan broke in, mock surreptitious. She's totally a maniac. As I was saying, yeah, I'm a primary teacher. Moved up to 8 and 9-year-olds this year, year 4. I was in reception for a few years, but I got a little bit tired of mopping up wee. It was lovely in a way, but I had to move on. It's a rough school, I suppose, lot of poverty in the area, but I love it. It must be so rewarding, Hazel said, without obvious irony. It is, I suppose. Tough gig. 30 kids in a class, you don't have to be a teacher to know that's difficult. Even so, teaching kids their basic letters and numbers, you don't know what foundations you're laying for the future. Sometimes you can see kids who might go on to be something amazing. Well, talent can fade, I know that. A lot of things can happen between 8 and 18, but sometimes you see that little spark. Some kid who thrives on learning or loves to find things out or shows ability that you've never seen before in someone that young. I think, well, I might not be the next Marie Curie, but the next Marie Curie might pass through the school, you know? She might be one of mine. Cora blinked and added, I think I'm drunk. No, good God, Hazel said. Teaching's one of the best jobs there is. I hear it's so hard these days, targets, league tables and whatnot. My mum said the workload was awful and she retired a while ago. That's true. One of the biggest whinges I hear from people is when I say, but you finish at 3 p.m. every day, that's like half a day. People don't see the work that goes into lesson plans, writing reports, doing assessments. And then there's coordinating things like assemblies and school concerts and parents' nights, World Book Day, harvest festivals, and don't get me started on Christmas. Never bloody stops. Sometimes I feel like I'm never at home. Jonathan flipped up his shades, the better to narrow his eyes. You'll notice she hasn't mentioned holidays. Yeah, that's a fair cop. The holidays are good. Teacher's prerogative and time to charge the batteries to prevent burnout. How about you, dude? Dylan asked. Wait, let me guess. I'm going to say you're something in finance. You got that kind of slick thing going. Hazel tutted. Oh, for God's sake, Dylan. No, for real, hear me out, all right? I think you're in finance. Banking. You've got a success thing happening here. You've got a glow. An aura. I'm thinking city slicker in the square mile. Own office overlooking the rest of the seething masses, am I right? Hazel leaned in and whispered in Cora's ear. It's because they've got the same bloody beard. This is a fraternity thing. It's a secret club, Cora agreed, like the Masons. The Trimmer Society, Hazel said, and she snorted with laughter. To his credit, Jonathan didn't hesitate before dissembling. Oh, no, mate, I can't count. That rules me out of the city right away. I'm in IT. Ah, sound, Dylan said, leaning forward. Own company, right? Yeah, I suppose so. You'd have to have your own company, Jesus. Coming out here? You can't black holidays like this, know what I'm saying? Dylan clapped his thighs. Jonathan's chin crept towards his chest. He may even have been blushing. Well, I suppose. This is kind of a one-off thing. You know? Big treat. Oh, we're the same. God, I wouldn't like to think about next month's credit card bill. I can tell you that for nothing. It's like ticker tape at the bottom of the financial news.
The house you've got is amazing, Cora said. I didn't even know it was there. I'm pretty sure they said there was only one apartment on Two Trees Island.
Only one beach house, Hazel replied. We've rented out the private house. It's,
She looked to Dylan for guidance.
It's a bit naughty, her partner said, leaning forward conspiratorially. We've got mates rates. We know the guy who owns the house. He said we shouldn't tell anyone. He doesn't like people to know the house is actually there.
Oh, I see.
All he asks of us is to give the rug in the front room a good vacuuming and dispose of any bodies.
Cora shrugged. That seems like a good deal to me.
So what is it you guys do? Jonathan asked.
Dylan grinned.
We've been looking forward to this. I get to flex my muscles. Oh, please don't, Hazel sighed. I own a chain of gyms. I started out as a personal trainer, moving on to opening my own place with a risky loan, and things have built from there. Mostly in London, though I'm looking at branching out into Manchester and Birmingham.
He fiddled with his phone, then turned it around to show them. It showed a web page, shot in moody black and white and showing Dylan with a barbell balanced on his shoulders. The image looked in deadly earnest, though it was rendered ironic in comparison with the goofy character it depicted.
That's one way of sorting out monthly gym fees, Jonathan said. Any chance you could do his mates rates? The last time my arms had any definition was when I had chicken pox. Ah, not at all. You've got a good frame on you. There's meat on those bones. I'd give you a diet and weights program. You'd be popping out your pecs on the front cover of Men's Health in no time. Diet? Jonathan asked. Sure, dude. Protein. Get you bigger. Get some bulk. You're a mesomorph. I got an eye for it.
He reached out and squeezed Jonathan's shoulder, part reassurance, part appraisal. Cora filed this detail away for later, relishing what her fiancé would have to say about that. By and large, he did not like to be manhandled by people, whether friend or foe. How about yourself? Cora asked Hazel.
Well, I guess you could call me a personal trainer.
Cora arched an eyebrow.
Any reason we shouldn't call you one? Well... Dylan chuckled. She's a badass is what she's trying to say. I work in security. I've looked after a few reality TV stars and footballers at public appearances.
Sounds intriguing, Jonathan said, especially with you going all vague about it too. It's like you're saying you work in security, but you're actually a secret agent or something. Are you a secret agent?
I'd tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. She grinned.
This was the first time Cora had seen her smile so broadly. One of her front teeth was a little crooked. Possibly she was a bit insecure about it, but it wasn't ugly to Cora's eyes. More of an interesting flaw than a defect.
No, nothing so exciting as international espionage, I'm afraid. I do security details. I'm trained in martial arts, black belt and everything.
Dylan threw an arm around Hazel's shoulders.
She was thinking about doing MMA, weren't you, honey?
Sorry, what is MMA? Cora asked.
Mixed martial arts. I was only thinking about it. I got this health condition that stops me from getting into the ring.
What's that?
I'm allergic to getting punched in the face.
They all laughed. Oh, must be a great skill to have all the same, Cora said. I wouldn't mind having some kung fu skills, some of the little buggers I've had to deal with at school.
Didn't they give you any training in the TA? Jonathan asked.
Hazel peered at Cora over the tops of her sunglasses.
The Territorial Army?
Cora sighed. Yeah, the TA. The pretend soldiers, as Jonathan here calls it. The crap hats, to some of the Special Forces guys who trained us. I'm a reservist. It comes from playing with my brother's Action Man toys rather than dollies when I was a kid. Or so my mum used to say anyway. I never grew out of playing at soldiers and driving tanks, that kind of thing. Except for real.
I would not have placed you in the army. I mean, I'm not suggesting anything. You look more like a model or something. You're so dainty. I can't see you in army uniform.
Oh, that's a kind thing to say.
Going anywhere dangerous? Dylan asked.
Colchester can be dangerous after dark.
She's been to Iraq, Jonathan said. Then catching a look from Cora, he added, She definitely doesn't like to talk about it, though, and as she can kick my ass, I realised that I should stop talking about it too. Bro, I'm in the same boat, Dylan replied. Literally. When a man lives with a woman who could disembowel him with a dessert spoon, a man understands when to shut up. I guess they teach you the tough guy stuff on the TA then.
Cora shrugged. "Oh, just the basics of unarmed combat, standard tactics in the British Army."
"What are they?"
Hazel asked. "Take as much of a beating as you can until you find a big stick." As they laughed, Captain Clay said,
"Almost there, folks. Have yourselves a good evening. Give me a call and I'll come take you back. Anytime."
Chapter 8. At first, there were drinks at a beachside bar, which had gone to a lot of effort to appear ramshackle. There were too many straight angles on the Robinson Crusoe-style frontispiece, too many hard lines on the faux palm leaves effect roof. The same was true of the barman, who had high laser-sculpted cheekbones that openly mocked the idea of heavy drinking, and a pure white linen shirt that dared fate to dip his elbow the wrong way as he shook and stirred brightly coloured cocktails.
"He looks like he's stepped out of an advert for a watch I can't afford," Jonathan mumbled into his pina colada. "He's never pulled a shift down at the Dog and Duck, has he?" "I don't think he's ever pulled a pint properly either," Dylan said, eyeing a thin glass that contained more head than beer. "Hey, check out the kite surfers, man. You ever fancied that?"
Jonathan pointed towards a green kite in the sky. Beneath it, a man on a board leapt and corkscrewed in the air. Jonathan considered this a moment.
"Looks insanely dangerous.
Let's find out how much they charge for beginners."
"All right," Dylan said. "I like this guy. You're on my wavelength."
Cora sipped at a vodka and tonic and watched as the two men wandered down the path to the beach, where the water sports kiosk nestled among stacked surfboards and jet skis. The sun had begun to sink in the dazzling pastel colours of the tropics, regal lilac, fragile blue and secret pink. The beachfront on Big Island was undergoing a strange lull period, with the day trippers largely gone in the late afternoon and the nighttime crowd yet to arrive. Other early starters, like Cora, Jonathan, Hazel and Dylan, were apparent though.
"Bless them," Hazel said, watching as the two men disappeared into the kiosk.
"It's lovely when the kids get their own little friends, isn't it? They look like they should be hand in hand."
"I'm torn," Cora replied.
"Part of me thinks, hey, great, he's got a friend he can bro it up with.
Another part of me thinks, oh shit, he's got a friend he can bro it up with. If it keeps them out of trouble, all well and good, I say.
I'll drink to that." They clinked glasses.
"Well now," said a man with a broad Australian accent. "Look at that. I think my fantasies have been made flesh."
He sat down in front of Hazel and Cora on the seat that must have been still warmed by Dylan's bottom. He was in his late 30s, with long, lank blonde hair that made Cora suspect he had been swimming in a chlorinated pool not too long ago. He was broad, but not tall, and wore an untucked, short-sleeved pale blue and white plaid shirt over a pair of khaki shorts. He rested his hand on the back of Jonathan's seat and crossed one leg over the other, wiggling his toes through the open end of his sandals. The red flush suffusing his cheeks could possibly have come from gentle exercise, or maybe some incipient sun damage, but Cora didn't think so.
I'm sorry, Hazel said. "I think I'm seeing double. Are you sisters?"
No, we're not," Hazel replied, sitting up straight.
"Okay. No offence intended," he said, not unreasonably. "You both got lucky with the genes, I think. Some weather today, eh? Like being back home."
Cora said, "Yeah, turned out nice again."
"I'm Horace,"
the Australian man said. He held out a hand. Neither Cora nor Hazel took it.
"Ah, not into the handshake thing. No problem. Lots of people aren't these days. I heard a story about a rock star one time. I forget which one, but he never shakes hands. Because one time a fan got a bit over-enthusiastic and crushed his hand. True story. He fist bumps instead, much safer. Anyway, I wouldn't crush your hand, but we can do a fist bump instead."
Cora did as she was bidden, bumping fists with the man, and was instantly annoyed at herself for doing so. Horace's hands were huge, far bigger than Jonathan's. He could have easily crushed Cora's hand had he wanted to. Hazel also returned the fist bump, but half-heartedly.
"There we go," Horace said. "That wasn't so hard, was it? Now you can move on to telling me your names."
Why would we want to tell you our names?" Hazel asked.
Because it's friendly, love. Don't you want to make friends?"
"Not particularly, love. We were having a private conversation, in fact."
"Oh, I see. Look, I'm not trying to cause a scene or anything. I've just arrived today and I'm wondering where the action is. Action? Cora spluttered. You mean like mountaineering or wrestling leopards, gunfights, cowboys and Indians, rugged outdoor pursuits, that sort of action? Yeah, if you like, Horace grinned. I have an idea for you, Hazel said. What you do is go out into the bay there, go swimming, and keep swimming and swimming and swimming. Plenty of action out there for you. Gotcha. Well, no harm in a guy trying his luck, is there? Not much, Hazel said. There was a terrible poise and stillness about her. Cora noticed her hands were clasped in front of her, thumbs stiff. I have to ask, any chance of you girls buying me a beer? I'm dry as an Arab sandshoe in this heat. Oh, look, just sling your hook, mate, Cora said irritably. No problem, he grinned. I couldn't help noticing, He glanced down beneath the high wooden table. Both women's knees were high up, heels planted on the bar stools. Cora gave a cry of disgust. What? Explain yourself. Just that you've got a little friend down below? A new horror dawned. Cora sprang up out of her seat. It wasn't so much insight as certainty. The stool clattered back to the floor, lying on one side. When she glanced at the underside of the seat as it came to rest, she gave a choked cry and practically catapulted across the decking. Distance was closed up in moments. She travelled a good 8 to 10 yards without knowing quite sure how she did it. Hazel had also got to her feet, backing away from the chairs. What? What is it? Don't worry, girls, they're not fatal, just prickly. Horace laughed out loud as he got out of the seat and waved heartily at them as he approached the bar. Hazel crouched carefully and looked beneath the seat. She giggled, then stopped herself. Ah, I see what he's driving at now. I guess he saw something hairy under there. One leg. Dear God, that was its leg, poked out from the bottom of the seat, somewhat uncertainly. Then the other 7 followed. Whoa there, whoa there, whoa there, whoa there, Cora said in a rising incantation, as an immense spider picked its way along the decking, heading for the cover of some bushes. Some passers-by laughed at this sight. The barman, to be fair, called out, It's okay, lady, they won't hurt you. Cora flinched as Hazel touched her arm. Hey, you okay? I guess so. I will never sit down on this island again. Phobia, right? Cora nodded, shivering. Tried everything. Hypnotherapy, implosion, flooding, everything. I'm okay with little guys. I'm not okay with house spiders. I am definitely not okay with that Moby Dick-sized friggin' web-spinning sharks like that 8-legged bastard over there. I thought you meant you had a phobia about creepy crawlies in general, Hazel asked, indicating Horace's sweat-patched back as he waited to be served. Yeah, them too. It's horrible, isn't it? Cora said. When they latch on, you automatically adjust everything. You calibrate yourself not to do or say anything that might upset them. You don't want to even look unfriendly, in case they take it badly. It's only the second time that's happened this week, Hazel said, her gaze still fixed on the pale blue patterning on the back of Horace's shirt as he launched into some patter with the barman. He tried to put his arm around me on the first night we were here. He was so drunk he probably doesn't remember. I gave him a nudge and he fell on his backside. Didn't know what day it was. No legislating for tossers. Easily dealt with, I suppose. Hazel lifted up Cora's bar stool and set it right, sipped her drink. At least next time we don't need to be polite. Jonathan and Dylan came back from the beach, both laughing. Clearly they'd seen nothing of the exchange with the Australian man. What's so funny? Cora asked. The guy at the shack, Jonathan said, aiming a thumb back the way they'd come. He said that if you paint a surfboard to look like a zebra, sharks won't bite it too hard. I think it's time for another drink, Cora said. But not here. Oh, that was the other thing, Jonathan said. He told us about this cracking place we can go to a little bit later. Specialist Club. Cora frowned. That sounds a bit sinister. Oh, you'll love it, Dylan said. Trust me, right up your street. A pub quiz, said Cora, staring at the sandwich board outside the bar. That's the specialist night you were talking about. A pub quiz. Sure, Jonathan said, stifling a belch. What could be better in this fine setting than a civilised night's quizzing? Works for me, Hazel said. Cora shrugged, and they went inside. The pub had a vast open patio and was already busy with people of all ages. You could tell at a glance they were British. There was something about the flip-flops, knotted shorts, strained polo shirts and sweat patches that Cora had at first thought was a lack of style, with an innate snobbery on her part that she had consciously tried to eradicate over a lifetime, but was in fact a lack of acclimatisation. These were people used to being abused by the weather, taking a long time to get used to generally fair conditions and the sun's brutal romance. They took their places in an alcove inside the pub. The building followed a Moorish style that Cora liked, with swaying lanterns flickering overhead. Something about pubs with little hidey holes like this, she mused as they took their places. Long as we hear the quizmaster, Dylan said. I reckon this is our man, here. A man in his late 60s appeared with some cables, and with the dexterity of long-standing habit, he lined a microphone into the pub's PA system, knocking out the hypnotic loop of a Café Del Mar-style chill-out playlist. The older man's voice was bright and snapped everyone's heads to attention. Cora thought that the voice didn't match the face or the expression. The man was well-dressed and slim, but there was something haggard about him, with a flinty cast to his deeply lined smoker's face and dark-rimmed eyes. I see a few familiar faces from Monday, he said. Gluttons for punishment are especially welcome here, folks. Nothing fancy, just 40 questions. Let's root out the geniuses among you, or the flat-out cheats. Collect your answer sheets and your adaptable murder weapons from the bar, and we'll get going soon. It's like cricket, Jonathan said, returning from the bar with a sheet and some pens. The pub quiz has spread to the colonies and beyond. Soon they'll be better at pub quizzing than the people who invented it. What once was a symbol of imperialist oppression has become the instrument of... something, I don't know. I also see something amazing on the horizon, Dylan said. He indicated someone staggering back from the bar with a pot of lager that reminded Cora of a perspective trick she'd seen in an old movie starring Leslie Nielsen. That could do us very nicely for the battle to come. What do you say? Cora had been about to mention something about not bothering to get a glass for her, that she was already starting to feel the effects of early-onset hangover syndrome, part indigestion, part portended headache, throbbing away at her temples. But Jonathan simply grinned and got off his seat to join Dylan at the bar. 5 minutes, folks, the quizmaster said. Not a minute more. He donned some half-moon spectacles, which had rendered his features even more grotesque, as if a scrawny rat puppet from Sesame Street had perched reading glasses on the tip of his nose. He looked at a petite tablet computer, not more than 10 inches long. There was no sign of his own question sheet. If they run out of pens at the bar, you've got plenty of blood, use that, or someone else's. Jonathan came back carrying one of the vats of beer, while Dylan carried the glasses over his shoulder like a hod carrier. After depositing the glasses, he took a mobile phone from the pocket of his shorts and approached the quizmaster. The hood-eyed man bridled at Dylan's approach. After listening to what the newcomer said, his shoulders shuffled and he pointed towards the floor, next to the mobile amplifier. Dylan bent down, unspooled a charger, and plugged it into an empty socket next to the amplifier plug. That's the spirit, guys, the quizmaster drawled as Dylan went back to the booth. Take every last drop of energy you can before the whole world goes up in flames. Right then, let's get started. Sorry, Dylan said, pushing the bar stool in tight so that the circular booth table was against his stomach. I was nearly out of juice. Should have sorted that before we left. Typical, Hazel said, sighing. Can't go 5 minutes without your bloody phone, can you? Dylan shrugged, but Cora caught some odd moment of communication between them. A signal passed through the eyes, something fleeting but definite. Then Hazel tapped the end of her pen against the answer sheet. Oh, I'm forgetting. There's one person sat at this table who will undoubtedly have beautiful handwriting. She slid the sheet over to Cora. Cora cracked her knuckles. Well, I hate to brag, but you've got to use your skills, Dylan said, tapping his temple. The tools you have at your disposal. Did you just call me a tool? Cora asked, arching an eyebrow. In the best way, Cora. The absolute best way. Hey, I like this. See where it's going? This is heading in the right direction. I've got a good feeling about this. The prize is a bottle of actual champagne. Come on! Just what we need after this, Jonathan said, slurping at his pint. He was beyond his usual level of drunk, certainly for this stage of the evening. Cora wondered when she should gently apply the brakes. Question 1, the quizmaster said. What was the name of the ship that was wrecked off the Farne Islands in 1838, leading to Grace Darling's famous rescue mission? There was an audible groan from the other members of the audience, and not all of it staged either. Yes, that's right, folks, it's not an easy quiz. The man with the microphone leered. It's not for kids. It's a great prize. If you wanted a question on, the X factor, not going to happen. It's not even that difficult, and you should know this, especially all you third and fourth, or whatever way feminists are hiding out there, so knuckle down, you stupid shits. The last 3 words were delivered with a decidedly unsavoury relish. God, he's evil, Hazel said, light dancing in her eyes. You don't think a pub quizmaster would be evil. It's like an evil lollipop lady, but he is, and I kind of like it. I know the answer, Cora said. Something like one of those countries in Scotland, Selkirkshire, Roxburgh. That's it, HMS Roxburgh, I'll say that. She's good, Dylan said. I know it. Teachers know stuff. They have to know stuff. We'll come good here. Question 2. Who won the X Factor in the UK in 2010? More groans followed. Jesus, Jonathan murmured. Harder question than you think. You have to think of the buffoons. Chico or, what was the year that Wagner was on it? God, I've no idea, Cora said. I probably watched it, or the final anyway. The buffoons never win it, Hazel said, leaning close, her eyes fixed on Cora's pen, poised on the paper. They get knocked out before the final, usually, then make a few quid on TV adverts. I think Wagner was actually making money recording messages online for people. You pay Wagner a $5 or something and he'll say whatever you like. It's all really worked out for him then, Hazel said tartly. Was it Alexandra Burke? No, she was a bit earlier, maybe. Oh, we'll have to come back to it. We'll be guessing, Dylan, do you know? Not yet, he said, leaning back on the stool, but it might come to me. That's right, the quizmaster said. You probably watched all that, didn't you? Sat there drooling in front of your television, mashing the buttons on your phone to vote for your favourites. Shock of shocks, some of you might have even bought their records. They flew up the charts at Christmas, didn't they? Real big sellers. And here you are, just a few years later, and you don't know their names. You can't even remember some of their faces, can you? God, this is dark, Jonathan said. I might move on to rum or something. Lager's bagging me up. I can't take indigestion plus this remorseless cynicism. Maybe ease off just now, pet, Cora said, taking his hand. I'll join you for one later. Jonathan smiled weakly. Then, with some unexpected steel in his voice, he said, Bless you, darling. That's Cora speak for you're drunk, isn't it? Long way to go, hun. Patted his head. Plenty of football to be played yet, isn't there? The quizmaster said, Question 3. Name the Scottish pianist who played on the Rolling Stones' early albums but was never officially a member of the band. Just in case anyone's having trouble with my accent, a Scottish pianist is a person from Scotland who plays the piano. That's separate to William Wallace, who was a Scottish pianist. Laughter followed this, although there was some booze from a far corner of the bar, with a discernibly Caledonian quality. Scottish pianist, Dylan said. He had a look of plain disgust on his face. Scottish pianist? Has there ever been a Scottish pianist? Chick Murray played the piano, Cora said absently. Who? That'll do, actually. You might as well put that down as nothing. I've no idea, have you? Jonathan shook his head. Elton John? Hazel asked hopefully. Is he secretly Scottish? The quiz carried on in much the same vein, and although they knew some answers, Jonathan answered the cryptic question about which 1973 winner also won the 1979 FA Cup at Wembley, Sunderland, while Cora knew that the daughter of the narrator of the Magic Roundabout in the UK was the actress Emma Thompson. By and large, their answer sheet was a minefield of obliterations and a swarm of question marks. "Oh, disaster," Cora said simply. "But, on the bright side, just look at my cursives." She turned the sheet around for inspection. "Lovely cursives," Dylan agreed. "Would you check out the loops on that?" "Yeah, there's a cute little flick at the end of her A's," Jonathan said, grinning. "Sid bloody James and Kenneth Williams here," Hazel muttered. Dylan's eyes flared. "Wait a minute. That was one of the answers, wasn't it? Kenneth Williams, that one about the film. Oh, wait, Kenneth Williams never starred in David Lean movies, did he?" "Oh, if only," Jonathan said. Imagine him actually saying the words, Lawrence of Arabia. "Dr. Zhivago," Dylan said with a flourish. That's when Cora noticed that one of Dylan's hands had disappeared under the table. It came back up with a mobile phone. Not his own, but Hazel's. He laid it down on the table beside him, the screen illuminated. When the time came to hand over the question sheet, Dylan took over the sheet and studied it closely. His eyes were a little too close to the page. So he either needs glasses or he's damn drunk, Cora thought. I've got a funny feeling about that one. There, question 17, about who played Boise. Do you mind? He took the pen from Cora's fingers without waiting for a reply, but scrawled down an answer in the box where Cora had left a question mark next to Boise/Only Fools. The screen on the phone beside him was still lit. He scribbled down several more answers. "Come on, folks," the quizmaster crooned. "Let's be having it. I've got a party to go to tonight. Let's get this over and done with, shall we?" Dylan bounded over to the quizmaster, unplugging his phone from the spare socket and handing over the sheet. "Last-minute inspiration?" Cora asked. "Yeah, something sunk in. It can take a while, but there is treasure to be found between these ears." "Plenty of muscle at any rate," Hazel drawled. They won it out of the park, by 6 clear points. "How did this happen?" Jonathan spluttered. "Everyone else must have been absolutely rubbish. Surely we couldn't have beaten Mr. Teeflehead over there." He said this much too loudly, jabbing a finger at a bald man in the corner. Cora tried to shush him, but he ignored her. "Let's give a big hand to Team Double Trouble," the quizmaster said. Once the applause had died down, he came on over to the table. He laid down a dewy bottle of fizz, handed to him by the barman, then pulled out a stool and sat beside Cora. He was much taller than he'd looked, sat in his little booth, and he had a faint scent of pungent aftershave he might have had in the back of a cabinet for 40 years. "Well done," he said, applauding. "Now, I don't know how you did it, but well done anyway." "Did what?" Jonathan asked warily. "Cheated." The grin on his face was ghastly. "Don't call us cheats, mate," Hazel said, sitting up straight. "Oh, I can prove it," the quizmaster said. "But I know you did it. All those last-minute answers. Plus I saw the phone on the table. Your screen didn't go off the whole time. Right at the end when you had to hand in the sheet." "I don't know what you're talking about," Dylan said, chuckling. "Nice idea, all the same." "It was something to do with the phone, wasn't it?" "Did you hack my tablet?" "This isn't Mission Impossible." Dylan had grown very serious. "Uh-huh. Well, riddle me this. What's the answer to number 23? What is 12 plus 7? How should I know? I don't have your sheet in front of me, do I?" Without blinking, the quizmaster said, "What bridge did the poet William McGonagall immortalise in his best-known work?" "Well," Dylan drummed his fingers on the end of his beard. I'd say... I can't remember offhand. You wrote the fucking answer down, mate. I saw you do it. Question 23, the poet William McGonagall. What was the name of the bridge? Come on. You answer the question. Just tell me. What's the answer? "The answer is fucking Leggett," Jonathan cried. He snatched up the bottle. Then, as one, they spilled out of the pub. Cobblestones set Cora unsteady, and not just cobblestones. For one appalling moment, she stumbled fit to fall, and only Dylan's hand at her elbow stopped her landing on her face. The booze and a sudden, unexpected chill in the night air landed a 1-2 punch on her temples. The moonlight cast the whitewashed walls of the old town in pure silver, almost painful to look at. The four of them ran, wheezing, giggling. Cora ran 2 miles twice a week around the block, but it was her least favourite exercise, and 2 days of drinking and eating had also taken their toll. She gasped for breath, hands resting on her thighs as they all came to a halt round a corner. "Oh, stupid," Cora wheezed. "Really stupid. Not done something as daft as that since—" "They're coming!" Hazel roared.
Sure enough, the quizmaster rounded the corner, a spindly whippet with an impressive burst of pace. 2 or 3 barmen, one of them with bunched chest and shoulder muscles from the pantheon of Marvel superheroes, followed in his wake. "Oh, God!" Cora said, and they tore off again. "Parmelua!" Dylan hissed. "Split up!" Hazel cried. The other 3 disappeared, astonishingly quickly, scurrying off down corners. This lent Cora fear, which transmuted into the power of flight. Head down, she charged down the street. Startled faces darted up from the patios and bars with French windows as she passed. The pursuers were not for giving up. "Don't let that skank get away!" the old man hissed, with a terrible rasp in the velo stops in skank. Cora turned down one corner and saw with a feeling of doom that she was down an alley. She tore past wheelie bins. Somewhere a dog barked. Another corner loomed and she turned it. A hand shot out from a doorway and pulled her in. She yelped, but a hand closed over her mouth. Dylan's eyes flashed in the light, and he held up a finger to his lips, then released her. He pulled a bin into the doorway, then crouched down low, drawing Cora with him. She tried hard to control her breathing as 3 sets of feet pounded past them. Her sweat was thick across her brow. She heard it drip onto the cobbles below. Dylan's hand was on her hip. It crossed her mind that she should push it away. Then he stood up. "They're gone," he said, in as low a voice as he dared. "Let's get to Melua." He took her hand. She stared at it dumbly for a moment, then followed as he strode out into the alleyway, looking first left, then right. Footsteps in the alley behind them. Their pursuers were returning. "What's Melua when it's at home?" Cora asked. "Basement bar, about 100 yards away. If we hurry, we can get in." Melua was the kind of throbbing, brash place Cora had avoided since she was about 28. Lurid lights slithered out of low windows set down the stairs in a basement, 80s in the decor, 80s on the speakers. Dylan, still holding her hand, took her over to the door and handed over some banknotes. They were given a cursory glance by a bored-looking man with shoulders as broad as an industrial digger, then had their hands stamped. Inside, the place was girt with bodies. Mostly people much younger than themselves, although a few lethal-looking older men with designer stubble and designer suits patrolled the corners and booths. "I think it said phone party," Cora said. "Hey, we're in luck then," Dylan cried over the music. "Drinks?" "Sure. Do you see Jonathan and Hazel then?" "They'll be here any minute," Dylan said. "How about we have a quick pina colada? No harm in that, is there?" "I don't know," Cora yelled in his ear. "I don't feel brilliant." The room had begun to spin, always a precursor of chunkier weather conditions for Cora. She gripped a brass rail at the bar and planted her feet down hard on the floor. "You'll be fine," he said dismissively. Dylan grinned, then kissed her. Just on the cheek. Nothing untoward, nothing anyone could get upset about. She blinked. He turned to the bar before she could say anything. That's when the door burst open and the quizmaster and his 2 henchmen came in. "Oh, shit! Dylan!" Cora said. For a dreadful moment, Dylan didn't hear her. Then, like a cat pricking its ears while feigning nonchalance, he turned his head and coolly eyed the newcomers. They hadn't spotted Cora and Dylan yet, but they were surely just moments away. In one easy, insouciant move, Dylan backed away from the bar and strode onto the stage. A DJ who was thumbing through some records in a steel case looked up briefly, then took off his headphones. Before he could say what, Dylan triggered the foam machine. 2 huge fans sprung up, then bubbles jetted out of the machine, a ghastly torrent that soon coated most of the dancers. They shrieked in delight. Faces and heads were swallowed up in the white wave, including those of the quizmaster and the 2 barmen. "Not yet!" the DJ cried as the music cut out. "Don't put it on yet!" Cora was soaked. She fought away from the torrent, rebounding off several people at the bar, shock forcing her nausea into a corner. Then a hand slithered out of the foaming maelstrom and clenched around her wrist. "Thank God," Cora said. "Let's get out of here before the whole fucking island is after us."
"Ah, that's mighty keen of you," said a man with an Australian voice. "And to think all I wanted was a beer, sweetheart."
It was the Australian man from earlier, Horace, clearly drunk, his face slack and his eyelids drooping. His hand on her wrist was unmovable, though. "Look," Cora said, "let go. I'm warning you."
"Ah, don't be like that. Give us a kiss."
Then the man's eyes flared wide. In the instant before a fresh wave of bubbles swamped the pair of them, she heard him half groan, half wheeze and wobble on his feet. She wouldn't even have seen the jab that hit him if it wasn't for a sudden turbulence in the thick coating of bubbles just to his side. Horace's hand fell away, then another hand took hers, no less strong, but more welcome. She swore she could only make out his grin, as if his beard had turned white and engulfed the rest of his body.
"Time for us to make sharp exit number 2, Dylan said, "and I'm not sure I like your friend too much."
The Australian man sank down to his knees, clutching his side. Then he was lost to view amid the tidal wave of foam. Dylan pulled her away from the bar, through a ruck of bodies, and finally out onto the street.
"Okay to run for a bit?"
he asked. "Guess I'll have to be," Cora said, teeth chattering. "I did not expect to come away from this holiday with bloody hypothermia." They were freezing cold by the time they made it to the jetty. Hazel and Jonathan were sat side by side on a bench. They were laughing together and sharing a bottle of fizz.
"What the hell happened to you?" Hazel asked, snorting laughter. "You been swimming or something?" "They made us wash some dishes," Dylan said, tipping them a wink. He reached out for the bottle. "Let's enjoy the fruits of victory and give good old Captain Clay a call."
Chapter 9. The thought seemed fully formed from the moment Cora opened her eyes, as if it had been under construction for the whole night. There was nothing in it. A kiss on the cheek. Probably just being nice. She was back in their own house. There was that. The sunlight slanting in through the blinds made it feel late and shameful. She remembered to breathe, and with the breath came the taste. Loathsome, sweet liquor on her tongue and between her teeth, sour shots haunted by the essence of good champagne. "Dear God, how did we get back here?" Someone moaned beside her. A tall figure partly wrapped in sheets. Only a corded thigh stood out amid the flimsy covering. For a satanic second or two, she didn't quite have her bearings. "Jonathan? Who else is it supposed to be, then?" he mumbled into the pillow. "God," she said, turning her own pillow over to the cooler side. "What happened?" "I don't know. I just know that when I stop being drunk, I'm going to feel awful." After half an hour's mutual grumbling, Cora got up, pulled on some shorts and a top and padded into the front room. Things began to spin the moment she set foot on the tiling, and for a few seconds she fought the urge to vomit. Once this had passed, she noticed that the patio door was wide open, the sound of the sea filling the room. Instinctively, she pulled it shut. Oh, stupid. You don't know who's around here, what they could do. The room bore the scars of the tragic closing stages of a drunken night out. There was loose change scattered across the table, one red eye gazing at her from the MP3 player in the corner, Jonathan's pen drive-sized player still connected, and then the crowning glory, 2 half-empty beer bottles side by side at the sink. She had no idea where these had come from. She chased 2 painkillers, guzzled a pint of water, then brought the same dosage and quantities back to Jonathan. Sleep came, but it was plagued by lightning bolt moments of paranoia. Had she been swimming? She remembered the cold clutch of black water at her ankles, but no, surely not. A paddle as the sun rose, sandals in hand, trying not to fall over.
"This is all to do with the moon,"
she had declared, shaking her fist at the skies. Then came another image, all 4 of them sitting on the couch, but with the wrong partners. Had Jonathan been holding hands with Hazel? "What time did they leave?" she asked suddenly. Jonathan took so long to answer the question, she wondered if he had slept through it. Finally he sighed and said, "God knows, breakfast time, whenever the drums stop playing." "What drums?" "It's a figure of speech, from old Tarzan movies. Never mind." God, we can't do that again. It's too much. Oh, there was no harm done. What about the quiz? You can't behave like that. We're too bloody old for that. No, we're not. Part of his face appeared over the blanket. If you do it, you're not too old, by default. QED. Oh, we can't go back there. That guy will be looking for us. What, the quizmaster? Miserable old git. At least this gave him something to moan about. I'm serious. What if he calls the police? You don't know how these things work out here. Her heart was pounding and the nausea returned. Oh, you worry too much. Relax. We can buy the old bastard a big bottle of champagne as an apology. A whole case of it if he wants, unless it's a blood oath now. The word champagne triggered something in the back of Cora's throat. She leapt out of bed and sprinted for the toilet. It doesn't feel real, Cora said, when they'd recovered enough to stagger out onto the sun loungers. I feel like I'm underwater. Well, it's a holiday, Jonathan mumbled, face down on the sand-glazed upholstery. We're allowed. I didn't want to have this sort of holiday. What sort of holiday? Drunk. Silliness. We're meant to be relaxing, not hitting it hard. Oh, please, spare me the guilt, he said, irritably. You have to admit it was a bit much. Jonathan raised his head and peered at her over the sunglasses. In what way? Just, I don't know. It was crazy, like we'd gone back in time. It would have been great if we were 24 or something, you worry too much. I can see Mrs. Fulbright pinching the bridge of her nose seeing the pictures on the internet. Local teacher arrested after drunken holiday rampage. He chuckled. It would be absolutely worth it if that happened. I'll give them a quote, in fact. It'd be awesome. No, we bloody wouldn't. I get busted out of the school. Supply teaching list. Full relegation. Turn in your badge at the front office. Jonathan reached for a glass of water by his side and sipped at it. You know, you don't have to worry about this stuff anymore. You could draft your resignation letter now. You could have some fun with it. You could set Mrs. Fulbright some homework. If Cora has several monkeys but doesn't give any monkeys anymore, then how many monkeys does Mrs. Fulbright get? How much of a monkeys does Cora give? That's bad grammar, she sniffed. Then she tried not to laugh. But I'm going back to school. Sure you are. She couldn't see his arched eyebrow, but she could read it behind the shades. Course. I'm going back. I'm not giving up work, it means a lot. It's my thing, and I like what I do. But you don't need to. I'm not going to labour this, I'm just saying. Then please don't, Cora snapped. They listened to the breeze for a while. It stirred some of the grasses on the edge of the dune, fringing the pure sands. A boat charged past on its way to Big Island, urgent. Cora couldn't make out if it was their own ferryman or not from that distance. Something in the dunes shifted. A lizard, bottle green, unseen in a blade of grass, making a break for it. They're a bit much, aren't they? She said. Who? Our new best mates, our shadow sides from across the bay. They were good for a laugh. Cora turned in the lounger to face him. What about that stuff with the laptop? How do you mean? The laptop. The quizmaster, he had a tablet or something. What was it he said to Dylan? Did he think he'd been hacked? Did Dylan do something with his phone when he plugged it in? Seemed to be what the guy was saying. I reckon he was crazy, though. It seemed kind of convenient that Dylan remembered those answers at the end. I wouldn't be too sure he was cheating. He might be one of those quiz geniuses. We've seen that before. You remember Irish Eric? Who I used to work with years ago? He was like that. I'd have put Irish Eric down as a total lump back in the day. 6 cans of lager in a kebab case. No harm in him, just not an obvious mastermind candidate. Mouth breather, football fan. Anyway, you remember that time he came down to the quiz in the Griffin and basically answered all the questions? We won it out of the park. Only got about 2 or 3 wrong in the whole sheet. In fact, that quizmaster was sure we'd been cheating that time as well. Maybe Eric's a cheat too. Jonathan sighed. There we go. Big Chief Black Cloud, seeing devils everywhere. It did look dodgy, you must admit, and they got the hell out of there fast enough when the quizmaster called their bluff. I think you'll find that was actually my fault. They're all right, though, he said. We've made friends. This is rare, honey. It doesn't just happen when you get out of your 20s. After that, everything's awkward.
You say you'll meet people for a drink or head out to dinner, but you don't actually do it. I think we should take advantage. It's nice to relax, but it's nice to get out and about too, don't you think? Cora drained the last of her water. I suppose. Not every night, though. Course not every night. Wasn't suggesting we go every night. Not every 2 nights either. 2.5 nights, maybe? 2 2/3 at least. Hardy ha. What was she like then? Pardon? Your other woman. The exotic and intriguing Hazel. Jonathan didn't know how to respond to that for a second or two. Full on as in, always up to something. Like a little kid, hyperactive. She tried to climb a flagpole at the top of the harbour wall. I had to talk her down. Then she wanted to go for a swim once we got back here. Blind drunk. Didn't look too bothered. He was too busy singing ABBA with you. You what? ABBA? Cora was genuinely alarmed. I have a very low ABBA threshold, are you sure? Oh, yeah. Voulez-vous, no less. Anyway, she starts trying to take her clothes off, wants to swim across the bay to the other island. Pitch black water, stuffed with sharks. How far did she go? Well, I talked her out of it, so nothing more than a paddle. That's not what I meant. Oh. Nah, she only took her shoes and top off. I think you stopped her by saying something about a white whale. Jesus. He chuckled. Don't worry, she didn't get the reference. Well, I don't think she did anyway. Lucky for her, you were there to hold her hand, she said mildly. Well, anyway, how about you and your new best pal? Cora swallowed. Sorry? You and Dylan. You were together at the... Oh, yeah, the foam party. How did that go? Terrific. I've had new experiences on this holiday, that's for sure. A foam party? I never did that, even on those hedonistic holidays I had in my 20s, which were never actually hedonistic. Not much left to the imagination when we caught up with you, that's for sure, Mrs. Wet T-shirt. You're jealous, she spluttered. I can't believe this. Well, touché, my dear. He sighed and yawned. I guess we'll put it down to a busy night all round. We'll have to tone it down if we meet them again. Nothing hectic, and maybe stay away from that part of town in future. The Australian guy. She remembered that. How quickly he'd crumpled. What had Dylan done to him? If it had been a punch in the ribs, there had seemed to be little in it. We're meeting them tomorrow night, I think. Maybe we should cancel. Oh, don't worry, pet, I won't be caning it. Those days are done. Seems to me that with no work to go to, you get more of a chance to cane it than before. What was it you said to me? What's your 2 excuses for not going out? I've got work in the morning or I've got no money. You no longer have those. True, but maybe I've got other things on the horizon. Jonathan turned over and stretched, his hands behind his head, a smile threatening to break free across his features. What do you mean by that? Well, figure it out. You've got the rock, then you get the wedding, then maybe, I don't know, other stuff. What other stuff? Little stuff. You know, in your womb. Then out of it, crawling about, screaming, crapping. She burst out laughing. You're not serious. Why not? I think you should stop talking. He pulled off his shades and sat up, properly nettled for the first time during that conversation. What do you mean? I'm being serious here. No, I mean it. Stop talking. Cora pointed over towards the dune, with its tickling fingers of grass. I'm sure I saw someone over there. Chapter 10. Where? Jonathan got to his feet, pulling off his shades and squinting into the dunes. Just over the top, in the dune. I saw someone's head over there. Cora got up to join him, trying to keep the alarm from her voice. Well, what's the problem? We don't have the whole island to ourselves, do we? Yes. Private island. That's what the brochure said. That's what we chose. No one should be here except, well, neighbours. She dropped her voice. There it was again, the quick appearance of a head. There! You see it? There's someone there. Is someone spying on us? It's not someone spying on us, Jonathan grinned and waved. Hey, how you doing? Don't mind me, Hazel said, trooping over the top of the sands. She wore a cerise and a tropical blue sarong around her hips and a white bikini top, and carried a pair of sandals in her hands. She looked remarkably composed, considering the night they'd all had. Just taking a walk to get my head clear. How are you two?
We're... Jonathan and Cora shared a glance and laughed.
Delicate?
Hazel smiled.
Yeah, that's the term. How's him indoors? Cora asked. Oh, suffering. He's up and about, but I thought it best to take off for a while. As Hazel drew nearer, Cora could see that her eyes were red. She seemed more diffident, somehow, and that wasn't just her unsteadiness on her feet as she crossed the dunes to where they had anchored their sun loungers. She looked away when Cora's eyes met hers. Do you fancy a coffee or something? Cora asked. No, thanks. Well, actually, how about a nice cup of tea? Her eyes were watering, and the side of her mouth twitched. For a moment it seemed as if she would start weeping. Cora took a step forward, alarmed. Sure. She turned to Jonathan. Honey, mind putting the kettle on? Yeah, I guess. I can't remember what you take. Milk and 2 sugars? In fact, I'll bring the whole lot out, let you decide. Hazel nodded, and only allowed her face to crumple when Jonathan trotted back to the house. Cora took her by the shoulder. Okay, what happened? You fall out? Hazel nodded and sniffed. Yeah, bad one. Not like us. We had to wait till the holiday of a lifetime to fall out, hey? What was it about? I don't know, just something that blew up. Hazel avoided her eyes at this point. The drink, the mix of drinks, I guess. We shouldn't have gone so crazy, just something in the air. Try not to worry about it. It'll probably cool off. These always do, don't they? Come on, sit down. I had to get out. There was a really bad atmosphere. We were screaming at each other. I don't know where it came from, really. We've got to watch the drinking. It was a big one, I have to tell you. Cora winced into the sunlight. We were thinking about not getting up at all, ordering in a takeaway if Captain Clay's up for it. Oh, a big dirty pizza. Now you're talking my language. Jonathan came back, carrying a tea tray. The cups and teapot rattled as his hand shook, and he looked relieved to set it down on the spare sun lounger. Right, 1 brew coming up. Can I interest Mademoiselle in some painkillers? A speciality of the house. Oh, thank you, sir, but Mademoiselle has already sampled from that menu. He bowed graciously, then looked questioningly at Cora. I might take a walk on the beach or something. Oh, in fact, Dylan said you could head over to our place if you like, Hazel said. He was thinking about taking a trip into town with Captain Clay. Jonathan looked uncertain, but Cora said, It's fine if you want to go. Come back for lunchtime, maybe? Cora didn't like the way he instantly brightened, his shoulders straightening. Well, I guess I could do that if he's at a loose end. He didn't need much persuading, disappearing back inside for a quick change before making his way along the shoreline. His tea still steamed in the cup. I hope he's not going back on the lash, Cora muttered, as his footprints trailed off down the beach. Hazel's eyes widened. I hope I'm not causing trouble or anything. I wasn't trying to get rid of him. Dylan did mention it, honest. I mean, they could go for a drink or something. Oh, hang on, I'll go and get him. I shouldn't have done that. It's fine, Cora said. Today's a write-off anyway. I can't see him going out on the sauce again. I can't remember the last time he did 2 days in a row. Only if you're sure. Hazel blew on her tea, then took a sip. I did fancy a walk. You want to stretch your legs? I do, actually. The speciality of the house is kicking in now. I'm halfway back to humanity. After the house was locked up, Cora and Hazel took the meandering stepping stones down to the beach. Cora took a deep breath the moment the azure waters appeared. Even in a delicate state, she wanted to go in. Feels like such a waste to be hung over in a place like this, Hazel said, tying her hair back. Makes it feel more like a dream, Cora said. Look, I'll ask this just the once. Is everything definitely all right? It's okay. Because you don't seem like the type of person to take any mess in, but something's rattled you. Cora swallowed. Feel free to tell me if I'm out of line. No, you're just about right. He was raging, furious, and I'm not quite sure why. He called me some horrible names. We were right in each other's faces, like it was about to spill over, you know? Nothing bad happened, like call the cops bad. Oh, no. Hazel demurred, hand raised. Nothing sinister, I promise. It's just that I'd never seen that from him before.
It was a sight I've never seen. As they fell in step, Cora saw how alike their shadows were, cast across the sand, the long hair flying off their heads in the breeze. If there's no harm done, maybe put it down to the booze. We were off our heads. We were. And that's something else I want to say to you. Hazel looked up and gazed into Cora's eyes. I'm maybe just a bit paranoid, but if we were a bit too leery last night, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Just if I was too loud or said too much stupid stuff, I'm sorry if I offended you. We barely know each other. Sounds like the heebie-jeebies to me. To tell you the truth, I had it earlier on. We've worked our way through it, though, don't worry. You did nothing to be ashamed or embarrassed about. Apart from stealing the champagne. Cora giggled. Yeah, that was pretty shameful, to be fair. Hazel smiled, then frowned as she looked inland, somewhere over Cora's shoulder. Hey, what's up with these two? What two? Two men were approaching, alarmingly fast, picking their way over the sands. One was black, with ragged cut-off denim shorts that Cora hadn't seen on anyone since she was a little girl. He had tight-cropped hair, and his forehead was beaded with sweat. The other man was white, short, and very slightly built, with a football top on. Cora instinctively disliked his feathery, almost boyish blonde hair, quick green eyes, and the grin that he presented to them as the two men approached. "Hi there," this second man said. Cora and Hazel stopped. "Hello," Cora said warily. "You got the keys?" the blonde man said. He bit the inside of his mouth. The air seemed heavy with tension. Cora felt the blood drain out of her face as she said, "Excuse me?" "The keys." The white man reached into his shorts and pulled out a knife. It was double-edged, beveled in the middle. Something no one would have any valid reason for carrying back home. "To your house. Over there. That's where you are, right? Where's the keys? Let's go to your house." Chapter 11. Cora's pulse began to race, and a chill hand squeezed her guts. Nausea hit her in waves, and cold sweat prickled her forehead. She began to regret many things then. Drinking the night before, for one. Maybe coming to this island in the first place was another. She licked her lips and tried to speak, but only a croak came out. "We're not heading back anywhere with you." Hazel raised her eyebrows at Cora. She seemed incredulous, even mildly annoyed. "Put the cutlery away, will you?" "Cutlery," the black man said, delighted. He had a rich, deep voice, which might have been pleasant in other circumstances. "I like this one." "Let's go back to your house now, and let's do it quickly," the white man said. He seemed altogether too sure of himself. He took a step closer, the knife held loosely in one hand. "Come on, we're not playing here." Cora forced herself to take a deep breath, tried to relax her shoulders and clutched her hands at her midriff. It made it easier to strike out, she remembered, from her training a long time ago. "Let's everyone take it easy," she said. "You're right," the white man said, plucking at the whiskers on his chin. The tremor in his hands was appalling, out of control. "We can all take it easy while we're walking to the house," he gestured. Cora willed her legs to work as they walked back along the dunes. So easy to run, of course. She could even strike out into the water and take her chances with the sharks. She let out a long, slow breath, which turned into a reedy whistle in her throat. "You're making a big mistake," Hazel said, eyes flashing, but she fell in step beside Cora. "I'm pretty sure we're not making a big mistake," the white man said. "I think we've got it spot on, in fact. Everyone's a winner. Nice and easy now. No dramas." Hazel caught up with Cora, and their eyes locked. "Run?" Cora mouthed. "Absolutely not," Hazel said confidently. Behind them, they heard the two men's feet grinding the powdery sand as they followed closely. "They don't spoil a pair, do they?" the black man said. Cora tried hard to place the accents. They could have been English, but it was hard to say from where. Perhaps they'd been here for years. "I was just thinking that," the white man said. "Hey, you two sisters or something?" Cora and Hazel said nothing, picking their way up the dunes towards the beach house. A shower of sand pattered off their shoulders. Cora felt the grains tickle the strap of her bikini top.
A clod of hard-packed stuff had been hurled at them. "Hey," the white man said. "Man was talking to you." "Woman was ignoring you," Hazel said. Then to Cora she added, "Don't worry."
"No one's worried,"
Cora replied, though the tremor in her voice made a mockery of the statement.
"We're all going to stay nice and calm. Isn't that right, lads?"
The black man giggled. "Listen to that tone. You a school teacher or something?" He laughed aloud at her stricken silence. "I bet she bloody is as well."
"What story she's going to have for the kiddies when she comes back?" the white man mused.
"You could tell 'em we're pirates." "That we are." "After your booty." There was a brief silence after this. Cora blinked rapidly to clear the tears. She thought of things that had toughened her up. Controlling an entire assembly hall full of primary school children on a hot May afternoon with just a look. Standing up for herself in the face of Mrs. Smart's withering sarcasm broadcast through the prism of her serial killer pebble spectacles. And finally, withstanding the furnace blast of Sergeant Major Parrish, roaring 2 inches from her face, the spittle on her skin seemingly molten. "Do not cry, do not cry, do not." They reached the beach house and Cora fumbled for her keys.
"That's good,"
the white man said, close to her ear.
"So far, so good. Now just slide the patio door open, nice and slow, no sudden moves. Don't be thinking of locking us out or making a run for any phones or anything silly like that. That's right. In we go now, nice and easy."
The front room still bore the scars of last night's debauchery, and Cora felt an absurd sense of shame, as if they were being inspected, not robbed. When she turned around and saw the eager eyes of the 2 men, a sickening feeling almost caused her to retch as she realised that they might indeed be after something more than jewellery. But the black man said, "Just like my man here told you, let's have all the watches, rings, cards, phones and cash you can find. You're going to turn it over in a minute's time. Starting with that ring. Right there." He pointed at the sparkler on Cora's hand. "You can't have that," she said. The black man raised his eyebrows, then threw his head back and laughed. His back teeth were all threaded with silver fillings. "Oh, man. We're going to have to hold a class here, aren't we? We're going to have to set some homework. An introduction to manners." The white man darted forward. He passed the knife from hand to hand in a fluid, well-practiced move. "No games. Hand over all you've got, and no one gets hurt. We just want your stuff. You can claim it all back on insurance. You can even enjoy the rest of your holiday." "You got a safe?" the black man asked, scanning the walls. He tested one of the bigger pictures, a full-masted schooner, and then another watercolour of a White House, completely missing the odd abstract painting where the safe lay. "No," Cora said. "The hotel has most of our valuables, our passports and such. They keep it over there. There's no safe here." "But you'll keep your purse here, won't you? And your cards? And your phone? Come on, hand it over. Now." His expression grew pitiless, verging on anger. "Hold on," Hazel said. "Here." She reached behind her head, unclasping a necklace, and stepped forward, keeping her eyes fixed on the blonde man. "You stop there," the white man said, his jaw tensing. "Don't come any closer." "Okay. Be calm," Hazel said. She pulled the golden chain in the palm of her hand, then held it out to him. The white man's eyes darted. "Over there," he said, indicating the loose table and chairs. Hazel did as she was told, letting the chain drop into the glassy surface with a tiny ringing sound. Then she picked up one of the chairs, heaved it over her head, and with a terrible cry she smashed it down on the white man's head. Cora snorted in utter astonishment as the blonde man fell to one knee. Eyes flared in astonishment. He still held the knife, but with an elegant twist of the wrist, Hazel had prized it from his fingers. Then she clapped one hand on the white man's shoulder, twisted his right hand at a chicken leg angle right up his back, then stabbed him through the palm of the hand. The wicked blade punched right through to the shoulder beneath. The white man shrieked and thrashed, his hand still pinned to his own back for a second or two before Hazel yanked the blade clear. Ignoring the screaming blonde man, she turned towards his companion. "What are you playing at?" he bellowed, still utterly unable to process what was happening. Hazel darted forward on the balls of her feet and slashed out at the other man. He jerked back his head, presenting his throat to Hazel.
She continued moving forward, kneeing him hard in the groin, blasting the breath out of him. He folded over like a clasp. Then she took him by the scruff of the neck and jammed the blade against his skin, where Cora could see his pulse leap. "Now," Hazel said brightly, "while we're all still calm, we're going to walk out of here. Aren't we?" The white man was still thrashing across the floor, clutching his skewered hand to his chest. Blood, whether from that wound or the matching one oozing in his shoulder, slicked the tiling on the floor. "Aren't we?" Hazel asked his friend again, bringing the blade tighter against his throat. The other man's breath whistled through his clenched teeth. His eyes were also squeezed shut, and he sagged against Hazel for a moment. Then he nodded. "That's good. You're the brains of the outfit, I can see." Hazel said, "Cora, would you mind helping our other houseguest out?" Cora was already stood over the white man. He glanced up at her, his eyes stripped of that earlier arrogance. He sat on his haunches, chin tucked into his chest, his ruined hand clamped in the other. Despite this pathetic form, something burst into life in Cora. She kicked him in the ribs, and he cried out and fell to the floor, knees slipping briefly in his own blood. "Get up!" she roared, her blood high, her heart pounding. "Get up, or you'll leave here in a box." He called her all the bitches under the sun, and maybe under the stars too, but he slowly got to his feet. He dared a look at his hand as it dripped on the floor. "We're going to come back here," the white man said. "I promise you, we'll come back." Cora kicked him again, plumb in the meat of one of his deflated buttocks. "No, you won't." Hazel backed the other man out of the door, following the white man. Once they were both outside, Hazel kneed him in the groin again. This one dropped him. There was a puff of sand as he landed, clutching his balls, tears spilling from the corners of his squeezed-shut eyes. "Now you run," Hazel said. "I think I'll keep the cutlery. It'll do nicely for Sunday roast." "We're not running," the black man said, as he staggered to his feet, pointing at them. "But you best be praying." "Limp, then," Hazel said. Then she swiped out at him. She had possibly meant to miss. In reflex, his hand shot up to ward off the blow, and that's where the contact came in. Cora heard the blade part his skin with a coarse sound like the seat of someone's pants splitting. Now his hand was open, and blood was dribbling onto the sand, globules of it dusted over with the grains, thick as candle wax. "Now my boys know who to look for," Hazel said. "Go on. Wherever you're off to, get going." "We'll be back," the white man said. His shoulders quivered as he said this, and his pallor had gone beyond waxy into the corpse zone. Cora wondered if he was going into shock. "Get off the island," Hazel said. "And get off Big Island too. We're going to call the cops, and a few more people besides. You know Slick Martins, either of you?" Given the fact that they withdrew from that moment, hurrying down the dunes and out of sight, Cora guessed that last name was familiar. Once they were gone, she sank to her knees in the sand and let the tears come. "Jesus Christ! Sorry I was so feeble. Dear God, I was no use to you. We could have been slaughtered in there." Hazel laid a hand on her shoulder. The knife was held loosely in her other hand. "Hey, you literally kicked the other one's ass. Don't be panicking. Come on, Cora. Up you get, on your feet." They hugged for a while, Cora's head on her shoulder. She shook her head and sniffed. "Big brave soldier. That's me. What a joke." "You were fine," Hazel said. Cora was relieved to see tears in her eyes too. "You were nice and calm, and you told them they weren't having that sparkler. Look, darling, it's still there in your hand. You did it right. Don't beat yourself up. Come on. Let's have a drink inside. You still got some left over?" A drink? We need to call the police, get them to come over and have a look." No, I'll call Slick Martins. That wasn't a bluff. I'll see if our two guests are known faces. Slick's more effective than any cops, I'll tell you that much." "But we have to tell them about it, or the hotel at least." "They'll come back. With more people, how can we sleep here with that hanging over us?" "No, honestly, the cops won't do anything. Slick Martins will." "I know Slick, don't worry. Slick sorts things out over here." "I thought you said you'd never been here before." "I've been on holiday around here before. Besides,
Slick does some business in London. What are you, a gangster? Hazel laughed. Hardly. Come on, let's go indoors and make a drink. I'll make some phone calls. Chapter 12. Cora sat down at the same instant Hazel slammed a gin onto the kitchen worktop. There wasn't much of the tonic Cora had asked for, and the drink caught the light in the same light blue crystal tones as her diamond. Get that down, you love. Cora picked up the glass, holding it tight with both hands to stop herself shaking. The taste of the gin did settle her for one delicious moment, but she said, You've called the cops, right? Nah, like I said, it's safe. I've got friends on these islands. They'll be over any minute. Hazel studied her phone as a message flashed up. Then she smiled and turned the screen around. See? On the screen was one line of text from a sender called Big T. Got these fools already. A photo was attached to the message. It was the blonde man from the beach, a stricken expression on his face. A fist that might have enclosed Cora's whole head, as she might have done with a boiled egg, held the man by the scruff of his neck, and his nose was streaming blood, one eye closed. Hazel snatched the phone away before Cora could make out any more details. See? Problem solved. I'd rather call the police all the same. Hazel slid into the seat opposite the breakfast bar and gulped down a third of her own gin. Nah, we definitely don't want to do that. Not now we've involved my friends. Slick, did you say? Was that the name? Hazel nodded. Maybe don't throw that name around on Big Island, but yeah, Slick Martins has taken care of things. And when Slick sorts something out, it stays sorted. So, what happened to the two creeps? Shark meat, Hazel said soberly. Catching Cora's expression, she laughed. You're so gullible, Cora. If you could only see your face. No, they'll be politely moved on to the next chain of islands at the port and warned not to show their faces here. They were no one, it turns out, a pair of bums. You get Flotsam and Jetsam out here, you know. Same as you would get in Blackpool or Scarborough or Brighton. The sea draws people like that. Islands. The ends of the earth. Seaside towns are the same all over. Yeah, that's tough for them, but I'm thinking more about general security here. We were told this island was private and secure. Then we get two bums strolling in off the beach, threatening to carve us up. We'll have to talk to the tour company at least. Oh, no, honey, seriously. Don't. If you call the cops, you'll most likely be booked in at the station for hours to make a statement. Then they'll make you wait around while it gets signed. Then they'll probably come over here for a little holiday themselves while they case the scene. I've heard stories that they just pocket booze and cash they find. You'll end up getting robbed by them. And I believe that is what they call irony. Hazel sipped her gin and shivered. Oh, that was so good. Did you get it duty-free? Never mind that. How about if they come back? Hazel shook her head. Not going to happen. Promise. And think about what we did to them. That wouldn't look so good if the police found out about that. What you did to them, you mean? Cora thought. All the same, I might speak to the reps. They were quite professional, good bunch. It'll be the same. And they might move you off the island to somewhere busier. You'll be stuck in a condo in between a Russian gangster and Mr. and Mrs. Cholesterol from Essex. At least we'd be safer. This place just isn't like that. You're not going to get people coming over to rob you every 2 minutes. Look at it, Cora said, gesturing out the window. It's wide open. You don't know what's going to happen. They could be the advance party of some kind of thieving marauders. Hazel burst out laughing, right in the middle of taking a drink. She choked on the gin, and Cora patted her on the back. Marauders, you're a teacher, all right. Cora got her a glass of water, then crossed over to the abstract painting. She flicked the catch and then opened the painting, dialing in a code on the safe. So, there it is, Hazel said, behind the dullest painting, too. Cora said nothing. She retrieved her phone. Then, as an afterthought, she repositioned the crocodile figurine, memorising its position on the clock. Roughly 50 minutes. They wouldn't have got much, to be fair, she said, powering up the phone. Taking this would have been the bigger problem. What, no passports, travel forms? I was telling the truth. They're in the safe back on the main hotel on Big Island. I'm not sure I'd be happy with that, Hazel said, frowning. Your stuff held over there, away from you? Not for me. I'd rather have it all beside me.
Just a decision we took, Cora said. Once the phone had booted up, with a pleasingly healthy energy bar level down one side, she dialed Jonathan's number. He answered immediately. She hadn't expected this.
Hello?
Music was pounding in the background.
What's happening, love?
We had a bit of a problem earlier.
Say what? Just a minute.
The sound was muffled. Then he spoke again in a quieter environment.
Sorry, bit noisy over there.
She recognised something in the jollity of his voice.
Don't tell me you're wasted. Where are you? Oh, for God's sake, I'm on a boat.
A boat? It sounds like a club. What sort of boat is it?
A party boat. Never mind, you mentioned a problem?
We got mugged.
What? No, we didn't, Hazel cried. No one mugged us.
You what? The jollity was gone now. How could you be mugged? Who mugged you?
We managed to persuade them to go away, Cora said,
struggling for the right euphemism to cover what actually happened.
What was it, kids?
No, proper, full-grown, regular muggers, but they're gone now.
Please tell me they didn't get the ring, he said, voice choked.
No, they didn't get anything.
Have you called the cops?
It's complicated.
No, it bloody isn't. Did you get mugged or not?
Well, it turns out Hazel's quite handy.
Girl power, Hazel cried, pouring herself another drink.
So it's all settled?
Cora bit her lip.
No, it isn't settled. For God's sake, just get back here. We've got something to talk about.
I can't just step off the boat, can I? I'll have to wait until we get back to port. I won't be long, promise.
She cut him off, seething.
Another?
Hazel said, brandishing the bottle. Cora almost said, hell yeah, but she hesitated. Then actually said, no, Hazel, I think I'd like a bit of time to myself if you don't mind. My head was swimming thanks to last night, as it is. I'm done, Hazel. I'll have a sleep till Jonathan gets back, with the doors locked.
I understand,
Hazel said. She drained her drink, then crossed over to the sink to rinse it.
You'll need a sleep before tonight.
Cora felt a peculiar dread. What's happening tonight?
The poker game. Didn't Jonathan remind you?
Chapter 13. When Jonathan didn't come back, the dread turned to anger. Cora checked every door and window was closed before dressing, choosing a long black dress, cut low at the top, high at the thigh. Hazel had mentioned that it was a fancy do on Big Island and told her to dress up. What about our two? They're in fucking shorts and flip-flops, Cora had said.
They're the noise. We're the colour, Hazel had said.
Cora had felt obliged to follow Hazel's lead, but as she fixed her golden earrings and double-checked her lipstick, she felt like a coward for doing it. Like she'd been coerced, although her unease over Jonathan and what he got himself mixed up in was her main motivation. Applying a touch of concealer under her eyes for good measure, her hands still shook. This was down to that afternoon's encounter. And the sedative effect of the gins Hazel had poured her from her own bottle felt like a long time ago. More than the actual robbery attempt, and even more than Hazel's actions afterwards. It was that face on the mobile phone image that worried Cora. The face had been propelled towards the camera, and it had been shocked, scared, and hurt. Cora felt no specific sympathy for the blonde man who'd pulled a knife on her, but she worried about the consequences. She headed down to the jetty as the sun sank into the blue, painting the bay in scarlet and gold. She held her shoes in her hand as she made her way down to the beach, worried about the fact she felt like yawning, worried about the fact that all she wanted right now was to step into her PJs and see if the Vicar of Dibley was on one of the satellite channels. This felt like that one night out too many from when she was younger, the one where she pushed her luck and crashed early. That underwater blurry feeling that told her she should have slept a long time ago. The last time she felt like this might well have been the last holiday she'd gone on as a single person. Captain Clay was aboard Shirley, waiting for her, as Hazel had said, just shy of 8 o'clock. He scratched his chin and grinned in a way that made Cora feel horribly self-conscious.
Well there, miss, that's a sight to behold. You up for some dancing later on? I've got some moves, you know. You throw that man of yours overboard, I'll show you what's what.
He cackled aloud. Cora threw her shoes onto the boat and clambered aboard, taking Clay's proffered hand at the last moment. I'd rather curl up and go to sleep, Captain, but I guess we better get the show on the road. The water grew choppy as the light faded, and Clay's boat bounded over the waves to the other side of the island, where Hazel was waiting. She too wore a black dress, though the hemline was a good bit shorter than Cora's. She also wore sunglasses, despite the sinking sun, which Cora had to admit suited her. Probably drunk, Cora thought. Eyes like Dracula. She had been slinging it back. Hazel gazed at Cora for a long time as the boat drew close to the rickety pier down the road from the bigger house. She seemed to snap out of it at the last moment, then waved at the newcomers as Clay tied up. Cora thought of the swipe she'd taken at the two men with that blade. Her laissez-faire dismissal of serious violence. And then there was Cora's own reaction. Her cowardice, really, in the face of that scenario. She had left it to Hazel. She'd been on the verge of completely breaking down. She heard an instructor barking in her ear. War games and test-driving tanks and tabbing with Bergen and shooting at targets is no match for the real thing, Cora. You can't train for that kind of scenario. You have to be ready. Every day. Hazel climbed on board and threw her own shoes beside Cora's. I tell you what, she said, sliding her sunglasses up on top of her head. I'm not sure I can be bothered with this after today's carry-on. I think I pulled a muscle in my back kicking that chump. Cora instinctively glanced at Clay to see if he'd heard, but the captain was busy untying the boat. Have you heard much about those two? They're off the islands, and I doubt they'll come back. You don't have to worry about them again, Cora. I told you. Hey, chin up. I brought a surprise. She clicked open her purse and brought out a man's hip flask, intricately engraved with Celtic lettering that put Cora in mind of an ancient sword hilt. Cora took hold of it and unscrewed the cap. Her nostrils burned. Dare I ask? Single malt, sweetie, the good stuff. Smells like detergent. Perfect. Try it, go on. Tip one back. Drink to our absent friends from this afternoon. Cora did. A single sip seemed to spark a convulsion from her scalp down to her toes, and Cora briefly entertained an idea that she might throw the tin flask into the sea. Good God, I hope there was some medicine in that, she gasped, handing the flask back. Bad medicine, Hazel said, grinning, tipping the flask back. The best kind. You ladies partying tonight without the menfolk? Clay asked, spotting the glimmer of light on the hip flask. No, sadly, Hazel cried. We're meeting them for a poker tournament. They seem to think they're going to win something. I think they'll be lucky to come back tonight with their sandals. Clay's jolly mood changed then. Ah, that the do up at Slick's place? That's the one, Hazel said. Fancy do, eh? Your boys better be good at poker. Or running. He laughed, but there was little merriment in it. Tell me more about this tournament, Cora said. I take it Dylan is heavily involved here. Yeah, we talked about it last night, don't you remember? Actually, don't answer that. Jonathan was really into it. Said he played professionally? That wasn't bollocks, was it? Cora smiled grimly. Sadly, it isn't. He got to the final stages of a tournament held round our way, but I wouldn't call him a professional. He might call himself a professional because he's a bullshitter. And he was. But the worst thing was, Jonathan wasn't an amateur either. He'd won money on poker before, even losing some friends as a result. He knows what he's doing, right? Hazel asked, eyebrows slightly raised. He knows a little bit, regrettably. Not enough for PhD, but he knows the game. So, this Slick guy is hosting it? Yeah, Slick is the person to know, all right. He's the person who sorted out our two visitors? Yeah, that's right. Had a couple of boys over on the double. Caught them on their way out of the bay in their own boat and followed them to Big Island. The wounds on the hands gave them away. Sounds like I owe Slick a drink. You might get your chance tonight. The roofs and twinkling lights of Big Island drew closer. In the gathering gloom, lights blinked on in the buildings, and a single searchlight climbed into the sky. Cora felt a chill over her shoulders. One for the road? Hazel held out the hip flask. Cora hesitated, then took a swig. The pain wasn't quite as bad this time, and the burn was pleasant, cushioning her from within. Dutch courage. Let Jonathan play a hand, then get the boat back. Leave Dylan and Hazel to it. Here you go, then, Clay said. Give me a call when you need picking up, okay? Chapter 14. They climbed the steep hill towards Slick's place. Although the houses, front drives and gardens became grander the further they travelled, the azaleas with the giveaway, becoming near prehistoric in places, the paving grew rougher underfoot. So too did some of the young men who passed them in cars. One salt-rusted old Peugeot almost ground to a halt beside them, and Cora turned away from leering teenage faces at the windows, hooting and whistling at them. "Put it this way," Hazel said brightly. "It'll be worse the day nobody notices us." "Some nights, I'm not sure," Cora replied, head held high. She was sure she recognised the driveway leading up to the house. It was a scene from a movie, with high spotlit steps leading to a white villa fringed by stunted trees like the fingers of a crone. Some immense men came to intercept them long before they got to the door. Cora had the retro feeling that she might have to lie about her age, as they towered above like monoliths to forgotten gods. "We're here with Jonathan and Dylan," Hazel said confidently. One of the men grinned in the dark. "Oh yeah, in you come, ladies. Watch your step on the threshold." "This is like something out of a devil movie in the 1970s, Cora said, glancing around at a candlelit hallway as they moved through the front door. Stained glass caught the reflections in the high windows, but the colours tended towards the red end of the spectrum. There were no creepy paintings on the walls, but one end of the hallway was dominated by the skull of what Cora assumed was a stag, the bleached bone a stark contrast to warm wooden panelling on the walls. Another doorway appeared, marshalled by another stack of a man. He merely nodded to them and opened a door onto a spiral staircase of slatted steps. "I now regret mentioning the horror movie thing," Cora whispered. Hazel looked confident as she made her way down the steps, trailing an arm on the banister. "Tits and teeth, Cora. Big Island's hoi polloi here." They made their way down to a bar, which would have been dim except for the backlit rows of scotch on some shelving. It took Cora a moment or two to recognise Jonathan. He was slouched on a stool, sipping at a drink. He had 3 young, beautiful women sat around him. He said something that made them laugh. This wasn't quite so jarring to Cora as what he was wearing. An immaculate, brand-new light woolen suit, charcoal grey, with gleaming black shoes resting on a slat in the stool. "Hey there," she announced herself. "How's your day been?" To his credit, he didn't flinch, and the women didn't show any obvious signs of disturbance. They were drenched in perfume, and Cora's eyes smarted. "Cora, shit!" He flew out of the seat and clutched her fast, his beard tickling her cheek. "I've been worried sick." "So I see. And how's your day gone?" "I'm fine, darling. How's things back at the ranch? Did you get everything sorted out?" "Well, Hazel sorted everything out, in fact. Thanks for asking." "I'm glad you had a nice time. Where did you get the suit? Something you just fell into on your boat trip?" Over Cora's shoulder, one of the young women sucked her teeth. "Actually, I was at a job interview," Jonathan said. "You've had a busy old day then. Mind if I talk to you, honey?" Cora grinned her most gruesome grin. "In private." She took a moment to nod to each of the 3 women individually. Only at this point did the body language change. 1 or 2 of them stood off Cora. One huffed and placed a hand on her hip. "Sure." Jonathan drained his drink and buttoned the suit jacket. Annoyingly, it was perfectly cut and suited his spindly lines well. After days in flip-flops, he looked taller in his brand new shoes. She heard their leather squeak over the bass thrum of one of those mesmeric Ibiza chill-out CDs that infused every bar in the world. By the nodding head of an immense plant that might have darted a stinger at them, Cora said, "I can't believe this. What is going on here? New suit? Big night out with new friends? Didn't you hear me earlier on? We almost got mugged at the beach. God knows what could have happened if Hazel hadn't taken them out." "Relax," he said. "Slick's top man told me all about it. I even saw the 2 guys who did it. One had a massive cut on his hand. The other got run through. The wounds of Christ. He definitely looked like he'd been crucified anyway. What did she do? Take a cutlass to them?" His lips twitched as he spoke, and she noted a greasy pallor at his forehead and dark circles under his eyes. Most telling of all was the pink eyes, grotesque in close-up. The cast of his skin, the tilt of his shoulders, the cockatoo thrust of his chest were all wrong on him.
Jonathan, tell me you haven't been on the toot. The toot? Hey, how much do you think I get paid? His thin lips unsheathed his teeth, and that one gesture was all the confirmation she needed. She drew a hand over his forehead. Oh, Jesus. This is week 1. This is you on week 1. Ugh, we need to go home, Jonathan. This has got a bad vibe. I don't know who these people are. They're fine, nothing dodgy. They've got minders who look after them. They sorted out the 2 goons at the house, so you might want to say thanks at some point. But they're legit people. What are you worried about? I don't know who these people are, and neither do you. What is this, gangsters? Card games? You never mentioned this. Worse than gangsters, baby. That grin again. Private enterprise. Property barons. There are some deals going on around here. Massive houses a few miles offshore, chains of islands, luxury homes, built to make it through hurricane season. We're talking rock stars, NFL players, tech barons, blue chip guys. They had a few ideas, and there's some openings if you have the right buy-in. Now, it's early days, but... Buy-in? What are you talking about? You don't have to buy into anything. You said it yourself. You don't have to lift a finger again in your life if you don't want to. You told me this. Who's talked you into this stuff? Was it Dylan? Hey, listen, you're forgetting something here. He leaned towards her. His pupils had expanded freakishly and seemed to swallow the light. I'm in charge of what I do. I make the calls. I've made the money. Don't forget that. Cora bit down on a lightning surge of anger. She wanted to grab him by the lapels and shake him. She took a deep breath. You're behaving irrationally, and I think what you have to do is come back to the house with me and have a nice sleep. We'll tell the holiday reps that we're going home. They can keep the money. I just don't want to stay here. Whatever week in Benidorm or Blackpool, whatever you prefer. We'll eat ice cream, ride the donkeys, make sandcastles, get into a fight with some Rangers supporters and maybe get ripped off on the coconut shy, whatever. I just don't want to be here anymore. This is you when I first met you. When you told me you were a mess. When you told me I saved you, remember that? I thought we were done with this. I don't like this behaviour. This is dangerous. Dangerous? He threw his head back and laughed much too loudly. This isn't you, Jonathan. I know you. Do you really? That grin resurfaced on his face. For a fact. She glared at him. I had some clown hold a knife on me today, while you were on a fucking cruise with the in-betweeners. And you didn't even come home to see if I was all right. You're telling me that's your normal behaviour? Before he could reply, 2 hands clapped their shoulders. It was Dylan, similarly attired to Jonathan. A cocktail stick protruded from one corner of his mouth. All right, you guys. Good to see the band's back together. Now get yourselves a drink. We're about to have some sport, Jonas. You up for sport? Always up for sport, Jonathan said, grinning. And Cora knew she had lost. Chapter 15. Cora and Hazel were ushered through to a roped-off area that looked down upon an amphitheatre. In the centre, harshly lit, was a baize gaming table with 5 seats around it. The place looked as if it could comfortably have hosted a concert for a couple of hundred people, but only a dozen or so figures were seated in sparse patches. And none anywhere near Cora and Hazel. At the far end of the upper tier, the single red light of a camera glowed. I'm still going with the satanic ritual vibe, Cora said. I was thinking it's more like the snooker, Hazel replied. Or, if I go with your thinking, a Victorian dissecting theatre. That isn't reassuring me, especially the snooker reference. What's the ante here? Not sure. Hazel clicked open a compact and checked her lipstick. Not that much. Don't think this is the big league. I'd expect it to be not that much if we were in the back room of a pub, but watching this in a fucking stadium. I wouldn't worry. Dylan wouldn't commit to anything rash. You sure about that? After what you said this afternoon? Yeah, he's crazy, but he's not stupid. Cora took a long, deep breath. They're both looking chipper, don't you think? Wearing well. I see they went for matching suits. The tribal connection. What a pair of saddos. Well, we can't really complain about that. Sisterhood of the black dresses here. Hazel raised her glass and clinked it against Cora's. The only one worth belonging to, love.
I didn't think this was a formal thing.
It isn't. Hazel sipped her champagne, catching a dab before it dropped off her chin. It's not like tournament play, where you have lots of different tables competing. That can go on for hours. This is more informal. People can buy in if they like or drop out. Sort of game you might get at a kitchen table. They like to put on some pizzazz, but it's not like the Champion of Champions or something you'd see on the telly late at night. It's much more relaxed. Not so many formal rules. Game could be done in half an hour.
Yeah, and that's what scares me, Cora said, sipping at her gin. Somewhere beyond the milky light enveloping the green bays, a door opened, and the players emerged. First came a tall black man in an indigo or even outright plum suit. With a shaven head and dark glasses with tiny octagonal lenses, the odd little shades lent him an air of menace, like a dangerous creature with his eyes narrowed. Next came a short, heavy-set white woman with, there was no avoiding the comparison, an Elvis haircut, swept high and slick over her head. A dark suit and a slim exclamation mark of a tie completed the rockabilly look. After her came a gangling, pasty teenager, badly acne-scarred where he wasn't freckled, with a close crop of ginger hair straggled over the top of his head like a badly tied bow on a present. He clearly hadn't read or hadn't followed the dress code, and he moved in an impertinent slouch. Then came Dylan, striding confidently across the floor to take his place at the table. Cora might have laughed when Jonathan appeared, had she been watching a sitcom. He might have been the comic relief, the jester compensating for a lack of hat and bells. But in this context, under the deadly serious spotlight, Cora felt only dread. Like the four people who preceded him onto the floor, Jonathan wore shades, but they were clearly not his. They were gold-rimmed and too big for his face. Cora wondered if she had seen them perched on top of the head of one of the women talking to him at the bar. Then she became sure she had. She could see him arranging this. Might I borrow your glasses? The charmer, the joker. Except he didn't look too sure of himself, and the spotlight accentuated the unnatural pallor she'd noted. Once they were all seated, a beautiful young woman appeared. Her white blouse glowed almost surreally bright as she crossed the floor. Below this, she wore a dark pencil skirt and black tights, which reminded Cora of the backing band in Robert Palmer's Addicted to Love video. This was probably deliberate. Again, she might have laughed at the ludicrousness of this scene had it involved anyone but her fiancé. The woman had dark red curly hair tied back severely into a straggling ponytail trailing down as far as the small of her back. Her high, clear forehead also caught the light, and her small mouth was shaded a delicate red. She moved light on her feet, lifting a hatch at the back of the gaming table and standing in the island. She made great ceremony of opening a fresh pack of cards from the foil and placing them in the holster before the 5 players. Then she opened a case and displayed the gaming chips, various coloured shards packed so tightly they might have exploded once the clasps were released. The woman with red hair then counted out an equal number of chips, placing them before each player. "That's the ante," Hazel said. "Chips are cash here. They'd have agreed on that per hand. It'll go up with every hand they play. So that's the pot, basically. Before they start betting in play, yeah." A huge screen flickered on at the far side of the corner, showing a clear view of the gaming table. The image that appeared was clearly being shot by one of the cameras at the far side of the theatre, and the angle was pitched slightly above the dealer's head. The demarcations on the green bays were obvious, and Cora almost winced at the very idea of the cards appearing. A dreadful flare in contrast to the deep green before the white balance could be corrected. The dealer's Irish accent was not a surprise to Cora when she said, "Good evening. I'm Sienna, and I'll be your dealer for this evening. When you're ready, let's start the game." Cora studied the table closely, eyebrows pinched tightly. From left to right, moving around the outside crescent of the table, the players were Elvis Hair, Dylan, the smirking adolescent, Jonathan, then the huge man with the octagonal sunglasses. "You play Texas Hold'em?" Hazel asked. "Not exactly my favourite game," Cora said. "It's quite fun to watch.
I can see why they televise it, so long as you know what's going on. There's a lot happens under the surface.
Cora's voice lowered to a whisper as the players at the table began to look at piles of chips. I always wondered about that. Poker faces, psychology. I get how you could unnerve someone and make them fold or con them into thinking they've got a better chance at winning than they have. But it doesn't matter if you've got the right hand. If no one can beat you, they can try mind games all day long. They'll still lose, surely.
Hazel smirked. Nope. That's not how Texas Hold'em works. You can bluff your way to the big money. Watch and learn.
She drained her gin, then signalled to a waitress stood in a doorway. They cut the pack to decide who went first. The woman with the Elvis haircut had the honour. She was sat immediately to the right-hand side of the dealer. Sienna placed a white disc on the table beside the black man with the octagonal glasses, denoting the last player to receive a card. The woman with the Elvis haircut counted out a stack of dark blue chips. That's the little blind, Hazel said. That's the minimum amount people have to put in. Otherwise folk would just sit things out or play with washers. And how much is that, then? Hazel shrugged. Hard to say, won't be that much. Oh, and that's what they play with on this hand? Not exactly, it's more a minimum amount. Once the hand gets dealt, then the real betting starts. You just said it means people won't be playing with washers. What is it? $5? $20? $500,000? How much? Sienna, her voice picked up by a microphone, said, The bind is set at $4,000. Jesus Christ, Cora breathed, sitting back in her seat. Dylan was to the right of Elva's haircut. He counted out a bigger stack of chips.
Dylan's putting down the big blind. That's twice as much as the little blind, Hazel said.
That's quite a lot. Sienna began to shuffle the pack, then cut from the middle. Dealing to her right, she gave every player 2 cards. That's your whole cards, Hazel said. You base your hand around them. Now the betting starts.
That's interesting. No one's folded.
The waitress appeared with another gin and tonic in a glass that would have casually admitted a school of goldfish. Hazel took a large swig. No money exchanged hands. Each player considered their cards, carefully concealed, of course, from the camera's eye view above. The cocky kid matched the big blind, as Hazel had observed, and then Jonathan, and then the man with the octagonal glasses. Elva's hair then matched her bet to equal the big blind. Cora said, I thought they'd toss the chips into the centre.
You've seen too many films, Hazel said. You've got to follow etiquette. These are professionals.
Well now, said the acne-scarred young man in the slacker clothes, peering at his 2 hole cards, his voice picked up by Sienna's microphone.
This is interesting, I do declare.
Well, you've got to follow etiquette most of the time, Hazel added. Sienna dealt 3 cards into the centre of the table, a 9 of hearts, a 9 of diamonds, and a 10 of hearts.
Very interesting cards, Hazel said, pinching at her bottom lip.
This is called the flop. The first 3 of 5 the dealer can put on the table. This gives you an idea of your hand. You can combine it in any way with your own hand. What's a winning hand? Royal flush, 4 of a kind, that sort of thing? Yeah, pretty much. Royal flush, straight flush, 4 of a kind, full house. I forget the rest. That's not the juice, though. It's the bluff that I like. You could be sitting there with a king high and you can still walk away with a pot if someone loses their nerve. I can't decide if it's a bad way to lose or a brilliant way to win, Cora said.
Ask the players later. Someone will know the correct answer.
Everyone called check after these cards. Does that mean everyone's staying in, then? Cora asked.
Yep.
Then Sienna slipped out a fresh card. A 2 of hearts.
Oh, this is where things can get really interesting, Hazel said.
This card is called the turn. Now, we might get an idea of who's who.
Oh, we have a casualty.
Fold, said the man with the octagonal glasses. He had barely moved while the hand unfolded. He tossed away his cards and sat back, fist pressed to his chin. Cora could see the cards reflected in his glasses' odd little lenses.
And then there were 4. Good God, that ginger kid's cocky, Hazel grinned. He's the sort of guy who'd wake up in the presidential suite. Or encased in concrete.
Yowza, the boy said, jerking upright in his seat. Cora jumped, though none of the other players at the table had done so. His southern US accent was easier to make out now. Now, bless my soul, I believe I have a hand here. The dealer said nothing. Cora hadn't seen her eyes yet. She'd never raised them once from the table. Even when a waitress arrived to pour some water into a glass beside her, Sienna didn't look up. Elvis Haircut said, "Check," after an excruciatingly long time. The cocky kid followed suit. Next came Dylan, slow and measured. Jonathan also held on for a great deal of time, tapping his 2 cards with his left index finger. "Come on, Sir Lancelot," the cocky kid said, affecting a terrible Dick Van Dyke accent from Mary Poppins. "Make a decision." "Let us play timelessly, old bean, me old cock and sparrow, wink wink nudge nudge, eh?" Jonathan didn't respond, but Cora saw his head snap up and he glared at the kid for a while. "Children's hour tonight?" Elvis asked. Her accent was hard to place, but the voice was honeyed gold, that of a late-night DJ or a hypnotherapist. "Quiet, please," Sienna said simply. "Check," said Jonathan, holding the cocky kid's stare. "Very well." Sienna dealt one last card. "Now comes the river," Hazel said. "Final card on the table. 4 plays still in. This is when it gets really exciting." It was the Ace of Hearts. "I'm not sure I'd be excited if I was you," Cora said. "Your man's down there risking a fortune." "All risk is relative, sweetheart," Hazel said, beaming. "Dylan wouldn't play with what he couldn't afford to lose. If he did, he'd be gambling with his balls later on. And I wouldn't bet on a favourable outcome." She fished out a lemon slice from her drink and sucked on it. Cora signalled to the waitress. She nodded and motioned to head out of the door to the bar. But Cora shook her head and she came over. "No more gin," Cora said. "Just a glass of water for me, please." "Mouth dry?" Hazel said, as the waitress retreated. Cora couldn't read her tone in the gloom. "Looks like the other 4 are in to win it." Elvis scratched her chin, then said, "I think I'll raise you 500. "The bet is 500, Sienna said. "I'll see your 500, said Jonathan. Jonathan barely paused before shoving a pile of chips into the centre. "I'll see your 500 and raise you 2,000. "Well, pinch my Colonial Adventure khakis," the ginger boy said, leaning back in his seat. "We've got a player. I'll see your 2,000, son. Let's go for 1,000 on top. What do you reckon to that, oh queen of rock and roll?" "That's fine. I'll match that," Elvis said. "Viva Las Vegas," said the cocky kid. "How about you, Ringo? What's your thoughts on the matter?" "I'm thinking you're full of shit," Dylan said. "I'll see that and raise you 2,000. Now Hazel looked shocked. "This is nuts. This doesn't happen on the first hand." Jonathan's stillness told Cora a story she didn't want to know the ending of. She clenched her fists in her lap as her man said, "Yeah, I'll see your extras." Elvis hunched over a moment, studying her cards closely. Then she said, "Another 500. "Now then," the cocky kid said, "we've got some nitty-gritty. I like this. Why don't we go again, but this time with an extra 10,000? Even among that sparse audience, Cora heard, felt and understood the gasp that followed as the cocky kid pushed his chips into the centre. He grinned. He had an overbite that threatened to swallow his chin. "How about that, Mistress Greaser?" "I get the impression you're a daydreamer, boy," Elvis said. There was a slight catch in her voice as she said, "I'll see it." Dylan cleared his throat. "Fold," he said, and dropped his cards. "I'll match that," Jonathan said in the sudden quiet. He pushed his chips into the centre. Then he looked around the table. "Call it," he said softly. It's a showdown now, Hazel said. That moment you were talking about? When the bluffing stops and you have to show what you've got? This is it. Jonathan threw down his 2 cards. They flared up on the screen, intolerably bright for a moment. Then the images resolved themselves into a 3 of hearts and a king of hearts. A flush, Sienna said. Oh, God, Cora said, her hand to her mouth. That's all right, Hazel said. 5 cards of the same suit, that's more than enough. He has an ace there. That's a high card. That can be a winner. Elvis gave a cry of disgust and threw down an 8 of spades and an 8 of diamonds. The ginger kid took off his glasses. His eyes were watering. Very slowly he laid down his cards. A king and a queen of hearts. And that, I believe, he said, his voice dreadfully sober, is that. Jonathan slumped back in his seat. Elvis chewed the side of her mouth but didn't move. Cora got to her feet as applause rippled around the room. Excuse me, she said, cutting over the noise. I said, excuse me. All eyes, shaded and unshaded, converged upon her. Hazel tugged at the hem of her dress. Sit down, what are you doing? Excuse me, Cora said again. Jonathan stood up, tearing off his shades. Even from that distance, his eyes looked like Christopher Lee's. He shook his head at her vigorously. Sienna looked up for the first time. A frown appeared for the first time on that large, clear, candle-white forehead. Yes? I understand you're accepting new players. How much is the buy-in? Cora asked. Chapter 16. Jonathan passed her as she headed down the short flight of stairs to the gaming table. If he hadn't quite slunk, he didn't cut the same figure he had when Cora and Hazel had arrived. Didn't think this was your style, he muttered. Good luck anyway. Ask Hazel to call Captain Clay, she said, glaring at him. We're leaving in an hour's time. Oh, and can I borrow these? Without asking, Cora snatched the glittering gold-rimmed shades from his hand. She was aware of every single pair of eyes in the place upon her. She stood up straight and raised her chin. She thought of school, of how she could cut across the hubbub of a class with a single look, with her silence. She channeled that presence, that aura, now. Look straight into the eyes. Be confident. Know they'll blink first, be sure of it. She did so, even after she had slid the shades over her ears and dimmed the lights. As she sat in the empty seat, the ginger kid said, What is this, tag team losers? I hope that dude isn't a blood relative of yours. Actually, he's my fiancé. Cora nodded as Sienna counted out her chips in the centre of the table. Well, congratulations. I thought you were his mother. The red-headed man's smirk seemed to curl upwards towards his glasses. Nah stress, though, in all seriousness. Cora ignored him. Who's the button? That'd be me, as of now, Dylan said. Before we start, Cora said to Sienna, I'd like to shuffle a fresh pack. Sienna looked directly at her for the first time, the way an owl might glare at something from its perch. Her eyes were the grey of an October sea. I'm sorry? I want a fresh pack, shuffled, please. I think it's fair enough. Cora raised her shades. Sienna's mouth pursed. As you please. A fresh pack was produced. Sienna shuffled. Cora slid on the ludicrous shades. And then the game began, again. Cora was dealt her whole cards, an ace of spades and a 2 of diamonds. Dylan posted a blind of $1,000. Cora followed it up with a big bind of $2,000, as the rule dictated. I suspect we've got a couple of death wishers in this evening, the cocky kid said, rubbing his hands and grinning at Cora. His and hers, no less. You're on, though. You are so on. Both him, the man with the octagonal glasses, and Elvis matched the big blind. She watched as the flop was dealt. A king of diamonds, a 4 of clubs, and a 6 of diamonds. Fold, Dylan said, sitting back in his seat. Cora didn't look up, but heard the wood of the chair creak as he leaned back a little.
She fought the urge to tell him to stop moving. "I'll raise you 1,000, Cora said. "Oh, that's good. That's real good. I'll take that and raise you 5,000, the cocky kid said. "I'll see your 5,000 and raise you another 5, the man with the octagonal glasses said. Other than when he had said fold in the previous hand, it was by far the most complicated utterance he had heard him make. He had planted one elbow on the table, bracing his chin with his hand. The gesture was seemingly casual, but everything else about his posture told a tale of tension across his neck, shoulders, and brow. Elvis added to the pile, and the turn was dealt. A 3 of hearts. Cora kept her body as still as she could, but even immobility was a tell, she knew. "Raise you another 10,000, she said, tossing in the chips. Her fingers betrayed her as she threw them in. One chip rolled across to the cocky kid. He sat forward and arrested the tumbling disc in the middle of a wide arc, like a cat swatting a moth. With liquid dexterity, he threaded the chip through his fingers, then presented it to Cora. "Bit careless of you. I shouldn't throw my money away like that." "Don't take all day," Cora said. "You seeing me or not?" "I'll see you." "Fold," said the man with the black octagonal glasses. He sat back, then took a sip of water, and seemed to relax. "Fold," said Elvis. She threw down her cards in disgust. Just Cora and the cocky kid were left in the hand. She watched him, the slow trail of his fingers down the side of his drawer. Once he'd done this a couple of times, she wondered if there was a deeper reason behind it. He shifted in his chair and she caught a movement, a tremor in his thighs, nervous tension. Could be something, could be nothing. Worth noting all the same. "This is the fun part," her opponent said, grinning. He laid 2 fingers on the backs of his hole cards, as if preventing them from flying off. "This is the bit where I take you and your fiancé's money. All of it. I hope he wasn't playing with your dowry." Cora said nothing. "I understand you can get some lovely wedding dresses second-hand. There are so many auction sites. Or maybe you have a grandma who can knit. Nice woolen dress, perfect for a winter wedding. So stylish and hard-wearing." She'd seen dozens, maybe hundreds of younger versions like him. Sly, but in a feral way. She had wanted to slap every single one of them right off their seats, and this character was no different. She had to deal with him the same way. Straight face, calm demeanour. If only there was a term for this kind of facial expression, she thought, and came dangerously close to smiling. Sienna dealt the river, a 3 of spades. Cora had a straight, a 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, but it was a low one. The kid had beaten Jonathan hands down last time with an excellent hand. "Raise you 50,000, Cora said. She had blurted it out. The kid didn't hesitate. "Ooh, that's good. I can cover that. Then let's say another 50,000 on top." More than one person in the audience cleared their throat. Dylan let out a long, slow breath. The cocky kid clumped together piles of chips, then moved them into the centre of the table, teetering tower blocks ready to fall. "How does that grab you?" "I'll see your 50. Then I'll put in the rest." Cora moved the rest of her chips into the centre of the table, a ludicrous conglomeration, like a ragged line of drunken men. "Gee willikers," the kid said. "What a predicament. I guess that means I'll put in every single bit of my money here into the pot. Fancy that." And he obliged, moving his chips into the centre of the table. "See, thing is, I have to tell you, lady, I'm not much of a gambler. I only play if I have a really big hand, you know? Really strong. I guess you can make the call now, can't you?" Her heart was pounding. A trickle of sweat ran a greasy tongue down her spine. But this was adrenaline, not fear. "Got you." "I can," Cora said. "Let's do it. Call it." "Brave," the cocky kid said, shaking his head. "You and your man, both of you. Brave. Gladiators. I respect that. You know, I've been listening to your gibber since I sat down at this table. And I know for a fact you didn't do this with my fiancé. So either you're very taken with me, in which case, thank you, or
You're gibbering because you're bluffing, and you'd expect me to fold before now, aren't you? The kid took off his shades. His eyes were fractured with red veins. I said, call it. Let's do this, Cora said. She turned her cards over. Her hands visibly shook as she turned her hold cards over. Straight, said Cora. She locked eyes with her opponent. The kid grinned broadly, then sighed. Well, what do you know? Cora's heart fluttered. Surely not. Surely not. He turned his hold cards over. Using the community cards, he had an ace high. For a split second, she dared not believe it. He let the cards fall, then got to his feet. The back of his chair slammed to the floor. He did not stop to pick it up. He did not stop for anything. Cora fancied he might have travelled right through the door, leaving a man-shaped cutout like an old Warner Brothers cartoon, had someone not opened it for him. Cash up for me, please. One hand will do this evening. Cora signalled Sienna, who smiled. Then Cora nodded at Elvis, the man in the black octagonal glasses, and finally Dylan, whose jaw was still hanging loose. Chapter 17. Jonathan punched her playfully on the shoulder. I cannot believe it! My babe's cleaned the house out! Cora flinched. The air had grown thicker since the sun had set, a contrast to the slight chill of twilight. She wondered if there was a storm on the way. Yeah, well, clean the house out minus 40% tax. Still better than a kick in the chops, man! They were walking further up the hill, at Dylan and Hazel's suggestion, to where the really big houses perched. The cobbled street curved upwards, with wrought iron fences hemming in tight-cropped privet hedges, topped off by the odd high roof as they reached the summit point of Big Island. Despite herself, Cora felt her spirits rise at the incredible view of the bay that stretched out before them. Here and there were a few twinkling lights of boats moving across the unknown, purpling darkness. A new moon painted a milky path across a calm ocean towards the horizon, and stars twinkled above, all but freed from light pollution. The treacherous feeling that she was free, not just on holiday, settled on her shoulders like a warm, gentle hand. But she ignored it. She said she didn't play poker, Hazel said. That's the part that gets me. I didn't say that. I said it wasn't my favourite game. Gin Rummy is my favourite game, but I do know how to play it. QE-fucking-D, Hazel yelled. Jonathan jerked a thumb towards Cora. Semi-finalist. That tournament I won. She only lost because she pulled the same trick she did with the red-headed kid in there. She assumed I was bluffing. Wrongly. She's got her revenge now, though. I won't hear the end of this. He still had his pilfered pair of sunglasses on top of his head. They looked even cheaper in the gloom. Killer, Dylan said, close to her shoulder. I like it. Femme fatale. Cora shivered. Where is it we're going? To the top, to the very top. Dylan strode past her, urging them on. Come on! I've got one last thing to show you before we head back. Jonathan bit the side of his mouth and said to Cora, You definitely got the check? Don't worry, it's not going anywhere. And anyway, since when did you worry about money? You were prepared to throw a whole lot of it away about an hour ago. Yeah, but I wasn't expecting to come home with the entire pot. Oh, you haven't, sweetie. I have. Maybe it can be my dowry. Maybe, love, maybe. His hand stole around her waist, but she ignored it, folding her arms and angling her body against the steep incline on the cobblestones. She had a lot to say to Jonathan, but not right at that moment. She just wanted this latest escapade over with. The recriminations could wait. Just about there. Oh, in fact, here we are, called Dylan. He stood at the top of a curve in the road, a dark angel with arms outstretched where the night sky met the cobbles. A grand palisade separated the curving road from a sharp drop towards the sea below. Cora stood at the barrier, her elbows resting on the stonework about 12 inches wide. There were spotlights below, illuminating a drop of maybe 80 feet onto spotlit blonde rocks. The sea surged, greenish under the lights where the water broke. She shivered and stood back. Lovely, she said. Now we've seen it, can we go back? We've got 20 minutes until Captain Clay comes to pick us up. Ah, what?
Dylan said, aghast. The night's just getting started. We're hitting it, again, are we not, my man? Jonathan looked towards Cora for guidance after Dylan's excitation. She felt a burst of contempt for him at this look. I think we'll maybe go back, Jonathan said finally. Been some day, but I think that's about it for us. Spoil sport. Hazel nudged him, hard enough to cause him to lose his balance a little. I thought we were going dancing. Pub quizzes and card games are all very well. I want to get out there, into the guts of it. I think a sleep will do me just nicely, for maybe a couple of days. Jonathan leaned back against the palisade and yawned. One more thing, Dylan said. Then he clapped his hands and sprinted as fast as he could for the ledge. Don't! Cora yelled. His momentum was more than enough to carry him over the top of the fencing and all the way down to the rocks, but he arrested his charge at the last moment, leaping onto the top of the barrier, his patent leather heels clicking on the pristine stonework. He spun round, ankles fluid, arms outstretched. Hey now, Cross Keys Junior School Gymnastics Champion, at your service, folks. Cora glanced down at the rocks, the flickering spotlights, the spinach green night water. Dylan was maybe an inch or two away from pitching backward into space. Dylan, this is giving me palpitations and not in a good way. Please, calm down. You're not a square, are you? He said, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. You can call me a square if you like, but I think you should calm down. Cora raised her eyebrows at Hazel, but Hazel merely shrugged. Boys will be boys, she said. Come on, Dylan said. Race you to the top, Johners. Give you a head start. We could bet on it, in fact. No thanks, Jonathan said. Go on, Johners. Where's your sense of adventure? You had plenty of it before your good lady turned up. Don't, Cora said to her fiancé. Please, don't. But Jonathan braced his arms and pulled himself on top of the barrier. He moved onto his knees. A slight breeze ruffled his fringe, tossing strands of hair across the glassy shades in their golden framing. Cora didn't dare touch him for fear of causing him to overbalance. Slowly, Jonathan got to his feet, arms outstretched. All right, Dylan said, clapping his hands. Now let's shout it from the mountaintop, my man. See how far this thing goes. You must be kidding, Cora said. Jonathan, get down from there now. He barked at her, annoyed at a break in his concentration as he kept his balance, arms held outstretched like a tightrope walker. Jesus Christ, you're not talking to year 4 now, he hissed. Jonathan, please, stop distracting me. You know, if he fell, I bet it's survivable, Dylan said, as he picked his way along the stones. Cliff divers drop further than this. Though they say that after about 50 feet, you might as well be jumping onto concrete. Of course, that's different to landing on rocks, which I guess literally is the same as jumping onto concrete. Jonathan picked his way along the stone slabs, slowly at first, then taking on a horrid confidence. Wait for me, darling, he trilled. Hazel cackled. I should get a picture of this. This is classic. Almost there, Johners, Dylan said. Pretend there's some boat girls at the top waiting to pour you a frosty one. Jonathan, Cora said in a tone that brought him to a halt. He turned his head, saw what she was holding over the edge, then pivoted sharply. What are you playing at? Get down off the fucking cliff edge, or I'll let go. The check fluttered between her fingertips. Jonathan giggled. Let go of it. See if I care. Plenty more where that came from. That's pocket money now, sweetest. The ring will go with it. Cora slid the sparkler off her finger before he could turn away. Only the wind and the crashing waves spoke for a second or two. You mean that? Jonathan said. That's what's at stake. This is what you can lose. Jonathan stepped off the palisade without hesitation. He landed confidently, head high. I guess I fold. That's more like it. Cora slid the ring back on her finger and slid the check back into her bag. We'll be going now, you two. Enjoy the dancing. Dylan, don't fall now, will you? More shadow now than solid person against the night sky, Dylan clambered off with the jointed dexterity of a spider and jogged down the cobbles. Come on, folks, we can go dancing. I've got plenty of stuff for the powder room. Slick's all over it. Slick is in charge. You're not really going, you two, are you? Hazel said, her arms folded. Cora gripped Jonathan by the upper arm, holding him in place. That's right. We'll drop by in a couple of days. It's like that, then. Hazel glared at them. Like what? You're just leaving us. We're just Going home, Cora said. You guys take it easy. She steered Jonathan down the path, only looking back once. Dylan and Hazel stood in silhouette against the milky skies, seemingly joined at the shoulder, gazing at Cora and Jonathan. I feel a bit seasick, you know, Jonathan said. He burped. Not as much as I do. I've not seen you do anything so utterly stupid in my life, not even close. Cora's voice rose, fear and anger at what she'd seen that night combining. Her speech palsied. You would have fallen there. I'd have lost you. And for what? Because Dudley Daredevil wanted you to act like you're on Jackass or something? Are you out of your mind? Sorry. Look, I was in control. I wouldn't have fallen. Yeah, you and Lucifer. My God. And what's with the toot? What toot? He said defensively. This is the second time you've accused me of that. I'm not stupid, she said, controlling her voice. I've seen you like that a few times, back in the early days. It isn't you. It's fucking horrid. What were you thinking of? If you get caught over here, my God, they might even hang you for it. Oh, for God's sake, grow up. $20 would be enough to spring me out of jail around here. Besides, Slick takes care of everything. Be no problem. Cora stopped. Just who is this Slick? Some big deal. He sorted out the boat trip and the card game. Into property, never met him, but I spoke to his people. Like I said, real estate is the thing here. I could double my money. Well, we can think about it tomorrow, from a great distance. What are you talking about? We're out of here. I don't like this holiday. I don't really like this place, and while you're behaving like this, I don't like you. I'm booking us some flights. We're going home. Chapter 18. Jonathan crashed hard. He passed out a couple of times in Captain Clay's boat, despite the buffeting waves, only to be yanked back to consciousness after one of the bigger swells. Cora clung to him, envisaging him being pitched suddenly into the black water. Finally, he slumped against her shoulder, his breath and his lengthening whiskers tickling her skin. Again, she was struck by an idea of how tonight could have been different, could have been beautiful. The cool water contrasting with the close atmosphere, the boat rushing over the slow swells, the moonlit bridge laid out in silver across the calm sea. Might be a storm later on, Captain Clay said. He'd caught the atmosphere the minute they'd stepped on board, wisely tuning out as they snapped at each other. How bad are they at this time of year? Cora asked. Well, I wouldn't batten down the hatches just yet. Take care if you've left any washing out on the line, though. Don't want to hear about it, Jonathan said as they trudged up the beach. She hadn't asked him anything. It was a day out, that's all. Just one day. We'll go back to the old castles and ruins tomorrow. We'll eat pizza outdoors. We'll take pictures. We'll find a zoo. I'll smear ice cream on the tip of my nose. Anything you want. The ocean had a silvery glow as it drew its fingers up and down the sand, packed smooth and slick as a mirror. Her shoes clicking against each other as they dangled from her fingers, Cora imagined another Cora and Jonathan, on another night, with an entire beach to themselves, and the sea and the combustible air being just as it was. This Cora and Jonathan would have made love, right here. The night blurred, and tears stung her cheeks. She began packing before he collapsed onto the bed. She had considered staying in the front room, but then she remembered the two men from the day before, their clear delight at her fear and anguish. She imagined those two faces appearing at the window, moonlit, the same feral eyes and weasel expressions. No matter how, they'd been assured of their safety by Slick, whoever he was. Then came the shame of it. The shame of having to be rescued. I never thanked Hazel properly, Cora thought. Anything could have happened to me there. And by anything, she meant raped and murdered. Dumped at sea, for the delectation of the sharks in the dark. Never seen again. But Hazel had stepped in. A simple thank you would have done. What are you doing? Jonathan mumbled, as she threw her unworn clothes into a suitcase. I told you. Packing up. We're leaving. I'm going to sort it out. You rest up now. Get your 40 winks. He was already asleep and snoring. Outside, the storm broke, pattering the windows, the rain snaking over the patio in weird rills and breakwaters. It didn't last long. When it did, Cora was ready, and she had a plan for Big Island the next day. Cora found the biggest, most expensive champagne bottle she could find on the shelves of the liquor store.
She'd wanted to ask if they had anything bigger, but had feared that they might, and she couldn't be bothered with the haggling or the extra weight. She had a good memory for directions and places, and soon found what she was looking for. It was 100 to 1 shot that he would be there, but he was. Sat at one of the empty tables with a coffee steaming away close to hand, and a British tabloid twitching under his nose. Cora guessed it was her lucky week, after all. He didn't look up as Cora approached, so she laid down the champagne bottle next to him with a heavy thud. The scrawny quizmaster looked up, nettled. Then his eyes widened in recognition. Well, if it isn't the fucking cheat. I'm not a cheat, but I know who is a cheat, and I've come to make amends. She gestured towards the bottle. He snatched it up immediately and laid it down at his feet. His smile was gruesome, charmless. You'll excuse me if I don't invite you to share it. I've half a mind to put it over your head. But I guess you are quite cute. Be ashamed to spoil things. You could just say thank you. He liked that. Whatever. Don't think this gets you a buy-in at the quiz. You're barred. And that's official. Cora bridled at the phrase buy-in, but she said, Actually, I was hoping to ask you some questions. He folded his newspaper and slapped it down on the table, unsettling the coffee so much it wept a little onto the saucer. Bloody hell, now I'm being interrogated by a thief. What a morning. Did you notice anything odd any other time we were in? Odd? How? No, what can I say? Just another English couple with too much bloody money, which, ironically, is the lifeblood of my humble taverna here. Was that all? When was the first night we came over? Can you remember? Last week before maybe? I'm not sure. There was just the two of you then. Don't know about the other two. Now then, Brown Eyes, will that be all? Cora smiled. Pretty much. You sure you can't squeeze us in for the bingo? Have a smashing holiday, love. Don't go swimming too far now, will you? It's choppy out there. Cora had only seen the Wayfarer Hotel as a spotlit monument in the dark, the night they'd come to collect their keys after half a day in the air. Seeing it now in the full blast of daylight, she regretted her choice of accommodation all the more. It was grand, with tall, broad Grecian columns and high windows, which put her in mind of a smaller, though still gorgeous Palace of Versailles. Water features, exotic topiary and the odd nude bronze statue completed this picture. It was incongruous in the tropics, but looked like an impossible dream from a brochure. Cora imagined lamb's soft white towels and a never-ending spa day. I might even book one for myself, she thought. The reception area was immense, a black and white floor-tiled space whose dimensions were more in keeping with an airport. There were no lizards on the walls here, and even the palm fronds appeared to be polished. A few sullen, sunburnt tourists sat in shorts, tees and flip-flops by the reception on deep white leather sofas, clearly the sobering prelude to a trip back to the airport and home. Cora's sandals made a pleasing squelch on the floor as she made her way to the main reception desk. She gave her details to a heavy-set Caribbean man with a neat beard. She didn't recognise him. Although the memory was hazy, with a time-delayed hangover and a long time trying to stretch her legs on a plane, Cora recalled that a white woman had booked them in, perhaps with an Essex accent. Cora had fallen asleep on the bus transfer back to the harbour, drooling on Jonathan's shoulder. She explained who she was and where she was staying. The man, whose name tag identified him as Daniel, brought up her details on a computer by the front desk. There was an incident yesterday, she said. Oh, yes? Daniel looked up from the computer, alarmed. 2 men threatened me and one of the other people on the island. You want to call the police? I understand the issue has been settled, but I'm not feeling very comfortable with staying at the beach house. I'm thinking I'd like to leave. Oh, that's most unfortunate. You have to contact the police. In the meantime, I'll fill in an incident form. Where did you say this happened? On the beach, quite near to the house. Another person on the island was involved, someone I was out for a walk with. You mean your husband? No, I mean the other guests on the island. On the other house on the beach. I'm not sure I follow. Which property is this? Are you sure it's on your island? Cora felt unsure of herself now. Well, I'm sure they said they'd taken a deal of some kind, mates' rates, they said. It's a big place just off the shoreline, maybe a mile away from our house. You don't mean the lighthouse? We do rent out the lighthouse, there is a room to stay there, although I think it's in use at the moment. Cora bit back her frustration. No, this is a house, a big one, about 8 bedrooms, I think, a very grand place.
So far as I know, there's only one other place on the island you can stay in, but it's a private residence. OK, never mind that for now. What are our options for cancellation? Daniel rattled the keys of his computer. You're on the 4-week deal, is that right? 4 weeks? No, 2 weeks. We checked in a few days ago. Tuesday, Monday night. Here, there's a key card. It'll have our details. Daniel frowned. You sure? Cora drew a hand over her forehead and composed herself. Listen, can I speak to the manager, someone senior to you, anyway? Daniel looked uncertain for a moment. Then someone caught his eye. If you'll just hold on. He signalled to a white woman with tight cropped blonde hair who was crossing the floor. She looked up and came over, smiling. Cora recognised her as the woman who had checked them in. She had a thin face with heavy cheekbones and thick, arched black eyebrows. Oh, hi, you're Mrs. Hagstrom, Beach House, right? I'm Grace, one of the managers here. We met the night you arrived, isn't that right? I think that's right, although I'm not Mrs. Hagstrom. Or not yet, anyway. I'm Cora O'Brien. Jonathan Hagstrom is my fiancé. Oh, my apologies. What can we do for you? Daniel looked relieved to be passing on the matter and disappeared to the other end of the desk once he'd explained the situation. Grace laid a hand on Cora's arm. Oh, love, that's awful. I've never heard anything like this happening in 15 years on this island. There's no crime here, none. It must have been a bit of flotsam and jetsam. Occasionally you get some idiots bobbing around drunk, but it tends to be more polite idiots, or ones with plenty cash. There aren't many proper villains out here. All the same, I want to have the incident logged. I'm going to call the police. You said the 2 men had already been moved off the island? So I was told, but I'm going to get in touch with the police anyway. They'll be able to keep an eye out should those 2 characters come back. Grace drew Cora aside and spoke in a low but firm voice. I wouldn't go bothering the police with that sort of stuff around here. They can be, how can I put it, suggestible when it comes to people committing crimes. I thought you said there wasn't any crime here. Not much of it. Hardly enough for anyone to take seriously. But it wouldn't do you much good. It's more hassle to involve the court service, and they'll do anything they can to clamp down on any bad publicity. British tourist attacked abroad. They don't like that kind of headline. The police we saw at the airport looked as thorough as you'd find anywhere else. If they're corrupt, they could have fooled me. All the same. And here Grace's voice fell into a whisper. You did mention that it had been taken care of. Would this have been anything to do with someone called Slick? That's a name I keep hearing. Yeah, a couple of people have mentioned this Slick. Apparently Slick took care of things. That's what I thought. If I was you, I wouldn't give it a second thought. Slick tends to sort that kind of thing out properly and quietly. Slick's what you would call a concerned citizen. So I keep hearing. Look, we'd really rather look into something else. It worries me. The beach house is lovely, but it's exposed and isolated. How about we do you a deal? Extend your stay by a couple of weeks. Well, that's very generous, but I've got commitments. We might have to fly back home as soon as we can. In fact, I was thinking of, it's on us. Any time you want to pull out, you can do, but please, stay. That's a management offer by way of recompense. Grace made a levelling gesture with her hand. And we'll log the incident you mentioned. You have our word on that. I'll have to speak to Jonathan. Grace smiled and patted her on the elbow. Well, no problem. Please let me know if there's anything I can do in the meantime. As Cora approached the revolving doors, she passed the entrance to the Wayfarer's Spa. The staircase wasn't quite as welcoming as she'd have liked, but the lovely menthol smell of a steam room wafted towards her. She might have checked her footsteps and booked herself in for the day, right then and there. Maybe even leaned on the reception manager for a freebie, given they were in such a generous mood, when a man appeared at the top of the stairs, yelped, and ran towards her. Hey, Cora, my lady! Cora's heart leapt, and she held out her hand as a compact, wiry man of Asian appearance opened his arms wide to take her in. The man halted, seeing her reaction. A name badge on his black resort-issue polo shirt read, Han. Hey, baby, what's wrong with you? Nothing. What can I do for you, Han? What you can do is come downstairs for another treatment with us. I'd love to, except I've never been down there before in my life.
He mock-punched her on the shoulder. "Oh, don't play fool with me. Come on, book yourself in. We missed you last week." Cora nodded, forced a smile and backed away slowly. "I'll put in a call. How about Friday?" Han clucked and cocked a finger and thumb at Cora. "There's my girl. You almost had me there. You come downstairs and ask for me now, you hear? I'll soothe you. No worries at all." Cora took one look back at the front desk before she spiraled through the revolving doors and into the heat. Daniel was peering at her from over the top of his computer screen. Only his eyes showed. They followed her, and he was frowning. Cora felt the heat of the afternoon sun through her linen blouse, sweat prickling at her nose and ears. She stopped off at Snappy's, an overbright, over-stylized bar filled with crystal and chrome decor that would surely look $1 million and more by night. At the moment it was open, but quiet, with only a couple in late middle age sat in one corner, silently poring over their phones. She guessed it would have been decent Wi-Fi correctly and began to look at flights home. "I'll just book him on the plane, he'll go, and that'll be that. There's been bad vibes on this trip. Maybe I'll take him to Vegas to make up for it. I'm a lady of means, after last night's haul, after all." Except, when it came to entering her card number, a message flashed up on the secure site, encased in a red border. "There was a problem processing your card. Please call your credit card provider." Annoyed at first, she logged onto another travel firm's site and tried to book a separate flight, this one leaving in 2 days' time. Again, she had the same result. And that's when she began to feel fear. Calling her card provider, as advised, the upbeat Geordie woman on the other end of the line never faltered in her tone of delivery as she advised Cora, "Sorry, you've maxed out your card." "That doesn't make any sense. I only have this card for emergencies. I don't even know what my limit is. How much have I racked up?" 35,000, came the cheery reply. "I can't authorise any more." "That can't be right. It's fraud, surely." Cora's voice wavered. She had used her credit card as a buy-in, but it was nowhere near that amount. What was the last transaction?" "Slick Gaming Enterprises." She finished the call with a promise to call her back. Her hands shaking, her pulse throbbing in her temples, she ordered a bottle of beer and downed it, fast. When she went to settle up, she decided to chance her arm and use her credit card to see if she could at least deal with a minor bill, but the machine refused to take the payment. Fortunately, she had enough cash on her to pay for it. Afterwards, she texted Jonathan, but there was no answer. When she called him, it took him 8 rings to pick up. "Yeah?" He was outside somewhere. She could hear the sea. "Jonathan, it's me. I think we've been ripped off. My credit card is up to its neck. There was a 0 balance on it when I came out here." "Slow down, where are you?" "Big Island. I tried to book some flights home. My card's maxed out. I can't spend it anywhere. I got declined at a bar." "We've got some money now, right?" "Yes, but that's not the point. If my cards got skimmed, then maybe yours did too." "I don't think so. No one got near my cards." "No one got near mine either. Jonathan, we've got to get off this island. I don't like this holiday. Too many weird or dodgy things have happened. Want out of here. If I can't book the tickets, you'll need to do it." He laughed, astonished. You actually mean it? Absolute bloody paradise at long last, and you want out of it? Too bloody right. What are you doing on Big Island, if you don't mind me asking? This is the part she knew he would find especially amusing. "I was doing some digging." "Digging? For what, buried treasure?" "No, for information." "And what did you find out, Nancy Drew?" She wanted to snap back at him, but instead she swallowed, took a breath, and said, "Did you notice anything odd about our 2 friends?" "Who? Dylan and Hazel? Not really." "The fact that they look a lot like us? Body shape, the beards. We talked about this on the first day, you must remember that." "Yeah, they look superficially like us from a distance, but close up they're not like us. Granted, her skin tone is pretty much the same as yours, that's uncanny, but your faces aren't the same. It's a bit of a leap to get you totally confused with each other close up. He's a bit taller than I am, possibly been to the gym a bit more in the past 6 months. I'd say I wore a beard a good bit better, wouldn't you say?" "I didn't say we were 2 sets of twins, but they do look a lot like us. People on Big Island have been mistaking them for us. The guy at the pub quiz, a few people at the Wayfarer, they think Hazel and Dylan are us." "Well, so what? It isn't just down to looks. They've actually been pretending to be us. They've been on Big Island for longer than just a day or two ahead of us. They might have been here for a fortnight or more, pretending to be us. Some people I've never seen before know exactly what we're called and remember us from before.
Are you totally sure about that?
Yes. This happened today, and more than once. It's no coincidence. And I'll tell you something else. The house they're staying in isn't up for rent. It's a private residence. I don't think they live there or anything. I reckon it's a scam. They're house-sitting maybe, but they aren't on holiday.
They told us they had mates rates. It's off the books, but it's legit. Do you think they're out to get us? Oh, come on, this is a joke.
It's not a joke. Do you think it's a coincidence that my credit card has been skimmed since all this was going on? Taking us to dodgy private casinos, all the risky behaviour. They're trying to defraud us. Most likely they want to defraud you. Oh, this is nonsense. I genuinely can't believe I'm hearing this. You think Dylan and Hazel are crooks? Seriously? I can't prove it, but you have to say this all sounds dodgy. I want you out of there, Jonathan. We need to pack up and leave. I'm serious. Let's just cancel the booking at the house, move back over to Big Island for a night at the Wayfarer and get on the first available flight. Cash my cheque from the casino. Anything. I just want on the first flight back home. Even if I'm only half right and the worst case scenario is that they're pretending to be us to scam a holiday let or something, I still want out. This is nonsense, Cora. Honestly, Is it the money? Has it put the fear of God in you? Some people can't handle it, you know, reaching their goals. Paradise syndrome, it's called. I was well warned about it when it looked like I could cash in. You get what you always wanted, and you want to throw it away or spoil it. Like that time my old man won big on the horses and blew it all on presents for everybody. Paradise syndrome? Is this the Twilight Zone? What in God's name are you talking about? I'm talking about you not being able to handle the fact that you can have everything you've ever wanted. Rich, richer than you could have imagined. I've done everything to reassure you. I'm in it for life. I've put a fucking ring on your finger. What's mine is yours, I told you. But all I've heard from you ever since that day is, no, let's not cash out. I want to go back to my job and don't let this ruin us. You've been like a cat out in the rain with it. Part of me wonders if you're jealous. Maybe this is a loss of control for you. With all this cash, I'm a bit more dangerous than what you're used to. The goofy tech guy who'll rub your shoulders after you've had a hard day at the coalface with the primary school kids. Not anymore. Tears streamed down her face, and she sobbed, loud enough for the elderly couple to look up from their phones. Jonathan, what in God's name is wrong with you? How much of that shit did you hoover up your nose last night? I think... Wait a second. He covered the phone. Although it was muffled, she heard a woman's voice. When she recognised who it was, she felt a deep gonging sensation travel through her chest, powerful enough to cause her knees to buckle.
Yeah, what we'll do is you come over here and we'll have a nice dinner, just the two of us. I can do a curry from scratch based on the stuff they brought over by boat before we got here. Then... Is that bitch Hazel with you? What's she doing there? Now, don't get crazy on me, all right? I'm not in the mood for crazy, Cora. Stay away from her, Jonathan. Hear me? Don't go near her. Tell her nothing about yourself. Don't leave either of them alone anywhere near our house. Don't go into theirs either. Tell them to get stuffed. Oh, you're a joke, he said on a sigh and hung up. Cora glared at the silent, darkened phone as Jonathan's caller ID vanished. She had decided to call Captain Clay and get back over there as soon as possible when the stool beside her scraped against the brass rail at the bottom of the bar with a painful screech. Well there, someone said with an Australian accent. Looks like you're having a little trouble. Chapter 19. Cora got up and turned to the door. Had the Australian man put a hand on her, she would almost certainly have screamed. Might even have stretched things out to a backhander across the chops. But he didn't. He smiled, a kindlier cast to his face than she remembered, and raised his hands in a supplicatory gesture. No need for you to rush out, he said, in a different tone of voice to the sneering let she remembered. All good. I just want to say a couple of things to you. Say them very quickly, Cora said, sliding her bag over her shoulder. First of all, I want to apologise for being a jerk the last couple of times I met you. I was drinking a bit too much. This is a rebound holiday, I guess. I haven't quite been acting myself.
I'm sure the real you is a charmer. Look, I'm having a bit of a bad day. I'm really sorry.
I don't want to extend my apology to your boyfriend, though.
What do you mean? Maybe this was something from another time. The boat trip Jonathan had gone on before the casino night. Maybe this guy was on the boat trip. What had his name been again? Horace?
You don't remember. Mind you, you're a little bit worse for wear.
Please don't waste my time. What about my boyfriend?
Maybe you didn't see it.
That would make sense.
I suppose we were sunk in roughly 4 feet of bubbles at the time. Just as well there weren't any dwarves in the room. We'd have had to throw in a lifebelt.
The club. Oh, the foam party. Oh, I see what you mean. He wasn't my boyfriend, she thought about saying. Then she thought better of it. Did he hit you? The man I was with? I couldn't be sure. In actual fact, now that she thought on it, she wondered if Dylan had stabbed Horace with something. He'd gone down in the foamy maelstrom absurdly quickly.
Oh, he hit me all right. Kidney punch. Here, avert your eyes if you're of a nervous disposition.
Horace got up from the stool and pulled up his short-sleeved check shirt, to reveal a great purple lake etched across his otherwise pale skin. Cora could easily have spanned her hand across it.
Thought he'd bust my ribs. I've had some interesting pisses in the last couple of days too, I have to tell you. Seems to be all right now. Lucky me.
That shouldn't have happened to you. However you got that bruise, I'm sorry.
But you were acting like a grade A pain in the arse, I have to be honest with you. So I do have a bit of sympathy, but I hope you'll learn to keep yourself to yourself in future.
It's the healthy option.
Point taken. I just wonder a bit, though, about you and your twin sister.
Again, she paused.
Oh, yeah? You and your doppelganger. Horace signalled to the bar for a beer. Or should I say, near doppelganger. Not quite identical, are you? But close enough, I reckon.
Cora shrugged.
And what? See, thing is, she's been on these islands for a few days. Longer than you, I reckon. And she's been going around telling people she's called, what is it, Cora?
Cora swallowed.
That's interesting. I'm pretty sure you told me that you're Cora.
She frowned.
I'm pretty damn sure I didn't tell you a thing. He chuckled, and the sly lech was back. It is your name, though, right? Cora? If there's a punchline, then you need to drop it sometime in the next 10 seconds. She's pretending to be you, is all I'm saying.
Who are you, exactly? Cora said, somewhat shaken to hear the suggestion articulated by someone else. You live here?
Nah, I'm just passing through.
On holiday, then?
Permanent, some might say.
Horace accepted the beer gratefully, savoured its golden kindling in the afternoon sunshine, then gulped half of it down in one immense draught. Cora suddenly envied him, craved one herself. Well, thanks for your concerns, Cora said.
No problem at all. And if you see Slick, tell him I said hello, all right?
I've no idea who Slick is. Who the hell is this Slick?
The bartender's eyes flared wide at Cora's words. You know fine well who Slick is, Chorus muttered through the foam of his beer.
I don't. I keep hearing about this big enigma. No, I don't know who Slick is. Everyone mentions him, but I'd never heard of him until yesterday.
Not that it concerns you. Oh, keep your hair on, I was only saying. Given what happened with those 2 boys the other day.
What 2 boys?
Cora hoped she imagined the tremor in her voice, a querulous note on the last word. 2 lads apparently wandering around the islands looking for a holiday homes to screw. They got plenty messed up. I'm told one of them had both his hands broken. Happily, though, he's making a few dollars pretending to be a crab in front of delighted children.
Horace broke up, laughing at his own joke, a plume of beer escaping from his mouth. And what's that got to do with this Slick?
I'm hearing Slick arranged the payback. After the 2 boys messed with the 2 girls on Two Trees Island. That'd be you and your sister, wouldn't it?
She's not my sister. I'm not here with my sister, Cora said, adding this latter part hastily. Give nothing away.
Sure she isn't. And I'm sure it's a total coincidence that you cleared out the poker table at Slick's house the other night. Now that raised a few eyebrows, and make no mistake. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were both up to something. I don't know what your game is, though, and I have to say, I'm intrigued. What's the score with your little twosome?
Please don't project your fantasies onto me. Just saying. It's funny that we've got two dead ringers pretending to be each other on the same island, isn't it? Enjoy your beer. Hey, you ever need anything? Just call in at the Wayfarer and ask to be put through to Horace. You know what that is? The big hotel? Why in Christ's name would I want to do that? You might need a friend sometime. That's all. Not as much as you, clearly. Cora strode out into the sun, ignoring his laughter. She moved out into the shade of green awning over the top of a craft shop selling expensive figurines and other keepsakes. There was no reply on Jonathan's phone. She was sweating now, the greasy, sour sweat of anxiety prickling at her scalp and her armpits. She wanted to take her shoes off and sit down for a while. She double-checked her money and then strode across the road towards a cafe, perpendicular to a shop. Through an alleyway to her right, she saw Dylan staring right at her. He wore a pinstriped linen shirt and navy cotton shorts, and with a pair of shades covering his eyes, he had never looked more like Jonathan. He must surely have seen her, but he turned sharply to the left, then continued on his way, moving out of sight. Cora followed her instinct and changed direction, moving away from the cafe. A bar across the road was open and completely empty. She ordered a beer and perched in at the corner near a high window. When Dylan appeared outside the bar through the window, she crouched low under a menu, cursing herself for not looking for a better berth. He checked his phone, then scanned the square and the shop fronts. While his back was turned to her, Cora crept out of her seat and stood near the door, hoping she wasn't drawing too much attention from the girl behind the bar. She peeked out through the diamond-shaped window. He was staring hard at the window where she'd been sat minutes previously, where her untouched beer fizzed on the table. Dylan pocketed his phone, pushed his shades up the bridge of his nose, and started towards the door. Cora turned towards the girl behind the bar, who was wiping down the bar top and replacing beer mats. "Hey," she said, "when this guy comes in, don't tell him I was here, all right?" The girl straightened up and frowned. "Are you okay, lady? Just do what I say, please." Her voice trembled. "Okay?" "Sure, if you're in trouble I can keep him here and call the cops if you like." "That won't be necessary. Just pretend I'm invisible, all right?" "If you say so." Cora pressed herself tight against the wall, away from the window, close to where the door swung inwards. It did so, and Dylan's footsteps thudded across the wooden flooring, the open door obscuring him for a moment. When it began to swing to, the girl behind the bar scattered some beer nuts like confetti across the bar top, with a good dozen or so scattered across the floor. "Oh, shoot," she said, scrambling to hold back another pile of mats before they could follow suit. Dylan lunged forward and took hold of the mats. "Oh, hey there. Hold on. I think I've got these." Cora could picture the toothy grin breaking through his whiskers. Ever the gentleman. She took her chance, slipping out the door as it began to swing shut. She took off across the square without looking back, dialing Jonathan's number. Not only was there no response, but the phone was diverted straight to answer phone. She hung up before the beeps and continued back down the thoroughfare towards the harbour. In the distance, the sea sparkled in the afternoon heat. A jet ski tore across the blue, at odds with the slow passivity of the sailing boat far out to sea, viewed in parallax. In the far distance was the lighthouse that marked out Two Trees Island, where Jonathan was, and God knew who else. Cora planned to get back to the Wayfarer and place a call through to Captain Clay. Maybe she'd call the local police from there and lay it all on the line, even if no one believed her. The police's presence might be enough to put Hazel and Dylan off. What if they weren't up to anything? She pushed the thought away. One or two incidents in the past few days would have been a perfectly reasonable state of affairs, but taken in sum, the accumulated events had piled up, and Jonathan had walked into it, taking her along with it. He thought he'd made friends, even as recently as this morning. He laughed when she'd expressed her fears, even though she tried her best to sound reasonable. Was there a reason for this? Was he really that blind to it? Or was there something else going on? Something she'd been blind to. The palm-fringed walkway came closer, the tough stalk stirring in the breeze, as if inviting her back up the ornate staircase to the Wayfarer's front door. Cora looked back over her shoulder. Dylan appeared down a side street, sprinting at full pelt, but headed east, towards the shoreline. Cora threw her phone in her pocket and began to run. There were only a few people out on the street. One squabbling family with a squalling toddler in a buggy was so entranced by their own unhappiness that Cora might as well have not been there at all. She felt comfortable going at a decent pelt, although her flats threw her off balance as she reached the incline. At the very foot of the staircase, Cora vaulted the balustrade, landing on an immaculately well-tended lawn that she might have believed was artificial. It crunched under her feet like gravel. With a palm tree in front of her and the staircase rising to her left, she was only just obscured if she crouched as far as she could. Her back muscles twanged like a plucked guitar string at one point, and she suppressed a groan. That'd be right. I'll end up consternated permanently thanks to this stuff, and it'll turn out I was imagining everything regardless. She wondered how she would explain herself should someone on hotel security decide to investigate why a tourist was squatting in such an awkward place, when Dylan said, jarringly close, "Now, where the hell are you? Shit, you're not hiding from me, are you? Maybe behind one of those palm trees?" She heard the crisp, stiff spines of grass crackle as he moved onto the lawn. "Nah, not there. This is a pickle. This is a predicament." He was so close she heard the dial tone as he opened his phone, and his heavier breathing after running. He must have gone at a decent pace to catch up with her so quickly. He was certainly faster than she was, and most likely fitter. "Hey," Dylan said. "Can you speak?" "All right, she's gone." "Yeah, can't find her anywhere." "No one's seen her." "Think she might have been to Bar Rula? Someone bought a beer and left in a hurry." Barmaid said no, but she was lying. Cora couldn't make out the voice on the other end. It could have been female. Was most likely Hazel, but she wouldn't have sworn to it. While he was speaking, she hardly dared to breathe. "Look, don't give me a hard time, Christ. I'm trying." He sighed. "Listen, I'd best get back to it. I'll find her. It's cool. Okay." Cora heard the grass crunch again, closer this time. She stared up at the balustrade. The light changed, but Dylan's head didn't appear above her. She heard him move off and waited a minute or two, listening to the palm trees shift in the breeze before she dared a look. He was gone. She was soon at the harbour. Clay answered the phone at the first ring. The roar of the engine in the water was close to drowning him out. "You want to come back now? I thought we said 4 o'clock. "My plans have changed, Clay." "Sorry, honey. I'm fully booked for this afternoon. Got a boatload of randy Germans here, working on some sort of shark science project, checking out bites, measuring teeth, how long they live. You believe that? They'd have to be crazy to do that, you want my opinion, and they are. This big guy, Klaus, apparently he takes a shower in tinned tuna and..." "If I don't call you back, I'll see you at 4, Clay." The first water taxi stance was empty. "Sorry, miss," said the guy on the desk. "Won't be back for another 40 minutes. You want to buy a ticket?" She considered it, but passed on to one of the tour boats instead. That would take her too far away, to Roan Island, and there would be no connections back to Two Trees. "Hey, maybe you could swim it," the teenager manning the kiosk told her. "It can be done." "My phone isn't a keen swimmer," Cora muttered. "Thanks anyway." She pondered taking one of the boat trips for something to do, when she heard the angry buzz of a scooter. It reminded Cora of a holiday in the Med, taken a long time ago with a man she sometimes missed in her darker moments. They travelled around an island, much rockier but more magical than this one, on a scooter with the same brake horsepower as a hairdryer. The scooter had only died on the final day, she remembered, somewhere lonely with a sea view, and they hadn't minded a bit. Riding this scooter was Dylan. He pulled up quickly upon spotting her, yanking down on the brakes and dropping the kickstand with a savage jerk, then jogged towards her. Cora didn't run. She spun on her heels and walked along the cobbled road leading away from the jetty where the boats bobbed. "Hey, where are you going?" He caught up with her, his tone still jocular. "God's sake, where have you been?" "What's it to you? Stay away." "Huh?" "Don't touch me." Somehow she kept the fear out of her voice. Dylan looked around, incredulous. Their stretch of the path was quiet, with very few tourists, fishermen, or captains around. "What are you talking about? This is important, Cora." "Sure it is. Save it for your other half." "Where is Jonathan, incidentally? I can't get hold of him." "That's what I've been trying to tell you." Something in his change of tone gave her pause.
It's Jonathan.
What about him? Her breath snagged somewhere in her throat.
He's had an accident. You have to come back with me, right now.
Chapter 20. It might have been the perfect journey. Dylan had a boat. He didn't say whether or not it was hired, or if he'd had it tied up back at Two Trees Island all along. His boat was faster than Clay's. And the wind in Cora's hair might have been invigorating. On almost any other day, in almost any other circumstances. How many times had she said that herself in the past few days? They tore past a boatload of tourists, fresh from a coffee or something stronger at the jetty. Dozens of people waved and cheered as Dylan gunned the engine. The captain even tooted the horn at them, although Cora doubted this was entirely in the spirit of merriment. "You got life jackets in here?" she asked. Dylan barely turned away from the unfurling waters to glance at her. His sunglasses were insectoid, particularly alien. "You kidding? Not the speed you're going. I don't know. Think there's a survival box or something, over there, if you want to look. Though that might increase your chances of ending up in the drink. Best you slow down then," she snapped. Dylan sighed, then eased down a little on the throttle. "So how exactly did Jonathan turn his ankle?" "I told you already. We were out on a walk on the beach. I gather you guys had a fight, and Jonathan wanted some company. So we all went for a walk, the three of us. We decided to check out the lighthouse. It's a steep path, and he was taking a selfie. He said he was going to send it to you, if I remember rightly. He stood on a loose rock, and down he went. We don't think it's broken or anything, but it's swollen. He might have damaged some ligaments." "Why didn't he answer his phone?"
"I don't know. Did he have his phone on him?"
"Yes, he did when I called him earlier. Later it just went straight to answer phone."
Out of charge, I guess. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. All I know is he didn't have his phone on him later and couldn't call you."
"Jonathan had his phone plugged in this morning. It was out of charge because we promised ourselves we wouldn't spend the whole day taking selfies and posting them online. Any pictures, we'd take them on the Nikon. We promised ourselves."
I can't say what happened. It's possible he damaged his phone falling over. He took quite a fall."
"Do you know that for a fact?"
"No."
Dylan's jawline tensed.
"I've told you all I know. We couldn't raise you on your phone. He couldn't recall your number off by heart."
"Are you sure you didn't get my number earlier? Maybe you pulled the same trick on us as you did with the guy at the quiz."
"What? Look, Cora, I don't know you all that well, so I don't want to speak out of turn.
You go ahead and say what you want, Dylan. I'm intrigued."
"But I'd say you're paranoid. I've come out here to get you, and I find you running away from me, ducking around and hiding."
"And how come you know this?"
"For God's sake, I only had to look at you when I got there."
"Why haven't you taken Jonathan to a doctor? There's an emergency medical unit, isn't there? A drop-in centre on Big Island. By the time you came out here to get me, you could have taken him there."
"We can't. That's why I had to come get you. We couldn't raise you on your phone. Jonathan couldn't remember your number."
"Why did you need to come and get me? Explain it. This is what I don't understand."
"Because we need Jonathan's passport and travel documents to get him treated, that's why. And he doesn't know where they are. You do."
Cora paused. "I've kept them at the hotel safe. At the Wayfarer, I told you that."
"Jonathan told me you were lying about that. He told me you had the passports and the travel documents, that you'd hidden them somewhere. Said you're a bit paranoid, in fact. He doesn't know what you've done with them."
"Got you. Okay. I understand now."
"We're nearly here."
Dylan cut the speed and a jetty appeared, a rickety finger pointing straight towards the boat as it approached the shore on their island.
"You want to head up to the house and grab the passports first?"
"Is that where Jonathan is?"
"Well, no, we're at the lighthouse."
"Okay, I want to go straight to the lighthouse and see Jonathan then."
"You sure? I don't know what's wrong with the dude. It might be serious for all I know. He might need a plaster cast or something, heavy-duty painkillers.
In that case, you should have taken him to a doctor first. Then you should have come to get me. They wouldn't have refused him treatment in an emergency. I'm not sure whose idea this was. Although, to be fair, I can't rule out Jonathan's fingerprints being all over this. It does seem like the kind of stupidity he's very good at. Dylan held up a hand as the boat slowed enough for the waves to buffet them.
"Look, all I'm saying is it'd be better if we went to your place."
Cora's temper caught alight. She jabbed a finger at him. "Are we having an argument here, Dylan? There's no argument to be had.
We're going to the lighthouse to see Jonathan. Full stop. Okay?
Dylan nodded and brought the boat alongside the jetty. The mooring he chose looked like an ancient tusk dredged from the seabed, its paint long since peeled away by the salt, leaving a dull, dense metal totem.
Could you grab the rope, please? Without falling in, of course.
Chapter 21. The path up the hillside to the lighthouse seemed uneven when viewed from a distance, but the closer they got, Cora saw that the great slabs of granite and slate appeared to have been stylishly laid, as if they had been hewn from the face of the hill itself. The going was steep, but the steps were solid, and the closer the lighthouse got, the more it became apparent that it had been painted not long ago, and the brasses of its saurian mechanics shone gaily in the sun. It looked like precisely what it was, a novelty boutique hotel room. Cora let Dylan walk in front of her. He stopped periodically to allow her to catch up. He stopped offering a hand to help her the second time she refused. She was breathing hard, but this was a ruse. She couldn't say exactly why she wanted to seem out of shape, nor why she wanted enough room to escape if necessary.
Lucky break you guys having the keys, Cora remarked as the hillside grew closer. Yeah, it was our big treat to ourselves. We were going to invite you to come along. There's 2 rooms, fully stocked bar, even a hot tub. But you decided to blank us, for some reason.
Cora stopped, her hand pressed to her back, as if getting her breath back.
I don't see a lot of loose stones on this hillside. Plenty of scrub. I could see some nettles here and there. Something that might give you a nasty sting. No loose stones, though. It was one of the slabs. That's what he said, anyway. I didn't see how it happened, just helped him up. And you took him up a hill, rather than down a hill where he could get help. We were near the top. We had the keys. He wanted to take a look around inside. Said it'd be something he wanted to look into, for you and him. A treat to round off your holiday, he said.
Dylan gestured angrily.
Look, you'll meet him again in 2 minutes and you can ask him all the details yourself. God's sake, what is wrong with you?
I don't trust you, mate, Cora thought, but she stayed silent. They reached the summit of the steps, and the hill itself, where the lighthouse proper extended into the sky. It could have featured on any watercolour above any grandmother's mantelpiece. Its lack of weathering rendered it somewhat sterile, inviting. But it was an undeniably imposing structure. It was perched precariously above a drop of maybe 80 or 90 feet, straight down into the sea. The promontory was enclosed by 2 rocky outcroppings, curving away on either side. The lighthouse poised above this natural lacuna might have been the thread, preparing to pass through the eye of a needle.
Nice spot, all the same, she muttered.
Dylan didn't reply. He fumbled in his pocket for some keys.
Watch yourself on the way up. There's plenty of headroom, but the staircase is narrow. Already had 1 casualty today. I don't want another on my conscience. Or my insurance, he smirked.
The inside of the lighthouse was also whitewashed, surely completed in recent weeks, and stark underneath the lights. It was decorated with seafaring trinkets, sextants, compasses, ship's wheels, even an old captain's chest placed on a shelf. Cora felt slightly queasy as the iron staircase corkscrewed its way around the walls, and craved some daylight to break up the scrolling whiteness. The brickwork beneath the paint was somewhat uneven, hinting at the place's utility in the days before it became automated. A lesson for us all here, she thought. Did anyone back then envisage a day when they might not need lighthouse keepers? The staircase opened out into a large, circular room with immense windows, providing a widescreen view of the bay. The dotted boats beyond, big island in the distance, and all the deep blue sea within. There was so much light, and such an illusion of space, that the walls and the window might as well not have been there. A brown leather settee, so new it shone, was sunk into a circle dropped into the floor. 2 drinks cabinets were within easy reach of either end of the sofa. The main decorative element to the room was a set of crossed oars, old-looking, stained the brown of dried blood. There was no one in this room.
He's up in the next room,
Dylan said, nodding towards a staircase. He waited while she moved forward. This is when her nerves jumped, and an alarm shrilled in her head, This was the oddity she had dreaded, and yet when the time came for her to be confronted with her fears, she did nothing. She took 2 steps, that was all, into the room. Dylan shut and locked the door behind her. "Hey!" She could see herself reflected in the oily lenses of his shades. The rest of his face was utterly still. He stood in the way of the door. Clanging footsteps snared her attention from the other side of the room. Hazel was coming down the steps. She was clad in a vest top above dark green combat trousers, the hems rolled up above heavy black boots. "Hi, Cora," she said evenly. "Take a seat, why don't you?" Sunset. Chapter 22. What's going on? Cora backed away from Dylan, keeping an equal distance between him and Hazel. Hazel's countenance was calm, almost benevolent. "We want to help you, that's all." "Where's Jonathan?" "Upstairs," Hazel said. "Take a seat, would you? He's resting up at the moment." "No, I will not." "Just take a seat." Dylan sounded almost bashful. He stood so still he could have been a cardboard cutout or a creepily detailed mannequin. "There's no need for anyone to get upset." "Take me upstairs to Jonathan, right now." She made a move to walk past Hazel. She offered Cora no resistance, but Dylan did. Cora barely heard him move, but his hands clamped around the meat of her upper arms, hard. Cora braced her weight on one leg and tried to pivot, but Dylan had already launched her by that point. Cora fell headfirst into the well-shaped depression in the floor, landing on the soft, thick wedge of the sofa. As landings went, it wasn't the hardest, but Cora shrieked, pinwheeling her legs before she could steady herself. Her bag had slipped off her shoulder. While she tried to get to her feet, Hazel had darted in and tore it from her. She was already walking up the steps to the flooring area, picking through the contents of the bag, minutely and carefully. By the time Cora had regained her feet and torn after her, "What do you think you're doing?" Cora's hand gripped Hazel's shoulder. Hazel barely glanced backwards as Dylan piled forward on her blind side like an express train rocketing through a station. He punched her once, plumb in the gut. Cora folded in half, her elbows and chin sinking into a pea-green deep pile carpet perhaps 1.5 inches deep. By the time she could draw breath, far less raise her head, nausea had clutched her insides all the way to the pit of her throat, and she retched dryly with a miserable cry. Hazel emptied out Cora's bag in frustration. Out tumbled her keys, her shades, the drawstring bag they came with, a packet of chewing gum with just 2 strips left, a ball of receipts, sanitary towels, and a unicorn rampant. An eyesore of a keyring one of her colleagues had bought for her as a Secret Santa, which had been too embarrassed to use, but too ashamed to throw away. Hazel pawed through the compartments, feeling each section, the stitching in every nook and cranny, the way a blind man might touch someone's face. She sighed and shook her head. Then she threw Cora's phone over to Dylan. "Do your stuff," she said. Dylan took the phone without a word and then clumped up the stairs. Cora saw this through blurred vision as she got back to her knees, her breath wheezing. Hazel sat in front of Cora on one of the leather seats and crouched low, bringing her face level. "How you doing, honey? Come on now, deep breaths, you're doing great." "Fuck yourself," Cora managed, getting to her feet. "Oh, don't be like that. Now, I'll admit that wasn't very pleasant. I kind of like you. You're my kind of gal. But you're not sorry, are you? So, where's Jonathan?" "I told you, upstairs." "But just listen. Would you listen a minute?" "Oh, for Pete's sake." Cora had leapt the 2 steps leading out of the arena-style seats and tore towards the door. It wouldn't budge when she gripped the handle and yanked hard. "He's locked it," Hazel said. "I wouldn't waste your time." "Oh, for heaven's sake, calm down. Be reasonable here." Cora ignored her, backing up and shoulder-charging the door. There was barely any give in it. The impact jarred Cora's shoulders through to her spine, sending her onto her knees again. If anything, the pain was worse than the knifing sickness she felt after the punch in the midsection, and she cried out. Hazel hadn't moved from her seat. As if addressing a particularly incorrigible child, she said, "As I was telling you, there's no point trying to get through that door without a key or a good-sized JCB or a rocket launcher. It's locked. You're not going anywhere. You best sit down and relax." "Let me out of here this minute." "Cora, I've been reasonable."
Dylan shouldn't have done that to you, and for that, I apologize. I want things to be smooth here, okay? You need to sit down and listen to me. Just be reasonable, do what we ask you, and the punch in the gut is as bad as it'll get. I promise. I know what you're after. Don't worry. I'll tell you exactly what I'm after. See if our theories tally up, okay? Hazel's conversational tone sent her into a panic. The surety of it. Cora screamed at the top of her voice. Help! Help me! Cora raised a hand. That'll do, Cora love. You'll spook the storks. I think a couple of them might have nested up here, you know? Help! The gun might have appeared in Hazel's hand as if by magic. A studied, practiced legerdemain. All done with a flick of the wrists. Its baleful, unblinking black eye was trained right on Cora's face. You need to sit down and shut up now, Cora. Cora's eyes widened, and she stopped. She gulped in breath. Focus. Calm down. She let her shoulders relax, allowed her hands to twitch by her sides. That's it. You've got the idea. Hey, I wonder if they take you through things like interrogation techniques at the TA. You remember? Your name, rank, and number. Tell me those, if it calms you down. Oh, come on, Cora. You've handled guns. You know what this is? A Desert Eagle. Well, Cora's been studying her big book of bloody warfare. That's exactly right. A Desert Eagle. Those Israelis never messed around with their guns, did they? This is as powerful as a .357 Magnum, or your money back. Now, you know what Dirty Harry said about magnums and what they can do to people, right? And you see that the safety's off, don't you? Cora nodded. Okay. You're a bit more alert, back in the moment. That's good. So scoot down those steps, if you would, and sit over here in front of me. You don't need to put your hands up, but you do need to keep them where I can see them. And whatever you do, don't get too close. Okay? That's it. I want you to understand. I don't want to shoot you, Cora. That's the last thing I want. I know it's hard, but I want you to pretend I'm not really holding a gun on you. This is all down to you. It's as hard as you want it to be, all right? You're in charge, in a way. You can make all this go away. Just cooperate. That's all I need you to do. No one will get hurt. You with me? Present in the moment? Mindful? Sorry. I can't help but have a joke when I'm stressed. The leather seat was cool against the back of Cora's thighs as she sat down, slowly, hands held by her sides. Her heartbeat was so rapid that her head was nodding to its high-tempo rhythm. She took long, deep breaths to control it. Okay, here it is. Hazel smiled broadly, but never took the gun off Cora. Where's the passports? Chapter 23. Cora swallowed hard and said, in a voice as coarse as grit, What do you need our passports for? Bing! Wrong answer, Hazel said, starting forward in her seat. Cora flinched, her attention fixed on the gun barrel. I asked where your passports were. They're in the hotel safe, on Big Island. Hazel used the gun handle to scratch her forehead. The pitted nickel plating caught the light, as keenly as the brass fixtures on the walls caught the early evening sun. Somehow this casual gesture, the insouciance of it, brought it home how perilously close she was to death. Fear clutched at Cora's stomach, her bowels twitching the nerve endings in her legs. What if I told you that I knew that wasn't true? Hazel said. I'm not interested in what you think, it's the truth. I have powers of clairvoyance, you see, and... Hazel closed her eyes for a second, her face growing slack, as if daring Cora to make a move for the gun. Hazel took a long, cleansing breath and opened her eyes. Yep, I've made contact with the spirits, and they told me you're talking bollocks, love. That's where the documents are. I handed them in to the hotel reception the night we arrived to get the keys to the beach house. I know you didn't, Cora. I know that you raised an objection. I know you even refused to have the photocopy taken as security. You put up your credit card instead. Just the one side, though. You're very security conscious. I tip my hat to you. You just weren't giving your passport over for love nor money, nor the pleading of the wage slave on the desk. Am I right? Cora said nothing. So we can discount that lie.
I did hand in my passport, but not to the person on the front desk.
Really?
Hazel raised her eyebrows. Yes. I handed it in separately, had it placed in the hotel safe. A separate one, not used by guests. I paid extra for this. I've got a receipt for it. You might have emptied it out onto the floor that time you turned over our safe. I'm presuming that was you, or Dylan.
This intrigues me.
Their eyes locked for a moment. Hazel's dark eyes had the same fixity, the same emptiness as the gun barrel pointed between Cora's own.
I do believe you could be telling the truth. Okay, I'll give you that. Even if it gives you a minute or two to think, that's all right. I'll allow it.
Hazel took out her own mobile phone and texted one-handed.
Okay, let's give it a couple of minutes, and we'll see if what you say is true.
She laid the phone down beside her and relaxed her gun hand.
Let's chill. No sense in letting nerves take over here. No reason to get excited or worked up. We can all just walk away from this. And that's really important, Cora. Especially for you. I'm thirsty anyway. How about you? I can get you a drink, some water maybe? How about something stronger?
No, thank you. Cora's voice betrayed the fact that, yes, she very much wanted to have a glass of water. With every breath she took, her stomach muscles hurt, the pain seeming to thread its way into her very musculature, as if poured into a mould. She wondered at the size of the bruise she would have tomorrow. If there is a tomorrow.
Up to you. I'll be having a beer in a minute or two.
Hazel leaned back and yelled,
How are we doing up there?
Fine, Dylan replied from above, a touch huffily. Where's Jonathan? Cora asked.
Jonathan's safe, Hazel said. Don't worry about him.
Is he up there? Dylan came down the stairwell, shaking his head.
Nothing on the phone. No indication that I can see. Sorry.
Hazel tutted.
Worth a try.
I don't suppose I can have it back? Cora asked him. Dylan flashed that toothy, all-shooks grin.
You've gotta love some gallows humor.
Surprised you haven't hacked it already, Cora muttered.
I did, but I haven't seen any of the messages you've sent out this morning. Technology, honey. It's not foolproof. Why else would anyone waste their time targeting me with advertising about gym memberships? He kissed his bicep and grinned. But they do, honey. They do.
Your accent's slipping, Cora said. Whereabouts are you from? Florida?
Dylan shrugged. Good ears. Bit further up, in fact. Georgia.
Hazel clapped her hands, startling Cora. The gun was laid by her side on the couch.
Okay, here's the next step. You're going to tell us where the passports are. Really.
I've already told you. If you want them, we'll all have to go over to Big Island and get them from the Wayfarer. Simple as that.
Hazel nodded. I will go over and pick them up, sure. If that's where they are. You won't need to move a muscle.
Double act, is that it? Cora surprised herself with a bitterness in her voice. You're our doppelgangers. You've been pretending to be us for weeks, even down to the accents. Jonathan only grew that beard for the first time about 6 weeks before we came out here, so how long have you been tailing us? Hazel didn't respond. Her phone flared briefly. Cora noticed that the lock screen was a blank template from the manufacturer, a burner phone, surely. Hazel answered, keeping Cora covered with the gun. Cora strained to hear the voice at the other end.
Okay, Hazel said on a sigh. That's fine. We'll see you later. She hung up. Yep. You're talking bollocks. Nothing that belongs to you in any hotel safe.
Cora said nothing.
I'd say we need to push on, Hazel continued. Dylan froze as he prepared to pour himself a glass of water from a frosted bottle. Are we sure about that? There's no chance we've been ripped off here. I'd say we need to get over there and check for ourselves.
No, I don't think that's a great idea. First of all, no one can just grab the passports and leave without us. No one would get paid then, so relax. We aren't going anywhere for now. Hazel's tone, and Dylan's failure to respond, confirmed for Cora everything she'd suspected about who had seniority in this partnership. Let's have the screen. Dylan opened a cupboard and produced a video screen. Not unlike a baby monitor Cora had seen at her sister's house, but much bigger and much higher spec.
Sitting comfortably? He asked, grinning.
He laid the screen on the table in front of Cora, then pressed the on switch. In muted colours, a high-definition image of Jonathan appeared. He was tied fast to a chair, with what appeared to be industrial-strength tape binding his arms and legs. Judging by his collar, he seemed to be wearing what he'd had on when Cora left him that morning, but that wasn't the most arresting thing about his appearance. He had clearly been beaten up. One eye was closed over with purplish swelling, and dried blood plugged his nostrils. The bridge of his nose was inflated with swollen tissue, and his one visible eye darted around in its socket. She gave a choked cry. "What have you done to him? Let him go!"
"I think he has something to say to you," Dylan said brightly. "Hold on. There you go."
He pressed a switch, and a volume indicator glowed red on the side of the screen. Dylan cranked up the volume enough for them to hear Jonathan's clogged breathing.
"Jonathan, you with us, mate?"
"Fuck off," Jonathan wheezed.
"Someone here to talk to you, Jonathan. You can't see her, but hopefully you can hear her."
Dylan nodded encouragingly towards Cora and held the screen towards her. "Jonathan," she whispered, tears spilling from her eyes. Are you badly hurt?" On screen, Jonathan gave a choked sob. "Oh no. No, not you as well." His head hung low. "Have they hurt you?" "I'm all right. Don't worry, Jonathan. It's all right. They haven't hurt me." "Just give them what they want, Cora," he said. "They say they're serious and I believe them. We don't have any choice now." "It's okay, Jonathan," was all she could say. "It's all right." Dylan clicked the screen off and took it away. "Simple enough equation for you to solve here, Cora," Hazel said. "Give us what we want, and there'll be no more unpleasantness. No one needs to get hurt here."
"Hey, I don't fancy the death penalty, and I'm sure I'm speaking for Dylan, too."
Dylan smirked.
"To tell you the truth, I never really fancied a trip to prison either."
"But if you don't tell us where your passports are, then we are going to hurt your man," Hazel said. She nodded slowly, her nostrils flaring slightly as she exhaled. "We're going to hurt him a lot. And you get to watch, live on TV. So, the passports. Where are they? Tell the truth now." Chapter 24. The expression on Miss Munro's face told Cora all she needed to know. It was part smirk, part simper. The voice betokened concern, as did the words it decorated, but everything else was sheer snark. Cora had disliked Miss Munro for as long as she'd been working in the same building as her, which was roughly 4 days. "Well, Cora, that was a heck of a morning for you," she said. She paused in the corridor and rubbed her arms as if it was cold. Her sheer red chiffon blouse caught the light in ripples. She looked like a primary school teacher, Cora realised. That's what she didn't like about Miss Munro's appearance. Overbright, too smiley, a facsimile of pleasantry. Yes, who'd have thought Mrs. Grayley would take ill? In her 4 days at St. Augustine's, she had discovered that Miss Grayley taking ill had happened a lot. In the 3.5 days she had worked with Mrs. Grayley, the classroom assistant had cherry cheeks, which might have been down to any number of things, bloodshot eyes, which might have been down to a narrower field of things, and a generally belligerent attitude, which pretty much topped it off. "Well," Miss Munro said, mock-punching her on the shoulder, "you'll knock 'em dead. Just stick your head around the corner if they give you too much trouble." "I'll do that," Cora said, thinking, if you stick your head around my door at any point, I'll close the door on it. She'd left Year 4 unsupervised, while she ran along the corridor to speak to Mrs. Fulbright, the headmistress, and assured her that she was capable of handling her class on its own without the assistant for today. The class had been composed when she'd left the room. It had been a long 2 or 3 minutes since then, and now she could hear the bedlam as she tracked back along the corridor. To Miss Munro, who'd stuck her head around her own classroom door to watch Cora, it must have looked awfully like panic. It is not panic, Cora thought, taking a deep breath. The noise of the class was a quick-moving fire. Soon her hand was poised at the door. The chatter stopped as the door swung open. A riot had been going on, was still going on in fact. The hundreds, tens and units cubes had been used as missiles and were strewn across most surfaces. 1 or 2 brave souls towards the back of the class were still in the process of throwing them. The raucous glee, even among the quiet ones, continued even after they'd spotted her, even after she'd cleared her throat. She'd been told at teacher training, you don't get a grip of them and make an example, they make an example out of you. The usual suspects were out of their seats. Caden Rossiter was carrying a length of the Roman frieze they'd made on the first day and was being chased by Auntie Derrickson. The latter had spent ages making tortuous sketches of the Roman warriors, even down to the details on the sandals, which resembled fishnet tights. Now, his Roman dream was in ruins. But that was hardly the worst of it. Even Jenny McLean was shrieking laughter at something, a beautifully composed girl who Cora was sure would turn out to be a lawyer or a solicitor, articulate and quietly confident and clearly the top of her class, despite the opprobrium of the other little bastards. Even she was banging her desk. Cora found a voice and let it fill every available space in the room. "Just what is going on here?" That got the silence, and one or two smiles fell. She let them drink in the shock and anxiety for a second. Most shifted uncomfortably back in their seats. Apart from Caden Rossiter, they were back where they should be. "Caden, can you explain why you're holding the Roman frieze in your hand?" "Miss, it was this big spider. It was crawling down the front, so I had to squash it. Then the rest of it just ripped and..." The speed of the lie was impressive in its way, but Cora shut it down. "Put it back up, with blue tack and sticky tape from the cupboard. You've got 2 minutes to do it, or I'll phone your father." The reference to Caden's father, a concrete-pouring ogre who frightened just about everyone, brought about the desired effect. "I'll do it, miss." "The clock's ticking. Auntie, sit down. You'll get your frieze back where it belongs. Jessica, Tony and Gordon at the side. I want you all to pick up every single cube on the floor and put them back in the trays." "But, miss, no, miss, please, we weren't..." "No buts. You're doing it, and that's final. For the rest of you, there's a surprise spelling and arithmetic test. Gina, give out blank sheets. Put your name and the date at the top. Get ready for some spellings. I want to see every single person passing, understand?" A wail of protest broke over the front of the class, but quickly subsided. Caden made a meal of replacing thumbtacks in the torn part of the frieze, protruding his tongue with feigned effort, but Cora clapped her hands at him. "1 minute, Caden. Get those corners lined up. Get it done, and face the wall while you're doing it." She faced the class, in control of her breathing, in control of her charges. Once Caden had finished a decent job of repairing the frieze and sat down, Cora said, "Now, get yourselves ready. Spell thorough." 31 pencils stood up and began scratching at the paper. Cora nodded to herself, pacing the front of the desk like a leopardess. The door to the class opened, and Miss Munro's face peered in. "Everything all right, Miss O'Brien?" "Close the door to my class, please," Cora said. The face fell and retreated. 1 or 2 people tittered. "And I said quiet there," Cora bellowed. Chapter 25. Cora shook her head. "I'm not going to tell you where the passports are." Dylan and Hazel shared a look. "Understand now," Hazel said, "that we're not kidding around." "Neither am I." "Good. I'll say it out loud and I will be really specific. Either you tell us the truth and show us where the passports are, or we start torturing your other half. Dylan?" Dylan produced a case from a cabinet, scuffed and pitted as if it might have come from a building site. He flicked open the catches and opened it for Cora. She peered into the case. Inside, set in grey Rome fubber, were a number of shiny silver implements. They looked surgical in nature. Cora recognised several scalpels in ever-increasing sizes and what looked like pliers or forceps. There were clamps, vices and jagged jaws. Set along one length of the case was a long, thin knife with a keen edge. Dylan grinned. "Know what I wanted to be when I was a kid, more than anything? A dentist." He slammed the case shut. Cora swallowed. "Can I have that glass of water now?" "Sure." Hazel gestured towards the sink. Dylan raised no argument, pouring a glass for her. Not trusting her with a possible weapon in her hands, he held it to Cora's lips, and she took a couple of sips. Some drops slipped down her chin. Dylan used his fingers to wipe them away, and she shivered, repulsed. "Sloppy girl," he said, still grinning. "Now, the passports," Hazel said. "Request lines are now open. Line 1. It's Cora. How are you doing, Cora? Anything you fancy telling us?" "Just what I said before. I'm not telling you where the passports are."
Dylan got to his feet abruptly. Oh, shall we just get fucking started here? Hazel stilled him with a hand. Let's hear the reasoning. It'll need to be good, Cora. Really, really good. I'm not telling you shit. She gestured towards the gun. What's going to happen if I do? A nice handshake? Allow us use of the lighthouse while you sail off into the sunset? You'd have never pulled a gun if you had any intention of letting either of us walk away from here. If I give you the passports, there's every chance you'll kill us. So you can fucking whistle for them. Fuck it, she's got a point. I'll get started. Dylan lifted the case and strode towards the staircase. Hold up a minute, Hazel said. She pinched the bridge of her nose with her free hand, composed herself for a moment, then said, You're not really making much of a bargain here, Cora. You're not in a position to. I've been polite, but I can't be polite forever if you don't cooperate. And you'll have to cooperate. Give us what we want, and you and Jonathan will live. Obviously, you won't be allowed to just wander off somewhere and tell people about what's happened straight away. We'll take steps to protect ourselves. But you'll live, and you'll be in one piece. And you have to accept that this is as good as things get for you. It is an offer. You can choose to take it, or you can ignore it. Because if you know where the passports are, then we'll find out. We'll get it out of you. You're in control of how painful that process might be. It could be easy. You ever been in a situation where someone tried to take money off you? Oh, wait. You have. I remember. Those two goons a couple of days ago. You know, it occurred to me to let that go on a little bit, to see how far you'd have gone with them. But I didn't want to risk them getting us back to an enclosed space. Cora said, You trying to tell me you didn't set that up? Hazel placed her hand on her chest. Straight up, on my dear old mother's life, I was as surprised as you. It was especially annoying because it meant I had to show my suit. But you remember what happened, soldier girl, don't you? And you know what I'm capable of. That's just an appetizer. Before I let Dylan loose on you with his bag of tricks. So, one last time. What's it to be? The passports? By choice? Or the passports? By our design? It's not by choice. You two can take yourselves off to the furthest fuck, and then you can fuck off again. Sure. Dylan, mate, I've had a rethink. I think we'll leave Jonathan alone for now. Let's go straight for plan B, with Cora. She's the star guest, after all. Okay, Dylan said uncertainly. The case or the box? Oh, let's have a bit of danger and excitement. Let's have the mystery box, please. Chapter 26. Dylan left his case lying casually on the carpet and crossed over to a cupboard. He opened the door carefully and crouched down low, keeping a distance from the darkened portal. He turned to Hazel and grinned. Hard to get it out of your mind, you know? Oh, bless, Hazel said, chuckling. I'm sure it'll be safe and sound. You owe me one big time. He sighed, leaned forward on his haunches, and slid out a cardboard box. It was crisscrossed with tape, but that had already been cut. It looked like an airmail package, which looked ready for the recycling. He lifted it as if it had been made of eggshell and held it at arm's length, as far away from him as he could. Dylan still bore that inane grin, but his nerves were apparent. And his Adam's apple seemed to expand and contract like a bellows in his scrawny neck. Cora's heart went into overdrive. She fought to control her breath. She knew what this was. Dylan laid the box down on the table in front of Cora and then stepped back. He rubbed his hands on his trousers, then folded his arms. If there's a bunny girl in there, hats off to her, Cora said. Maybe not quite that big, Hazel said. She considered the box for a moment, then wrapped her fingernail against one side. Something moved inside. No, something scratched against the edging, as if a hand had trailed its fingertips against the cardboard in response. It's okay, hon, Hazel said to Dylan. I'll do the easy bit from here on in. You get to sort out our guest. Cora turned her head, and Dylan was on her before she could focus on him. He hooked an elbow across her throat, then dragged her onto her back on the cushions. She bucked and thrashed and poked out at his face with her fingers.
They only found the coarse hair at his jawline before Dylan used his weight to force her down, one elbow still around her neck. She tore at his arms, digging her fingernails into the skin and trying to gouge out some flesh. But soon purplish light flared at the edges of her vision, and her head felt like it had swollen so much it might burst. She couldn't breathe. The circulation was being cut off. She couldn't even scream. The pressure was lessened, and she drew long, whooping breaths, ending with a cough. Before she could focus on Dylan, he pressed a blade against Cora's throat. She couldn't see it, just a brassy hint on the periphery of her vision, but she could tell from the wicked tickle that it had a serrated edge. "Now that's just to gentle you down a bit," he said. "What to do is exactly what I tell you." Dylan lessened the pressure from the arm that had been choking her and used it to turn her head to the side, facing the box on the table. "Okay," he grunted. "This was something that you came up with, or an idea you gave us, one of the first times we met you." "What are you talking about?" "The little bar at the beach, remember?" Hazel picked up the box. "Dylan wasn't happy about this part of the assignment. We spent a long time looking for this guy. Surprising, given how many of these are out there. Quite a lot on our island, in fact." She brought the box over to Cora. She was sobbing, not just over the knife at her throat, or the pain in her shoulder, or the pressure as Dylan basically sat on her. "I've told you," she said. "It's at the hotel. They're at the hotel. I swear to God, the passports are at the hotel." "Don't believe you," Hazel said. "But you can change your mind at any point. Just tell the truth." "Where are the passports? And I'll make this stop." She lifted the lid on the box and peered inside. A frown pulled at her face, and she lifted the lid further, as if not finding what she was looking for, then let it snap back into place, leaping in fright. "You weren't kidding, were you?" Hazel giggled. "Had to put a side of beef in there to entice it in," Dylan said. "I think it might have eaten a lot of it. I do believe it's grown." She brought the box closer. Cora tried to twist away, but she dared not shut her eyes, even as Hazel lifted the lid at the edge of the box closest to Cora. Hazel angled the corner a little lower, so that Cora could see inside. The furthest point was maybe 3 or 4 inches away from Cora's nose. "We were going to call it Boris, but that's been done, I guess," Hazel said. "And it's probably not accurate. We decided to go with Susie in the end. We think she's a female, and you know what they say about the females." "No! That can't be," Cora thought. "That can't be just one leg." Then it began to move, and there was no doubt. The spider was low down in the opposite corner. She couldn't see it yet, just that one single leg, poised, then tapping against the box, as if impatient. Dylan's blade bit down, harder. "Careful," Hazel hissed. "She freaks out, she'll cut herself open, then we've got a problem." Dylan took the knife from her neck. Hazel brought the box against Cora's chin. She tried to turn her face away, screaming, but Dylan's free hand cupped her chin and forced her to look, her neck muscles straining. "Say hello to your new friend," Hazel said. "Quite a lively girl. Maybe we should take her out on the town tonight." The spider was perhaps 4.5 inches long, from the tip of its longest leg to the one opposite. It was covered in coarse, fair hair like that of a schoolchild who might turn dark when they were older, and its legs were longer than Cora's fingers. She could clearly make out pinkish mandibles and a row of eyes like tiny raindrops. Her screaming alarmed it, and it attempted to crawl out from a narrow gap towards Hazel. She prodded it with the end of her gun, and it bunched up into a spiky fist at the bottom of the box. "I won't kid you on," Hazel said. "I don't think one of these biting you can be fatal, but it can certainly be painful. If it got you on, say, the inside of a nostril or your tongue, God only knows what would happen if it bit your eyeball." Cora's screams grew to an unbearable pitch. The knife blade vanished from her neck. Its replacement was marginally better. A full-blooded slap from Dylan that plucked the breath from her lungs. "Shut up," he snarled. "Just tell us where the passports are. She's bugging out, Hazel. This is heart attack stuff." Hazel addressed Cora, saying, "You're not going to have a heart attack, are you? Just tell us where the passports are. You know they're not at the hotel. We've established that. We know. So tell us, Where are they? Hazel nudged the box. The spider shot forward out of the corner next to Cora's face with incredible speed. When it reached the tip of her nose, it stopped. Then it investigated with one leg. The tip was an irritant against her skin, not a tickle, like a stinging plant. Dylan jammed his knee hard against her cheek, forcing her head into the couch. Another leg tested Cora's face, then another. Susie the spider's bulgy abdomen appeared. And then the spider and the known universe around it vanished as Cora jammed her eyes closed. Remember to breathe. Remember to breathe. Don't react. Cora forced in one huge whistling breath, using her diaphragm, then released it. She flashed back to her training with the TA, faced with a water-filled tunnel, with a full Bergen, a rifle and heavy, heavy boots. She had already hobbled for 15 miles with a strain in her groin, but that jet-black water was the first time the idea of giving up had occurred to her. A small, craven voice at the back of her mind. Stay calm, stay focused, the CO had said. A woman in her early 40s with the hardest face Cora had ever seen outside of statues in ancient temples. And don't hesitate. Deep breath. You go through, you don't stop. On 3, 2, 1. And she had done it immediately, taking deep breaths, and she had crawled through that tunnel, utterly submerged, and she had emerged into the light, and no breath ever felt so sweet after that. She swallowed bile, breathing in until her chest cavity could expand no more, then releasing it. The spider was crawling across her cheek. In motion, its bristles were actually soft and delicate, the downy way Cora imagined a newborn chicken might feel in her hands. "Fuck yourselves," she snarled, through glued-shut jaws. "The both of you. And Susie." She jerked her face as hard as she could, surprising Dylan. She had been biding her time, storing energy. Now the potential was released, and the spider tumbled off her face. She clearly heard its feet rustle across the deep pal carpet. "Holy shit, I did not expect that," Dylan said. Hazel sighed. This time she slapped Cora, harder than Dylan had. Cora kept her face level, not turning with the blow, taking it with gritted teeth. "All right," Hazel said. "Back to plan A it is. Let's start cutting something off her fiancé." "Now that's more like it," Dylan said. "Should have been the first port of call, in my opinion. We wouldn't have to worry about the giant spider if we had." "Shut up a minute," Hazel said. "Look, there's no need. I said, shut up." This time they all heard it. Not coming from above, but below. Someone knocking at the door. Chapter 27. When Dylan returned, he looked around the sofa before sitting back down. "Looking for Susie? She's gone underneath, I think," Hazel said. "I doubt we'll see it again this side of midnight." "That's a nice thought." "Are we sitting uncomfortably?" He winked at Cora. The side of her face still throbbed from where she had been slapped. She had got control of her sobbing by now, though her breath still hitched from time to time. "Going to tell me who was at the door?" Hazel asked. She still had the gun trained on Cora. "A courier. Came over on jet ski, would you believe? I can't quite believe he wasn't a cop. All the same, he did give us this. Said it was for Cora. Wants us to pass it on to her. Said it had to be delivered today, but there was no one at the beach house. He'd tried at our place, but we weren't home, of course. This was the last place for him to try. So I'm Jonathan, obviously. I signed, with his signature." Dylan held up a box perhaps the size of a jewellery case. Quite a sturdy thing. It was perhaps too red. The colour of a fire engine, not the elegant chestnut shade it probably deserved. It had a very large, very obvious keyhole. Hazel picked it up and looked at it. Something rattled around inside. Something small and solid. "What's in the box, Cora? Doesn't sound like a passport, but we can't be sure." Cora shrugged. "None of your business, really." Hazel balanced it on the tips of her fingers. A lithe movement. Similar to the way a Harlem Globetrotter might spin a basketball. "You won't mind if we throw it out the window, into the drink?" "You'd gain nothing from that." Hazel nodded. "I guess. I reckon you have a key to this box, or you know where it is. Would I be right?" Cora said nothing. She sniffed and drew fingers across her nose. Even the act of lifting her hand felt like something forbidden. So far, they hadn't tied her up. She stole a look at the staircase, then at one of the windows. Was there an opening? If she ran for it and got out the way of the first shot... No, there was no chance. People crashing through windows only happened in movies with sugar glass. In real life, there were stomach lacerations, cut throats, nerve damage, fatal blood loss, or perhaps just a lost eye, if she was lucky. Perhaps there was another option upstairs. Could she make a break for it? Cora sat where she was and clasped her hands in her lap to stop them from shaking. "All right, I guess we can wait," Hazel sighed. "Not much else for it." "Maybe I could make a start on her?" Dylan said. "Nah, let's wait and see what's in the mystery box." "I've got a drill and a hacksaw. I'll have it open for you." "Absolutely not. You might damage something valuable." Cora licked her lips. "Can you at least let me see Jonathan?" "Can do," Dylan said. "No reason not to now. You okay with that, Hayes?" "I'm okay with that," Hazel said. "Just be careful." Cora watched as Dylan stomped up the intricate ironwork. A cry sounded from above a few seconds later. Then Jonathan's legs appeared. He was still wearing his flip-flops, Cora saw. She cried out when his face appeared through the wrought iron. "Hey," was all he managed to say. His hands had been tied behind his back, and Dylan steered him downstairs with his collar clasped in a fist. But the worst thing was Jonathan's face, of course. Once, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, a matter of months into their relationship, Jonathan had been punched by a drunk in a taxi queue. Gamely, Jonathan had fought back, before the untidy scuffle was calmed down by oversized but undermotivated taxi stewards. He had been left with a terrible black eye, and some red threads of hemorrhaging remaining stitched across the whites of his eyes for a disconcertingly long time. That incident alone had jolted Cora, experienced as she was in tough moments in her rugby-playing days, and then 1 or 2 incidents while she was training with the Territorials. From that moment on, she had determined to steer Jonathan away from any incident that even appeared to be unsavoury, and he'd gone along with it. "I don't like this look," he'd said, checking out the rotten colours of his face when the bruising had begun to fade a few days later. The opposite eye was glued shut now, and his bottom lip appeared to have been pulled to one side like it had been snagged on something as he passed by. Blood dried on his face in flakes like splintered glass, trailing down from a cut in his eyebrow. Something more sinister than that was a lumpy quality to his jaw, as if it had been clay that was remoulded into an alien structure. Badly cut pastry, thick, but not appetizing. Jonathan's gaze met hers and something ignited in his eye. Not quite relief, but a certain kindling upon sight of her, and realising that she wasn't obviously hurt. "What have you done to him?" Cora wailed. "Oh, what's gone on, darling?" "It's okay," he said, thickly, barely moving his mouth. "All good." He limped down the stairs, with Dylan still holding his collar. Once they both cleared the end of the metal spiral, Cora saw that Dylan had a knife in his hand. The strange and surgical-looking one she'd seen in his case, thin, but with a wicked point that caught the light. He kept this close to the base of Jonathan's spine. "Well, the band's back together again," Dylan cried out merrily, before fetching Jonathan a kick in the backside. Jonathan sprawled across the carpet, landing on his knees and then pitching fully onto his face. Having his hands bound meant he couldn't halt this momentum, and he spun over onto his back, legs flailing. Cora turned away at his humiliation, biting her lip. "Yeah," Hazel said, nonchalantly. "We had to knock him around a bit. Business is business, you know how it is. And after we had such a good day together on the beach, sweetie, didn't we?" She blew Jonathan a kiss as he got slowly to his feet. Dylan presented the knife, holding it up with the reverence of a clergyman at the altar. "See this? I'm going to use this to start chopping things off your man, unless you tell us what we want to know. It can all be easy, or it can all be hard. Playtime's over. It's up to you." "Final time," Cora said, gazing into Hazel's eyes. "The passports are locked up in the hotel." Hazel sighed, pinched the bridge of her nose, and then nodded towards Dylan. He put the knife aside and came forward with disorientating speed, like the darting movements of a spider himself, and grabbed Jonathan by the collar.
Jonathan was already off balance by the time the punch slammed home, a dreadful blow right in the belly that snapped his head forwards, as if on a spring. Jonathan landed on his feet, whooping, not enough air in his lungs for him to cry out properly. Dylan let him recover enough to lift his head before kicking him full in the backside again. Jonathan moaned and brought his knees up close to his head, his good eyes screwed up in agony. Dylan seemed out of breath. He was like a different person, twitchy, bereft of mirth, eyes shiny like the carapace of a beetle. "Say the word, and I'll carve him," he growled. Hazel shook her head. "Nah, we'll come to that. In the meantime, let's find out what's inside the box. Take him back upstairs." "Aw," Dylan's lip pooched out. A facsimile of a child's tantrum. "But we only just got here." Hazel didn't reply. Dylan heaved Jonathan to his feet, reclaimed the knife, and then prodded him in the back with it until they both disappeared up the stairs. "I think I'll make a phone call," Hazel said. "Don't be disappearing now, will you?" She followed the two men up the spiral staircase into the next room. The moment her feet vanished into the landing above, Cora got to her feet. She looked around for a weapon, a lampshade, a heavy book, a DVD player, anything she could swing at them with enough weight to put at least one of them on the floor. But there was nothing. The room was sparse, the only possible option being the table in front of her. But that looked awkward as well as heavy to lift. It might be better employed as a distraction, she thought. If she launched it at them, it might buy her a second or two. To do what? The main door creaked over her shoulder, and she gasped, leaping clear off her feet like a cat. The door was opening. Dylan had forgotten to lock it behind him when he came in. An unkempt blonde head poked around the edge of the door, grinned at Cora, and whispered, "Is this a private party? Or can anyone join in?" Chapter 28. Before Cora had a chance to open her mouth to warn him, Horace stole forward, face set. His feet were silent on the deep pile carpet. He put a finger to his lips, winked, and took her by the arm. She did not protest, but did look back as he steered her towards the open door. Someone was stood at the top of the spiral staircase above, judging by the dark flicker of their shadow, but they could not see what was going on in the room below owing to the landing at the top of the steps. She had never expected to be pleased to see Horace. There was no reason to trust him, but he offered one simple option: survival. Cora moved on her tiptoes, following Horace out of the door. It creaked, once, a tiny sound, one you would hardly notice if you were at home. Outside, Horace crept down the staircase, but not silently. The white walls and the seafaring bric-a-brac scrolled past them. "The minute we get out of this fucking door, you follow me and run as fast as you can, all right?" "My fiancé is up there," she hissed. "We can't leave him." "You come with me. It's the only chance he's got of staying alive. If we get away, they won't dare to kill him. They drop him off and run for it, and hope they don't get caught." "Who are you?" "You not worked it out? I'm a cop, love. Filth. The Rosas. Crackling bacon out in the sunshine. Been tracing your two mates for years. They're fraudsters. Usually it's been small fry stuff, turning over holidaymakers. You and your man are slightly bigger fish, though. They've been planning it for months. Look, I'll explain it better when we get out of here. We're going to take it as fast as we can down the main path. Follow my lead. We're going to take a sharp left, and from there we'll be down into the palm trees. I've got a boat beach just down the road a bit. We take off, and we don't stop till Big Island." "They've got a gun." "Let's hope it's just for show." Horace opened the door and, with excruciating care, peered up towards the wire mesh walkway about 60 feet above them. Feet stamped directly overhead. Hazel's voice carried through. She was clearly on the phone. "Yeah, just get here, all right? I don't know what's in the fucking box. I would guess the keys you have will be something to do with it. They might be on a keyring in her bag?" "Yeah. Well, you might be disappointed if it turns out to be a box of chocolates, but I won't, all right? Speak to you later." Hazel's feet disappeared through the door, which slammed shut behind her. "Now!" Horace said. He tore down the broad flagstones, not looking to see if Cora followed him. She did, cursing her flat soles for the first time that day, the report of her footsteps appallingly sharp. Horace moved fast for a man so obviously out of shape and beer-infused. His calves flexed and contracted with the definition of a man 15 years younger and maybe 4 stone lighter. "We're tracking right in a minute. Head for the outcropping and then get scrambling for the tree line. Once we're there, we've got it cracked. Got it? Go right, follow me." Cora glanced back up towards the lighthouse. The platform in front of the great light was visible now. Hazel was stood at the very edge of the platform, elbows braced on the thick railing. She had the Desert Eagle clutched in both hands, pointed right at her. "Stop right there!" she yelled, almost hysterical. "I'll splash you all over the path." "Don't stop!" bellowed Horace. The gun roared. The round cracked past her head and kicked up a puff of earth. Her blood would look like that, she realised. A thick cloud as the round ricocheted off her bones and pulverised her insides. Cora instinctively dodged left, away from the trajectory of the bullet. Horace's buttocks flailed as he crawled his way up an incline, leading up and away from the path to the lighthouse. Loose rocks and earth tumbled towards her, grit stinging her eyes. "Keep going, love," Horace wheezed. Another shot rang out, this one nicking off stone. The deflected lead cleft the air an inch or so away from her temple, singeing the fine hairs on her earlobe. Cora gasped, leapt full length, and landed on the incline. She scrambled up, the soil and loose stone tearing at her fingernails, gaining a foothold, reaching the summit. "You bitch! Stop or I'll blow you in half!" But the voice seemed distant now. Cora ignored it, but couldn't ignore the third shot, expecting the hammer blow to follow, and the lights dimmed. But none came. The shot had gone high, heading out to sea. Then she was over the incline and scrambling down a steep slope. She followed a rising cloud of dust stirred by Horace, who was part way to the bottom already and heading for a thicket of palm trees. She almost lost her balance, running as fast as she could, her knee twisting. At the last moment she corrected her flight, stopping her from ploughing face first into the scree and scattered stones. 2 more shots sounded, but they were now in cover, hidden from sight of the lighthouse. "They'll be after us," Horace said, his face drenched in sweat, turning his off-white polo shirt dark at the neck and shoulders. "Head down to the beach and get in the boat. You follow?" She nodded. "Dylan's got a speedboat. It's high spec. They'll be on us in minutes before we get to Big Island." "We're not going to Big Island." Again, Horace tipped her a wink. "I've got a better idea. Come on." The thicket of palm trees turned the day into close, oppressive night, the sandy floor dappled in shards and splinters of light where the sunshine broke through. There was a clear path, but vegetation nicked at Cora's ankles, and creatures big and small skittered out of their path. This was a place a tiger might lurk, utterly unseen until the final moments. Horace's breath had climbed several octaves. He sounded as if he might keel over. He ran, bent almost double. Soon a patch of yellow, almost too bright to look at, ignited beyond the tree line. There was the beach, and the ocean behind it, white gold and copper blue. Horace straightened up as they reached the sand, running more confidently, his boots kicking up clumps of sugar sand. Cora smarted in the sudden light, following his footsteps. Horace's small outboard looked sturdy enough, planted in the gentle surf. "You'll have to help me get us out onto the water. You up for it?" "I'm just fine," Cora snapped, glancing back towards the tree line. "You got a phone?" "Don't worry, backup is on the way." The 8-foot boat was called Emily June, according to the pale blue livery on the fiberglass hull. Horace waded into the water, yanked an anchor from the surf, and clattered it over the gunwale. "What do you know about Hazel and Dylan?" Cora asked. "Just what I said," Horace said, taking hold of the boat and shoving it out into deeper water. "They're fraudsters, but nothing major. You're about the biggest fish they've tried to land. Come on, get in. I think we can get started now." He took a moment to steady himself, then hauled himself onto the deck. The boat pitched in the surf, looming above Cora's head for an instant. She had a flashback to the tiger shark, prowling the other side of the bay. "Come on, love, don't be hanging about. I'm expecting your 2 mates to appear any second, and they'll be too close to miss if you stay there." "Where are we headed if it's not Big Island?" Horace reached over the gunwale for her hand. "What?" "Oh, back to your house. I want them to think we're going to Big Island, you see." "Back to my house?" "Yeah, we're going to double back and park up just around the bay. Last thing they'll expect. Come on now." He reached out, fingertips close enough to touch her face. "Back to our house for what? A shootout? Is there a panic room I don't know about?" "We need to collect your passports. That's what they're after. We grab a hold of the passports, then we're out of here, and then they've no reason to stick around. And they've nothing to gain by bashing your fella either. Everyone walks away. Cora stepped back, the rhythm of the tide almost knocking her flat on her backside. Are you kidding me? No. Come on, lady, you're about to get Swiss cheesed here. I think I can see one of them now. Cora cried out as she steadied herself. It was half bark of laughter, half sob of despair. Go back to the house! For our passports! Do you think I'd button up the back or something? Cora, come on. Horace tried to smile. And that was it. Like a trapdoor shutting, there was no further progress with Horace. A doubt that adrenaline, pain and physical exertion had partially cut out in Cora's mind surged back into being. There was no trusting this man. He was one of them. Stay the fuck away from me! She turned and slogged through the water. Ah, damn it. Horace hurled the anchor back into the sand, then leapt into the water beside Cora. Wait there, just 1 second. Don't come near me. Pretty please? He grabbed her shoulder roughly, and she spun around. There was a gun in Horace's hand. He smiled ruefully, even as a strong wave lapped his neck and chin. Like the boat, Horace stayed anchored. He pointed the barrel at Cora's head. No sudden moves, please. I'm very nervous. When people get nervous, bad things can happen. People can get their fucking head blown off. So why don't you just turn around and go back the way you came, as calm as you like, with your hands up, and don't give me any trouble. Cora did as she was told. The bottom had dropped out of her world again. Her guts, her blood, her senses were fast-flowing river. She fought for breath as she held up her hands, stepping onto firmer sand and straightening up. Dead ahead, Dylan appeared in the clearing. What happened, man? He said, frowning over his shades. She didn't buy it, Horace said, at Cora's ear. I told you she wouldn't. Dylan shrugged and grinned. Oh well, worth a try, I say. Why don't we get back to the party? Chapter 29. Cora was thrown onto her face on the couch on the well of the floor. Just above her, Jonathan lay face first on the carpet, his blood seeping into the cat's fur carpeting, gluing his cheek to the fibres. One eye gazed steadily at her, unnervingly. Were it not for Jonathan's chest rising and falling, and the breath rasping in his throat, the same way he snored after he'd been drinking, Cora might have thought he was dead. Well then, Horace stretched out on the leather sofa, a hand pressed on the small of his back, grimacing. Hell of a workout there, folks, let me tell you. I don't fancy any more rock scrambling today. Hazel had done nothing to hide her irritation. What happened to your big plan, then? Horace crossed one ankle on top of his knees. Cora here's smarter than the average bear. She cottoned onto it. I even hurried her along a little bit while we were trying to get the boat out into the water. She's not daft. More's the pity. Hey, I bet you're the type of girl who doesn't get caught out with spam emails, eh? No Nigerian prince is offering big money for you. Cora said nothing. She stared out of the window towards the sea below. A gull wheeled away from the lighthouse, shrieking silently behind the glass. How hard did you try to persuade her exactly? Hazel persisted. Oh, look, does it matter? She saw through it, and we're here. You want my opinion? The passports are in that house somewhere. We should be down there, ripping the place apart, not sat on our asses up here, wasting time. At the very least, we should be putting the screw on these two, and save us the demolition work. No, we're staying here, Hazel said. We wait until Slick arrives. Then we find out what the plan is. Ugh, if Slick's plan differs significantly from mine, I will be astonished, Horace said. Playtime's over. We've done the party games. It's time to get serious. He swiveled his head towards Cora and practically smacked his lips as he said, I hope you don't mind us talking about you this way, love. I don't mean to be rude, but unless you tell us where the passports are, we're going to hurt you. Worse than we hurt your man. And to share a little secret with you, I might even enjoy it a little bit. As I said, Hazel said slowly and deliberately, we're going to wait until Slick gets here. Shouldn't be too long, then we'll decide on a plan. Slick, Horace sneered. What a bad idea that was. Dylan, who had been watching this exchange underneath his shades while he sipped on a glass of water, said, We needed the laundry services. We had no way around that. There's always ways around that. You make the right inquiries, which you didn't. Now, if you'd asked me first... Hazel massaged her temples, inhaling sharply. Horace, shut up. I'm just telling you, I said shut up. She stared at her watch, then began to drum her fingers. The pistol was positioned an inch or two from her hand. She sighed, then turned to Cora. Unfortunately, what your old friend here says is right. We'll have no option but to hurt you unless you give us what we want. And I really don't want to do that. I can't answer for these two, but that's how I feel about it. What happened with your man was bad enough. I regret it. I wish we hadn't laid a finger on him. It's not what I wanted. But he did at least say he had no idea where the passports were, and I believed him. He said they weren't at the hotel. You, however, have told a couple of porcupines since you got here, and I don't like it. We will find a way to get the truth from you. Cora said, So what's the story with Horace? Is he actually with the police or just pretending to be? Copper? Horace spluttered before Hazel could answer. Not in your life. I'm what you might call between jobs. That's very defensive of you. Yeah, you're a copper then. Noted. Horace threw back his head and laughed. I like you. Maybe we could go for that drink after all this is over. Back to the phone party bar? Why not? Ask them if they can launder our money there while you're at it. What I can't work out is, were you pretending to be a drunken sleazeball when we first met you, or was it all natural? Bit of both, I guess, Horace said, scratching his chin. This gig's a bit of a busman's holiday, I suppose. Never hurts to try your luck. I wondered why Hazel was so angry with you. At the time I thought she was more assertive than me. But you were just trying to make me think she really hated you. Put some distance between you and her in my head. Then later on, it made it easier to believe you were with the police. She's good, Horace said, applauding. You have to say, she's good. Hey, for what it's worth, I wondered if Dylan might have stabbed you at the phone party. It struck me as weird, the way you just sort of crumpled. Ah, that was actually a good punch to the ribs. Reckon I might have cracked a couple. Thanks for that, you bastard. Here, Horace mock saluted Dylan. Method acting, darling, Dylan said in a passable impression of Laurence Olivier. You have to sell it to the heathens. It had to be convincing. Speaking of which, what are we doing with the lump there? Horace nodded towards Jonathan. Call a water taxi, Dylan suggested. See if Captain Clay will dump him in the drink. I can think of a few sharks who'll be glad to see him. He looks pretty messed up, Horace observed. He's not saying much either. You didn't bash him too hard on the head, did you? Nah, Jonathan rasped suddenly. I'm just ignoring you. Then his one visible eye fixed on Cora and gave the briefest wink. Hazel's phone flashed. She studied the screen, then said, Showtime! Slick's arrived. Roll out the red carpet, Horace yelled, clapping like a deranged chimpanzee. Cora heard the heavy door down below grate open, then footsteps reverberated up the stairs towards the room. Chapter 30. The door creaked open. Dylan almost came to attention, laying his glass of water on the kitchen worktop. Hazel stayed where she was, eyes always on Cora. Horace leaned back further in the couch, hands behind his head, one ankle braced on his other knee. Through his shorts, a furry thigh appeared, so well threaded with dirty blonde hair as to appear mossy. The woman from the reception at the Wayfarer appeared, with her severe blonde bob and pudgy chin, as well as the silent reaction to her appearance. Cora was reminded of Miss Guthrie, who had since retired, a teacher she'd respected but not liked. The woman let the door swing shut behind her, then surveyed the scene. When she saw Jonathan, she sighed and drew her hands through her hair. Who did that to him? She said. Me, Dylan said warily. I thought I told you. I thought I was clear. None of that until we tried everything else, including being nice. She turned to Cora and beamed. We've tried pretty much everything else, Hazel said. They've given us nothing. And what? You decided to open him up in a dozen locations, then smear him all over the carpets? Hey, Dylan said. You want to go in and try some sweet talk? You be my guest. The woman, slick, stepped forward, grinding her teeth. Dylan stood his ground. You do it my way. Understand? There's only so many cops I can buy off. You leave traces like that all over the place, it gives us a bigger problem. Evidence to get rid of. They'll search this place, and they'll find bits and pieces. They'll go around this place with tweezers and tape, and they'll find God knows what. That might not give you a headache, wherever you fuck off to, but it gives me a headache back here. And I don't like headaches. So don't give me one. And while you're at it, don't be telling me how to do things. Dylan said nothing. Now, Slick said, turning to Cora, we have met before, though you might not have got my Sunday name. Your real name's Slick? Cora asked. You're Slick? That's right. Grace is my name. Someone called me Grace Slick ages ago, and it stuck. Jefferson Airplane, Starship, you know? Whatever you say, Cora said. OK, not a big classic rock fan. Not a problem. I guess it's a dying art, so... Slick manoeuvred herself down into the well and sat down opposite Cora on the sofa. I won't waste anyone's time by explaining what I want, or why I want it. We need your passports. They're locked up at the hotel. They aren't, Slick said. I booked you in, the minute you landed. Any contact you've had with the booking company or the hotel, I've been all over it. I have privileges at the Wayfarer. A floating brief, you could call it. Very smart place. You should try the spa. Seriously, it's one of the best treatments you'll ever have. Not so much as one single blackhead left to pop on my hooter. And the oil didn't feel as if you'd been stir-fried either. Yeah, so I'm told. By the guy at the spa, who was sure I'd already paid a visit. Yeah, Slick sighed. You can't cover every bet, I suppose. What's the point, though? Having Hazel pretend to be me and Dylan pretend to be Jonathan? Because you can't just move $1 dollop of money from one bank to another without people asking questions, even on somewhere like Big Island. Especially the dollop you've got, love. There are interviews, phone calls, face-to-face stuff, paperwork to sign in person, lots of annoying security issues. I'm all over these lumps of sand in the sea, but I can't switch off every CCTV camera. But hey, you don't need to worry about that. You can still sit back and relax. And the spa? Ooh, if you're lucky, you'll be able to go to the spa this afternoon if you like. Just take it nice and easy. You'll worry about what we're going to do with your passports, but you'll soon learn not to be so hung up about it. You'll be able to apply for another passport. You'll be able to go back to your house, sleep in your bed, and keep breathing. While you do what? Cora said. Split with our money? Yeah, that's precisely what we're going to do. Interesting transactions your man has been carrying out. That one from a few days ago in particular. We knew he was making the deal, but he took so long to close it. We worried for a while it might be delayed, and the deal wouldn't be signed off before you came out here, but all was well. And you'll be insured, won't you? Isn't that right, Jonathan? It might take a while. You might have to take them to court, but you'll get your cash back. Of course, it will never be traced. All we need, for tedious reasons, are your passports to complete the picture. That's the one element we can't fake. So Dylan and Hazel pretend to be us, convincingly, fly out here with our passports, CCTV, airport security, they'll be none the wiser, until it's too late. I'm guessing you'll sort out the problem with my bank account, a misunderstanding. You'll have skimmed our cards, you'll have our details. You've been poking around our house, spinning our safe. I know you have. Slick smiled. That's right. We've been very thorough. And believe me, if it was as simple as pulling some cash out your bank, there'd be no need for any of this. You'd be dead. And we'd be half a planet away from here by the time anyone cottons on. We need to be a bit more sophisticated than that. We have to sit down, speak to bank managers, get the money moved, and then disappear. All you and your fiancé have to do is sit tight here for 3 or 4 days. You can have everything you want. Life for Larry, lap of luxury. You can have the freedom of the Wayfarer. I'll swing it for you. Just go off-grid for 3 or 4 days. Then, when the coast's clear, you can get in touch with your bank, the embassy, whoever. Then you can go home. In one piece. Slick had the demeanour of a hairdresser. The effect was perhaps even enhanced by the position she was in. Cora found herself wanting to agree with what she was saying, to nod along with it, to look for some hope. But she knew that behind the friendly, pinched expression of the little Essex woman was death. The passports are locked up in the Wayfarer safe. I don't know how many times I have to say it. They are not on this island. That's bullshit. Don't insult our intelligence any longer. Slick smiled. Woman of mystery you are. I'm kind of intrigued by all this, you know.
I genuinely want to know where they are, just to solve things, you know. But one thing I am sure of is that the passports are somewhere else on this island. Specifically, in that house. Somehow we haven't managed to find them yet, despite pulling the place apart and putting it back together again behind your back. So, where have you hidden them, Cora? Cora started to laugh. She clamped a hand to her mouth and tried to swallow it back. She didn't know where it had come from. Hysteria. This is hysteria. This is what they mean by it. Her hand shook uncontrollably. She burst out laughing. Sorry, she said. It's just... Slick's demeanour didn't waver. Perhaps her eyes grew brighter. Oh, love, don't worry, she said softly. The number of times I've seen that happen. It's the nerves. Too much of the nerves can make you giddy. Did you know? People can actually die laughing. If I told you I'd seen that, would you believe it? Yes, I believe you. I believe you've had those kinds of experiences. Good. So you'll tell me where the passports are? No. That's why I won't tell you where the passports are. Cora clutched the hem of her skirt and tried to will her legs to stop shaking. Because you're going to kill us when you find the passports. You're going to be allowed to use the facilities while you steal our identities and our money, is that it? You booked a boat trip for us to get out of the house, in the first place. What's next, a spa treatment while you turn out our pockets? You're going to kill us and dump us in the sea. That's what anyone in your position would do. People working on the islands won't even know we're missing if you send out 2 impersonators. So no, for the last time, I'm not going to tell you where our fucking passports are. Slick's face fell. She sighed heavily, then looked into her lap. Okay, she said at length. Okay. Now things have to change. About bloody time, Horace said, springing to his feet. Cora tried not to flinch as he strode past her and then stopped in front of Jonathan. His pistol was in his hand. He snarled through bared teeth. Get up, you fucking punchbag. Jonathan gazed up at him. With his scalp encrusted with patches of dried blood and stiff spines here and there, he looked as if he'd just been woken out of a deep sleep. Yeah, fucking stay to you, man. Rolling about the carpet like a dog. Horace kicked Jonathan in the stomach, hard. Jonathan actually did whine like a dog. Stop, Cora said, getting to her feet. Whatever you do, just stop. He doesn't know where the passports are. I know, genius, Horace said. I know that you know where the passports are. I'm just curious about something. He heaved Jonathan to his knees and then to his feet. Horace might have been out of shape, but there was no doubting the strength in his broad back and shoulders. Jonathan was a shivering bundle. Blood spotted his polo shirt. A fly lit on one of these brown islands on the cotton, briefly, before Horace jammed the barrel of the gun against Jonathan's temple. Yeah, Horace continued, I'm wondering how much you love your fiancé, because if you don't tell us what we want, on the count of 3, I'm going to blow his fucking head off. Cora held up a hand. Please, he doesn't know. Take me instead. Oh, you'll get your turn if you don't tell us. Don't worry about that. This is to show we're serious. Talk, or he's dead. Your choice. Hazel said, very calmly. I think you should put the gun down for now, Horace. We can still talk it through. Slick's got 1 or 2 ideas, and I think maybe we should use reason first. Reason? Don't make me laugh. Were you being reasonable when you slapped this clan about? No, little Miss Stonewall. They have to understand that we mean business. Deadly serious. So, here goes. 1, Cora swallowed. I can't tell you. You're going to shoot us anyway. Her eyes fixed upon a sextant, on one of the shelves. Was it bolted down in some way? It looked heavy enough to launch at Dylan. From there, she had a weapon, and no matter how unlikely, she had a chance. 2, Horace said. He jammed the barrel harder against Jonathan's temple. His one good eye squeezed shut, and he whimpered. Christ alive, Horace sneered. Go out like a man, would you? Look at the state of you. If I was you by this point, I'd be begging for the bullet, mate. Put me out of my misery. How can you live with yourself? That's pathetic. How does a guy like you get to earn millions of dollars? In business? How is it possible? Jonathan's tongue crawled out from between his cracked, scabbed lips, wetting them. Then he said, I made the money by pimping out your mum. Someone tittered. It might have been Hazel. Horace's eyes went blank, and his features softened. 3, he said simply. The sound of the gunshot was unbearably loud in the enclosed space. Chapter 31. Both Horace and Jonathan fell back onto the carpet in a tangle of limbs, marionettes with their wires cut. One of them yelped. A fine red mist spotted the pristine white wall behind them. One single red gout looped through the air, sickly in the fading sunlight. Both men lay prone, with the sound of the shot still ringing in Cora's ears. She screamed and leapt out of her seat. 2 sets of hands gripped her, probably Hazel's and Slick's, but she could not be sure, but she still fought forward. Only a sharp blow to the back of the head, perhaps from a fist, stopped her short, bringing her to her knees. "Just you relax," Slick said. "Let's not have any accidents." The barrel of the gun Slick had just fired bit into the back of Cora's scalp. The metal burned. She could smell her own singed hair. When she felt her skin began to blister, she twisted her head away, crying out. "That's good," Slick said. "You've got the idea. Stay where you are. Don't worry yourself." Someone in the far corner cried out, the type of sound someone made if they were to turn their hand around and see an insect crouched in the palm. Jonathan rolled away from Horace's body, kicking it off, and struggled to get to his feet. His face was streaked with new blood, not his own, the sleeve of his polo shirt drenched with it at the upper arm. He made it to his feet and backed against the wall. Dylan moved to intercept him, but Jonathan was such an abject figure that he didn't bother putting any hands on him. Dylan's jaw clenched. He gazed at Horace's body. Cora couldn't see the Australian man's face, but unfortunately she could clearly see the wound that had gouged out an entire section of his blonde scalp. The red depression in his head was almost comical. A scoop taken out of some ice cream, a Warner Brothers cartoon punchline stenciled in flesh. The spout of blood had stopped now, but it continued to ooze, soaking the body and the carpeting beneath. Hazel had sat back down, but she clenched her hands, gripping them over and over as if she imagined washing them, her gun laid aside. The shock was washing over her now, just as it was with Cora, its palsied fingers seizing her by the shoulders and giving them a shake. "What in God's name did you do that for?" Hazel whispered. Slick's blue eyes were watering, the side of her face twitching in fury. "2 reasons. 1, that idiot was a liability. At first I thought he really was in deep cover, until I realised that he actually was a malingering drunken prick. That was about the only card he played right, when he spoke to her at the hotel. How he didn't manage to take her back to the house and get her to pick up the passport was the final straw. He was fucking up all over the place, making a spectacle of himself. Almost got arrested. And on a related note, I don't like what he used to do for a living. He's got the credentials on the street now, but I can't rule out that he was still on the inside, undercover. The jaded drunk coming to the end of his career, 1 or 2 big jobs under his belt since he came out, a bad rep. That's a classic case, practically a cliché. I've had him pegged for shark meat for a while." "He could have blown Jonathan's head off." "No, he wouldn't. He had the safety on. I spotted it right away. He was all bluff. Incidentally, pick up his gun, would you, Dylan? We don't want anyone around here getting ideas. Especially this bitch." Slick jerked her head towards Cora. "She might have been spending weekends playing with her tanks in the pretendy army, but she's handled guns before, no doubt about it. Take no chances." "You shot a cop," Dylan said, crouching to retrieve Horace's gun, which had landed a foot away from his outstretched hand. "Doesn't matter if he was off the fence or not, you do not shoot a cop." "I do what I like over here, sweetheart. He's not the first copper I've topped in my tenure. Anyway, this is what we call a moot point. Get one of the body bags and stick Horace in it." "You said something about contamination," Hazel said, a little more composed now, "about 2 minutes ago. Look at the blood, you said." She gestured towards the back wall, where the criss-crossed oars were spattered with unspeakable matter. "We'll sort out a nice deep clean once we've got what we need here," Slick said. "I've got some excellent staff who'll have this whole place turned around, redecorated and bleached to within an inch of its life. The carpets will make a nice bonfire at the back. Floorboards too, if it comes to that. And they know they'll die if they say a word to anyone about it. Dylan, sweetheart? Body bags? Hazel, you make sure your lover boy over there doesn't try and run for it. I'll cover Pollyanna here." "Body bags," Cora said thickly. "Plural." Slick turned to Cora as Dylan disappeared upstairs. We've got a few dead meat suitcases. And yeah, that does tell you something. We're well prepared. The next person to get zipped up inside one will be your fiancé, unless you talk. Dylan is going to blow his head off if you don't tell us what we want to know. In case you're not paying attention, I shot Horace to show you that I am serious. Her voice dropped to a guttural tone, a register more suited to the animal kingdom than human conversation. And I am a very, very fucking serious individual. The gun barrel turned towards her. Cora was used to the smell of spent shells. In the past it had been a strangely addictive scent, slightly chemical, slightly metallic. This time it turned her stomach. She licked her lips and said, "The passports are buried somewhere." Slick sighed. "Explain." "Near the house. I buried them when we first got here." X marks the spot. I like this, it's a good game. But don't keep me in suspense. Where? I can't remember exactly. Oh, come off it, love. Hazel, get ready to put a round in Jonathan's balls. We'll start with the extremities. He should survive, unless he goes into shock. But let's take the gamble. I can't remember where I buried them exactly, so that's why I made a map. And where is that? In the mystery box. Cora nodded towards the box that had been delivered by the courier. The key is on the fob that was in my bag, the one you emptied out onto the floor. Go check, Slick said to Hazel. After rooting through a pile of belongings that had been emptied onto the floor, Hazel jingled Cora's key fob, handing them over to Slick. I'm guessing this big brass one goes with the lock on that box. Would I be right, Cora? Cora shrugged. Slick laughed, as close to genuine warmth as she had been that day. You buried your passports and you made a map to remember where they were? Honestly? I don't know if you're the most careful person I've ever met, or a total maniac, or just stringing me along. OK, let's play. That isn't all I buried out there. I set all this up, the mystery box and the treasure map. It was a surprise for Jonathan, a present. I was going to bury something on the island anyway before I met you, before I got the idea to hide our passports. It was a game. Something special I wanted to set up. Something fun to do, like a board game. I planned it for ages. We were going to have a treasure island theme. Yeah, I get the reference, thank you very much. Slick sneered. Then she visibly relaxed, eyes sparkling. Now it starts to make sense. You know, we turned over every bit of that fucking house. Upturned every plant pot, checked every fold of laundry. We even fucking x-rayed your luggage. No sign of the passports. We checked the mattresses, the bath mats, the curtains, everything. But we didn't spot anything there. It was a puzzle. Now I see we're going on a treasure hunt. I'll get you now. Why in God's name did you do something so complicated? Surely it was a risk burying the fucking things in the earth. You paranoid or something? Basically, yeah. Cora sat up. You know what made me paranoid? You. Asking for the passports the first night we arrived. You kept hassling us for them. Even when I told you I didn't want to hand them over and that you had no right taking them off us, you got quite aggressive. I didn't want to be separated from them. There was something fishy about you. So many years working with kids. You get to know when someone's up to something. You feel it in your wires. Slick laughed. Very good. Yeah, I keep forgetting you're a teacher. Regular little Miss Can-Do, aren't you? I bet you were the school swat back in the day, helping teacher carry her books. Hands straight up in the air first with the answer. But you know what? I get feelings in my wires too, honey. That's the feeling I get from you. Know what I used to do to swats like you back in the day? Ask them to help you with your homework? Cora was sat in the carpet, but her back was straight. She met Slick's gaze. Someone tittered. It might have been Hazel again. Wrong answer, Slick sniffed. Then she was a blur of movement. Cora could not avoid the punch in time. It detonated somewhere between her cheekbone and her ear, with a sharp, crisp impact. Even after the other side of her face met the soft canvas of the couch, the world continued to tilt and warp in her vision. She forgot to breathe for a moment. Finally, she took one gasp, then two. Her vision coalesced into a single eye. The singing in her ear reduced a little. Then she ignored the swelling on the side of her face and the dull throbbing that seemed to inflate it, and kept breathing, in and out. Chapter 32. Caden Rossiter could go either way, Cora thought. A beautiful boy with curly hair and a dimpled chin. He could stretch out and become handsome, or he could bloat, lose all definition, and become that curious thing. A school heartthrob gone to seed. Regardless, Cora wanted to slap him. Everything about him oozed insincerity. His every gesture seemed calculated to irritate, and his calculations were unerringly correct. He was evil incarnate, prime nuisance number one. He had simply got worse in the 2 years she had known him. It was hard to think of a lesson he hadn't disrupted in some way. In considering the amount of teaching time lost on his account, Cora had an instinctive need to pour some wine. Here and now, he fiddled endlessly with the knot on his own grey jogging bottoms, an item of clothing Cora was prejudiced against. She was prejudiced with lots of things about Caden Rossiter. But his studied insolence was slightly better, she supposed, than the red-tinged rage of the boy's mother, sat in the seat in front of her in Mrs. Fulbright's office. Mrs. Rossiter held up a single training shoe. It was over-designed, in Cora's opinion, and looked more like a new tie than footwear. That was the trick, she supposed, tying in with the idea of speed. But Caden Rossiter barely broke into so much as a trot, whether that was during PE or kicking a ball around at break time. He merely demanded the ball, and got it. Mark Hayden says he's had his other shoe stolen. Now, I don't care which of the little buggers in that class did it, pardon my French, Mrs. Fulbright, but what I don't like is that these trainers were under your supervision, Miss O'Brien, and one shoe has mysteriously disappeared. They had been trained to disarm unruly parents with charm and smiles, but Cora decided against this with Mrs. Rossiter. The woman was short, thick-set and doughty, a little like a hobbit without the warmth. Not someone you wanted to get into a punch-up with, at any rate. Mrs. Rossiter, I have 32 children to look after every day. It does happen now and again that an item of clothing goes missing. You should see the lost property basket we collect every term. It's like a full load of washing. This isn't a lost jumper. Mrs. Rossiter brandished the shoe again. Cora had a sudden fantasy that it might emit a ringtone and that Mrs. Rossiter would start speaking into it. This is a designer shoe. £200 they cost me. I'm not sure you understand the value of things, love, but it's a lot of money. And there it was, an up-and-down dirty look, from Cora's shoes to her haircut. Perfect score. We've searched all over for Caden's shoe, Mrs. Rossiter. We had the whole class involved. We even had an amnesty event giving people the opportunities to take the shoe out of their bag if they had it. Oh, great idea, Caden's mother said huffily. Fat lot of good that'll do. What's next? A prayer session? It is curious that just one shoe went missing, Cora continued. Fat lot of good one shoe would do anyone. We did ask if there were any one-legged men around who took a size 7, but I'm afraid we drew a blank on that one. That isn't funny, Mrs. Rossiter said. She jabbed a finger at Cora and said to Mrs. Fulbright, Why is she trying to be funny? I'm just trying to lighten the atmosphere, I do apologise, Cora continued. Anyway, what I wanted to ask Caden was, when did he discover it went missing? The boy looked annoyed at having to speak. He slouched again and said, Told you before, after PE on Wednesday. So, you took the shoes off, got changed into your trainers, and that's when you found out your shoe was lost. He's already told you that, Mrs. Rossiter said. I see. So this would have happened while you were out on the football field with the PE teacher, Mrs. Lane. So someone came into the changing room and stole it. Is that right? The boy shrugged. I came in. I've only got one shoe, haven't I? That's all I know. OK. I am pleased to say that we found the shoe. There was a moment of silence. Caden sat up. You're interested now, my little insolent friend, aren't you? You've got it? Mrs. Rossiter asked. Right here, Cora said. I found it in a desk drawer, as it happens. Can you believe that? Cora reached into a gym bag she'd brought back especially for the task. This is the shoe, isn't it? And she held up the training shoe, mirroring Mrs. Rossiter's stance of a few moments ago. Hey! Caden reached out, alarmed. Cora held the shoe back. Hold on. Not so fast. Aren't you pleased, Caden?
When did you discover this?
Cora hadn't told Mrs. Fulbright what was going to happen in advance. The headmistress was cool to the point of glacial and never lost her composure. The slight frown she bore on her large forehead was about as close as she got to a meltdown. Right after Caden put it there, in fact. Caden leapt from his seat. I never. She's off her nut, she is. She's got it in for me. She always got it in for me, the bitch. Mrs. Rossiter did nothing to placate her son. Instead, she jabbed a finger at Cora. You better explain yourself, and you better hand back my son's shoe. He's been in tears for days. Are you accusing... Wait a minute. Are you saying my son planted his shoe in your desk? That's exactly right, Cora said. Sit down, Caden. I'll explain it for everyone. She's a bitch. Caden swept a cardboard famine relief collection box off Mrs. Fulbright's desk, then slapped himself in the head. A lying bitch! Calm down, Caden. It's all right. We'll just get to the truth. I wanted your mum to hear it, and here it is. It starts with this, doesn't it, Caden? Cora touched the heel of the shoe. It sagged a little, and Cora lifted a torn flap with her fingernail. Give me back my shoe! The boy charged at her then. Cora got to her feet, keeping out of his way. Finally, his mother intervened, engulfing him with her arms and bosom the way an octopus might smother an oyster. Eventually, she held him fast, and Cora sat down and continued. As I said, it starts with Caden using a compass to puncture his own shoe. This happened on Monday afternoon. I'm not sure why Caden did this. Idle hands and all that is my theory. But I know that he burst the air bubble in the heel of his own shoe. It's a very expensive feature in training shoes, as I understand it. And how do you know this? People in class tell me things, Cora said. Lot of information flies around in any given class, Mrs. Rossiter. You could call it the dark arts. I have my informants. I bet it was that little cow Gretchen Miller. She's a right snob, Caelan snarled. And having discovered how to do this, he then punctured the air bubbles in 2 other boys' trainers. Great fun for everybody. Except now, Caden realises a bit too late that he has a problem. He has a very expensive pair of trainers, which his mother brought him, and which he presumably likes, but he's ruined them. We have had a few difficulties this term, Caden and I. I don't think I'd be saying anything that's a surprise to you, Mrs. Rossiter. That would be putting it mildly, the woman grumbled. I was a little bit suspicious when Caden's friend Robin went down with a bad leg during PE and made a great big fuss, so that Mrs. Lane had to stop the class and have him taken to the auxiliary. I was watching from the staff room while I was having a cup of tea, and it reminded me of another time when Robin had pretended to go down with a bad leg, so that Caden and his other friends could play cards while everyone was distracted. Bit of a silly thing to do, and soon sorted out, but it stuck in my head. Then I saw Caden running back into the PE block while the commotion was going on. That's when I decided to follow you, Caden. I saw you put something in my desk, then leave. You were very quick, very quiet, and very clever. She's lying, Mum, lying. I got Miss Munro to witness you going in and out of the class for me. Imagine my surprise when I found a training shoe in my desk. This training shoe, in fact. Cora held the shoe up again. I don't know what the deal is here. I suspect Caden just wants the school to pay for another pair of trainers for you, having ruined the pair you've got. Personally, I don't think it's a good idea to have trainers instead of pumps for early mornings here. Adds that bit of competition among children, I find, and school uniforms tend to remove that. Some people are born to wear uniforms, and some are meant to stand out, Mrs. Rossiter sniffed. My God, she isn't even embarrassed. She's going to brass it out. Anyway, I think Caden had planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Get some new trainers, and get me in trouble. His plan was to find the trainer in my desk, having caused a great big fuss and got everyone involved to find this shoe. And Caden asked to look in my desk, and I said, yes, of course, Caden. And what did you find? The boy had calmed down now. He was back to slouch mode, a slight smile on his lips, but he said nothing. He found a stuffed owl toy, borrowed from reception. You seemed very surprised to see it, too. Cora placed the shoe on the floor, carefully. You can have the shoe back, Caden, but I'm going to ask Mrs. Fulbright to approve a week's exclusion.
You can't do that. I'll sue. My boy's been wrongfully accused here. He's been set up by you, more like. You admit it. You admit you had the shoe."
"He was filmed," Cora said. "By me. From the very end of the corridor, by the side of the trophy cabinet. It's time-stamped too." She brought out her phone. "Look, here he is, coming down the corridor with the shoe in his hand."
"We don't have to take this. We'll be in touch. Caden, get your shoe."
"I don't want it," the boy sneered. "It's been in her smelly bag." They slammed the door on the way out, leaving the one burst shoe in the middle of the floor. Mrs. Fulbright took a moment to find the right words. "Cora, that was dramatic." She grinned. "Don't I know it? Not as dramatic as it could have been if that boy had pulled out his missing shoe from my desk. It was a silly trick, no doubt. It was a silly trick, on top of a lot of other silly tricks, on top of the disruption he brings to my classes." The anger was spilling over now, the frustration of having had a victory denied. "And he's moved on to the classic bullying now, too. That McGoldrick boy came in with a black eye and a thick ear, and I'm told Caden did that. Goaded him into a fight, then beat him up. Leon Goldrick wouldn't hurt a fly. He isn't a coward either, though, so there's the result. This is only going to get worse. So do something about him, Mrs. Fulbright. Exclude him, put him on measures, or get him out of the school. I don't care, I've had enough." "Cora, I think that'll be all, Mrs. Fulbright." She got up and walked out. She never did find out what happened with the shoe. On her way down the corridor, she saw Mrs. Rossiter and Caden passing by outside. The thick-set woman was screaming in the boy's face, the sound cut off by the double glazing. Caden's head was hung low, his eyes reddened. The boy glared at Cora. She in turn smiled and waved, and walked back to class. Chapter 33. Even as she blinked away tears, Cora focused, centered herself, waited for the universe to stop reverberating, and got to her feet. She had taken worse. She remembered the flurry of blows during the milling when she first joined up, the out-and-out savagery of it, the surrender to some long-hidden instinct. It had been unofficial, done on a strictly voluntary basis, organised by the ex-para who had taken their training. Cora had been paired with another woman, about the same height, supposedly the same weight, but a good bit skinnier. That nervous kind of skinny. A wiry tension in her neck and arm muscles that radiated threat, even before Cora knew she was going to fight with her. She had a hole in her nostril that looked big enough for a bullet to pass through, where she'd once had an elaborate piercing, something that drew the attention as much as the sunless voids of her black eyes. This girl was ex-prison, or ex-drugs, certainly ex a world that Cora had little knowledge of and no experience of engaging with other than fear and suspicion. She had a rough accent, which she'd initially thought was Irish, but turned out to be from somewhere in the Hebrides. Hard as nails, Cora had thought. Then one day she was facing this girl in a makeshift ring, with ludicrously sized boxing gloves on her hands, a gum shield threatening to split her face, a headguard clutching her temples. The gloves were stuff of comedy, absurd, made for mime jokes with crustaceans for a subject. The instructor said, "The point of the exercise is you will not box. By that, I mean you will not weave, duck, feint, dance, or throw any combination punches. You are going to hammer each other with punches full in the face. You will not use your feet, your heads, or your knees. You will not use kung fu, judo, aikido, or any other discipline you might happen to know. You will be hit in the face. It will hurt. And you will fight until one of you gives up. And you will do it after I blow my whistle." And he had placed the whistle between his lips and held it there. A sadist. Of course he was. For a very long time, while Cora could hear the other recruits shifting in their seats behind her. And she had looked at the girl with the bullet hole in her nostril, and soon they had been going for it, the world erupting in a series of stinging blasts, and she had thought, give no ground. And on the front foot she had hit this girl again and again, barely pausing for breath, not even sure if she was hitting her face, ignoring the swipes, blasts and the whining in her ear, until she became aware of the other girl's laboured breathing, and the fact that the punches had lessened in number and severity even as she pushed forward, snarling, actually snarling. She had won the milling, Chapter 34. "That's what I did to swats like you," Slick said, her voice a controlled snarl. "Do you have a complaint to make?" "I might take it up with your supervisor," Cora said, her voice surprisingly strong. She got up and sat on the couch, slowly and deliberately. "Don't be smart, or you'll get it again. And worse." Slick raised the gun in her free hand. Taking no chances, Cora composed herself, sitting up straight. She heard the clipped tones of the old instructor. "Control your breathing. Pain is just fear leaving your body. In and out." Dylan reappeared with a black plastic bag with a zip on the front. Cora wondered if it was, in fact, a bag for a three-piece suit, instead of something that might conceivably hold a body. But Dylan folded Horace's body inside it with commendable composure, the hands and feet flopping as he tucked them in. There was one sickening glimpse of Horace's face, the eyes open, peering up towards the collapsed part of his cranium, jaw dropped wide. Then Dylan zipped up the bag and the face disappeared. "Now what?" he said, crossing over to the sink and putting his hands beneath a hard jet of water from the tap.
"Order room service, get them to pick it up?"
"Actually, kind of," Slick said. "Drag him downstairs and throw him onto the sand. Make sure you don't go anywhere near the water. We don't want him in the sea just yet. Later on, we'll turn him into bite-sized chunks and then feed him to Bertha." Slick turned to Cora. "You know Bertha, don't you? Big girl. Lives around here this time of year. Probably breeded at the moment. Looking for a mate. Well, she's very famous. Divers keep coming over to swim with her. They shouldn't, though. Tiger sharks will eat anything. They're worse than great whites. Bertha's not a fussy eater, I can tell you. She's had a free dinner out of me a few times." Cora visualised that immense dark missile streaking towards the seabird as it nestled on top of the turquoise water. Not frantic, unflustered, but still fast and direct, a dreadful dart cleaving the surface. Inevitable. As Dylan dragged the dead weight down the staircase, a phone burred. "Hers," Hazel said, nodding towards the kitchen counter. Cora's phone took on a life of its own, edging towards the end of the worktop, on vibrate. "Answer it," Slick said. "I'll cover them both." Hazel lifted the phone and hit the answer button. This bypassed Cora's lock screen, though she had no doubt that they'd hacked into it already. "Hello? Yes, this is Cora." "What? Didn't you deliver something already?" Hazel frowned. "Well, there's been a change of plan. We're not actually at the house. We're a little further up at the lighthouse. Yes. Yes, if you could change the delivery address, I'd be so grateful." "Password? Yes, sorry, I've got it written down somewhere. Hang on." Hazel pointed the gun towards Cora and mouthed, "Password." "Dog days," Cora said. All one word. Capital D at the start, numerical 0 instead of an O. Hazel relayed this to the person on the phone. "Just leave the package outside the lighthouse. That'll be..." "Oh, I see. How cute. Big technology come to take us over, eh? Well, what you can do is drop it on top of the viewing platform. Is that possible?" "Hey, it'll be a challenge for you. Busman's holiday, yes? Smashing." She hung up and cleared her throat. "Apparently, a drone is going to drop yet another package off. It was over at the beach house, but there's no one in." "You playing games with us?" Slick said. "Because don't." "I'm not playing games with you," Cora said. She indicated Jonathan, who was still slumped against the far wall. What she could make out of his expression still slack with shock. "With him. As I said, I arranged a surprise. It's his birthday today." "Explain," Slick said, with a touch of genuine weariness. "In detail." "It's kind of personal." "Personal doesn't come into it for you anymore. I don't care if it's a his and hers 20-inch double-ended dildo with the late Dale Winton's face on each side. What is it?" "It's a birthday cake." Tears welled in Cora's eyes, and it was no bluff, no card trick. She pictured another celebration, an unbirthday in another dimension, where they were sitting down to a novelty cake with silly hats on. She blinked the tears away. She had to concentrate. Give a little bit of the game away, but not everything, Cora thought. Not yet. "Well, how nice. We'll get some plates together, shall we? There'll be some plates around. Young Dylan's definitely got some knives. He can do the slicing. We'll all sing happy birthday to Jonathan too. And if all goes well, He might even get to enjoy the day. Or at least, he might get to live long enough to see it. Slick nodded to Hazel. Cover up the blood. Stick down a black bag, whatever. Wipe that shit off the wall. I'm not your skivvy, Hazel said, nettled. You said you can get people to do it for you, so go call your people. And don't get used to speaking to me like that. Tension quivered in the air for a moment. Cora noticed that Jonathan's one useful eye lit up and focused on the two women holding the guns. Clean up this shit from the wall and cover up the blood. You disagree? You can file a complaint later. If there's a drone, it will be guided by remote control. The courier will be able to look into the house, so we have to tidy up a bit and make sure there's nothing that looks suspicious. Like a dead body you're about to dump, where everyone can see it? It's in a bag, Slick said. Yeah, it's in a bag, but it'll look like a body on white fucking sand. Slick waved away the protests. I'll have my people speak to the courier. You got a name for them? Yeah. Hazel checked the phone. Zipwire Services. I know them. Zane's the boss. He pays up every month. He'll know what's good for him. Quite a good idea, mind you, isn't it? Drones and that, dropping off prezzies. It's the future. Might get that for my other half's birthday. Hazel bit her lip and stayed silent. After stamping up to the kitchen sink, she wrung out a sponge and began scrubbing the back wall. She drew the sponge over the crossed oars first, grimacing as she did so. Thank you, Slick said heavily. She fished around in her pocket and produced a key with a label on it. Now, let's see if you're telling the truth about your mystery box. Chapter 35. Slick's demeanour changed as she fit the key in the lock. Now she was a slightly crazed nursery teacher, making a big deal over Christmas, all big blue eyes and silly sound effects. Ooh, what's it gonna be? Hopefully not a bomb, Hazel commented. Slick lifted the lid and said, Bang! Then she grinned and reached inside. Well, I'll be buggered, me hearties. It is an actual map. She lifted out some paper, although it was a quite sturdy A5. It had been treated as if it was aged, like a flimsy, mouldy old pirate map. A detailed map of Two Trees Island had been printed on it, as if it was hand-drawn, and the waters surrounding the island were turbid with sea monsters, Spanish galleons, long-haired mermaids, and one immense, grinning shark. An X marked the spot, of course, quite near to the image of Cora and Jonathan's beach house. Quite detailed, said Hazel. You didn't just knock that up over 2 minutes, and you didn't decide to do it on a whim when you met Slick at the hotel front desk, either. That's where the passports are, Cora said. So you say. But what else have you got there? Treasure? X marks the spot? A couple of extra surprises for Jonathan, for his birthday. Like what? That'd be telling, wouldn't it? Don't mess us around, Slick said, as she minutely checked the box, knocking on the base to check for hidden compartments. I don't think your man's going to be in the mood to celebrate. And if you don't start being honest with us, he won't be celebrating anything. It's just some presents, little things. Some cufflinks, a bottle of bolly, a vintage action man from the 1970s that he's been looking for on eBay for the past 3 years, a couple of Star Wars figures that can't bend their elbows, and a set of snorkeling gear because we forgot to buy it before we came out. Just little things. Nice things. This whole thing, the key, the map, was a surprise for him. He likes games. We play board games all the time. He was even one of these fools who got into Pokemon a while ago, on his phone. This is a treasure hunt. It was supposed to be fun. And you just decided to put the passports in the treasure chest, did you? Slick said, arching an eyebrow. Yes. I had a brainwave not long after meeting you when we checked in. In fact, I sneaked out and did it while Jonathan was asleep. I was shattered, but I had to do it. I wanted a safe place to put them. Hazel shook her head. You planted the passports away from the house, in a hole you dug in the ground. Sorry, but that seems like taking a hell of a chance to me, with something so important. Who in their right mind would do that? Someone who thinks they're going to be ripped off, Cora said. Correctly, as it turns out. No one comes to this island but people in these houses. It's exclusive. It's not a tourist spot. Well, apart from the old mugger. The treasure chest is well hidden. There's no reason for anyone to go looking for it. Slick and Hazel's eyes met for a moment. Hazel had returned from her grim cleaning duties by the far wall and sat back in her seat. Dylan? Hazel said. Dylan? Slick said. As they spoke, he came back through the door. He washed his hands, as clinically and minutely as a surgeon, in between every finger, twice, 3 times, before he realised he was being stared at. "What?" "How do you fancy a little job?" Slick said. "So long as it's not as bad as the last one. I think I might have pulled something in my back. Horace was carrying some timber." "With this in mind, would you be up for some digging?" "My back just groaned. You hear that? But yeah, I was prepared for a little digging on this holiday." He grinned and winked at Cora. Then Jonathan. "Got a spade?" "Oh yeah, we've got everything." Again he smiled at Cora. "Wanna ask why I brought a spade?" "Sandcastles." Slick laughed. "You know, I'm actually getting to like her. She's funny. No, in fact, you're going treasure hunting. For real." She held out the map. Dylan came forward and studied it, intrigued. "What's it say over here? Here be tigers. Sounds scary." "It could be a complete load of bollocks, but Cora here reckons she's buried the passports along with some presents she hid for Jonathan as a treat for his birthday today. Quite a kooky thing to do, I guess, by the type of people who are into experiences. You know, hot air balloons, beer tasting sessions, pop-up cinema, board games. Fucking millennials," she spat. "It's probably a total wind-up to play for time. If she's got a big idea, then she's running out of time to make her play. She'll need to make a move soon. Look at her, there, sitting and thinking. You can hear the little clogs and levers going in that brain of hers. But there is that annoying fact that we cannot find the passports, and she could be telling the truth. And really, she needs to be telling the truth now, or she's going to die along with her fiancé. Slowly and horribly." "You want me to go dig this treasure up? I'll dig it up." Dylan shrugged. "A workout's a workout. Been doing too much sitting around out here. But I guess I will remind you to watch these two. If I come back here and she's escaped, then I have to tell you, I won't be pleased." He glared at her for a moment. Dylan gave a hard stare, Cora thought. She had to credit him with that. No blinking either. Slick acknowledged him, curtly. "Don't worry yourself. We're in control. They know that." "Catch you later," Dylan said, heading back out the door. Slick glanced at her watch. "The bloody drone must be right on top of us by now, unless the pilot's on his lunch break. So, what's going to happen now is that Hazel is going to take Cora upstairs to the viewing platform to get the parcel, and I'll wait here with Jonathan." She turned to him and gave an exaggerated smile. "Jonathan, sweetheart, come on down here and get a seat. I don't want you getting any more blood on that carpet. It was bloody expensive, you know. I ordered it. Someone has to clean up after you. Be considerate. I just can't abide a messy guest." Jonathan very slowly eased himself down the small flight of stairs to the sofa, head slunk low, hardly even bending his knees. Something in his posture broke Cora, even more so than the marks on his face. She sprang up and hugged him, fiercely. She sobbed as she did so. Even the rasp of his beard against her cheek was reassurance, close contact. Cora sagged against him. Slick grabbed her by the nape of her neck and tore her away. "Enough of that. Get upstairs." Openly weeping, Cora ascended the stairs, with Hazel following her, while Slick sat in front of Jonathan, keeping the gun trained on him. "Stop that snivelling," Hazel growled. "Get a grip of yourself before you get to the top. I don't want the drone pilot to spot anything unusual." Cora ignored her. The spiral staircase took them into a room much like the one below, except the window followed 360 degrees, an agoraphobia-inducing spectacle that caught the sinking sun just right. Cora had lost all sense of time, but the sunset told its own story of the night to come. Clear, cool and bright, with not a cloud to be seen. A plane carved a thin contrail across the sky, far above them. Below, the sea was plumb dark, with the spectacle of Russell Island directly across from them, where Captain Clay lived. It was still possible to make out the roiling water below, but only just. Cora drew a deep breath and followed the staircase beyond this, to the upper platform, ahead of the great night light. The iron staircase opened out onto a grilled walkway, sturdy and less focused on decoration as opposed to functionality. Cora supposed it had been refitted recently, painted in a graphite effect, although there was just enough space between the latticework to make out the water below. A whistling breeze cooled the tears on her face and the sweat at her armpits. She placed her hands on the barrier, about chest level, and stared out to sea, between the twin rocky pinnacles on either side. "Stay there," Hazel said. "Don't be going any further. I'll hide down here right by the door. I'm watching you. When the drone comes in, if you give any indication or signal I don't like, your man is going to get punished for it." "More than he already has." Cora rested her chin on the ironwork balustrade, still warm from the sun's drenching. "Things can get worse, love. Dylan hasn't been let loose on you both yet. He's good at getting information out of people. You could say he's a specialist. Slick doesn't know how much of a specialist he is, in fact. If she did, she wouldn't be getting on his case." "Or yours, I suppose. Does Dylan always look out for you?" "Hey, it's just hit me. Are you an actual couple?" "Professional couple, sure, as of a few weeks ago," Hazel sighed. "But that's not really any of your business. And would you just look at that view?" She gestured towards the growing velvety darkness and its fragile lights. "If I put a bullet through your head now, at least you'd be looking at the scenery when you go. There's that. Something to hang on to." Cora glanced at her. "Have you ever shot anyone, Hazel?" "What kind of a question is that?" "That's a no, then. Thought so." "If I say that you'll be my first, would that make you feel any better? Would it make you feel special?" "Not exactly. But if I was you, I'd be more worried about Slick." "Oh, go on. Is it because she's a big, scary gangster?" "No. It's because she just executed someone you were working with. Now, how do you suppose she's going to treat you, once she gets her hands on the money?" "Colleague? You mean Horace?" "Calling him a colleague is stretching it. He's not even an acquaintance. More of a local fixer. Another version of Captain Clay, I guess. But no. Slick shouldn't have done that." Hazel assented. "I said so at the time." "But she did do it. Barely broke her stride either. Didn't faze her. Just some business she had to take care of. Decent shot to make as well. She knows guns. I'm kind of grateful." "So, you can bet she's shot people before. Maybe more than a few. It's not often you meet stone-cold psychopaths, is it? The real 1%ers. I met a few in the, what did she call it? Pretendy army. Some of the instructors were guys in the special forces. Manipulators. Born killers. Ruthless. Bullies. The forces are the best place for them, in a way. The best place they could ever be, outside of a prison." Hazel sighed. "Is there a point to this?" "Just that Slick is going to kill you." "I wouldn't turn my back on her if I was you." "Yeah, point noted." "I'll prove it to you." "I'll be sure to take some notes. Oh, but hey, look, your chariot of fire awaits." Cora heard the buzz before she saw the drone. It took a flash of its lights in the deepening dark to tip her off as to its presence. It was quite a large craft, forming an intimidating X silhouette in the sky. With grace and precision, it hovered above the walkway before slowly lowering its cargo, a small square box. Then the cable detached and reeled in, and the box landed on the walkway with a thud. Then the drone turned, with a slight list, like a demure Victorian dancer curtsying, and then it was off. Cora waved to it, ludicrously, before stooping to collect the box. "Not so fast," Hazel said. She came over to intercept, snatching the box, keeping her eyes and the gun on Cora. "What's in the box, really? There's no fucking cake in there, unless it's bloody shatterproof. Is this another treasure hunt?" "Kind of. Actually, it's wedding rings. I just didn't want to say, even with a gun in my face. I was going to spring a surprise on Jonathan on his birthday dinner. After the treasure hunt. I was going to persuade him to get the marriage sorted out tomorrow, or as soon as legally possible, at the nearest available registry office. Seal the deal." "Why didn't you sort it out before you came? Just leave your rings in your luggage?" Cora raised her hand. The rock split the meagre light into shards, a miniature version of the great beam revolving above. "Because I didn't know I was bloody engaged until the other day, did I? I had to set it up while I was out here, in that space of time. The age of technology. Why don't you know this? Haven't you been spying on us?" "Well, aren't you keen?" Hazel sneered. "Miss Desperado becomes Mrs. Mediocrity. How nice. What's your angle? Bump him off, claim the life insurance, on top of his estate?" "Exactly." "What?" Cora turned around slowly, arms spread wide, both hands gripping the edge of the walkway, her back to the iron latticework. The immense lights, although stilled for now, seemed to engulf Hazel like the golden eyes of a great serpent. "I was planning to kill Jonathan. In the next couple of days. When Dylan gets back with the treasure box, it'll all become clear. I'm planning on getting the lot. All the money, all the insurance, everything he owns, the patents he's filed, a nice little property portfolio, the business investments he's made, shares and stocks, the lot. You're bluffing, Hazel spluttered. Get out of town, Cora. I'm deadly serious. Thing is, I've got a bit of a predicament now, thanks to you dickheads. But there's a way it can be turned around. If I get some help. Like what? Hazel still couldn't believe it, but her demeanour had changed. Cora heard Slick's voice in her head. Look at her, sitting there, thinking. I need you to kill Slick and Dylan and help me get rid of Jonathan. You do that, then you walk away with $1 million cash. That's my offer. What do you say? Chapter 36. You bluff well, Hazel said. When I saw you at the gaming table, I admit it. You took me by surprise. I thought, there's only one professional sitting there. And it was you. Dylan raved about you that night. I almost believed he was attracted to you, in fact. And that's a guy who knows manipulation. It's not a bluff. Cora felt the wind stirring her ponytail. She noticed for the first time that Hazel's ponytail almost exactly mimicked hers. That was the level of detail they'd gone into. That was how closely they were preparing. Okay, it's not a bluff then. It's pure bullshit. It's the truth. Lots of things about me are a lie, I'll give you that. Doesn't seem like you, Pollyanna. I've been watching you. Poker aside, you look like a straight shooter. Fraud? Murdering your man? Doesn't fit the picture. I'll let you in on another secret. I'm great at lying. Hey, I'm a primary school teacher, Cora smiled. About 80% of my job is bullshitting children so they can sit still and shut up. It's a skill. You get good at it. You seriously want to kill Jonathan? Sure. I had my eyes on him for years, love. He's a clown. He was from day one. But he had potential. It's a deadly combination these days. A bit of flannel, a good social media profile, shit-faced remarks to his adoring fans. He scrubs up well on camera. That equals money. That's if you've got some to start with, to start your own business, which he did, courtesy of great Aunt Maisie, God rest her. He ticked all the boxes. I wriggled into his social scene. We were distantly connected, friend of a friend of a friend. There's this crazy guy, she told me. Think he's going to be a tech baron. You'll love him. After about 6 months of studying him, I agreed with the tech baron part. So I made my move. Set myself up as the perfect wife, the mother of his children, the one who'll keep the house, sit back and let him sod off on his silly adventures and dream his big dreams. It was me who pointed him in the right direction, in fact. Guy's a fucking scattergun, attention span of a gnat. So easily led, too. Don't tell me you haven't spotted that. That's as may be. So, you're going to kill him, are you? How are you going to get away with it? Riddle me that. All will be revealed when Dylan comes back with a mystery box. Well, why don't you let me know now and ditch the suspense? I'll need some convincing. Cora sighed. I've got an ampoule of lionfish venom attached to a needle in a spear gun. In the snorkeling gear. I'm going to inject his foot with it while we're swimming. Lionfish have been spotted around the reefs here. They aren't native species, but they're around. I saw something about it on a BBC 4 documentary one night. Gave me an idea. Jonathan's going to get a jab in the foot, and he's going to go into cardiac arrest while he's snorkeling. Tragic stuff. Might even make the papers. Newlyweds Holiday Paradise Horror. There's your headline. Might really scupper their bookings through here, but... Hazel grinned. You sly old bugger. It's a cracker of a plan. If you just came up with it on the spot, I tip my hat. I really do. So, lionfish venom is fatal, is it? In a large enough dose, sure. And I've got a large enough dose. The cause of death will be anaphylactic shock. I'm going to Google that. I heard it was no worse than a bee sting. Google away. We've got time. And what about delivering the venom? You stick a needle in him, they'll spot the wound. The needle will be inside a lionfish barb. The barb residue will puff out the skin around the wound. It's really distinctive. They'll call it the minute they see it. It's like a tick bite. You can't mistake it for anything else if you know what to look for. It'll put us in the clear. Simple enough trick once you set it all up. The mechanism works a dream. I practice with it, and I've got spares. I know what I'm doing. Help me do this and you get £1 million. No questions asked. We walk away richer.
How are you moving the cash, exactly? Find an ATM?
Banker's draft. Easily arranged. Anyone wonders what we were doing withdrawing $1 million, you just point to the gambling the other night. There were lots of witnesses to that. Once we've cleaned up the mess from Slick and Dylan, all we have to do is get Jonathan in the water. Explaining the bruising and the cuts you gave him is an irritating extra problem, but if we drag him over the coral once or twice, we might get away with it.
Sounds great. But here's another irritating problem. My cut? You say $1 million? My score off you and Jonathan from our plan is at least 3 times that. So even if you were telling the truth, no deal.
That's a fair assessment. Except you're not going to score anything off me and Jonathan.
We've been through this, Cora. You're not getting a penny off us, and you sure as shit aren't getting any passports. We'll see about that. Very soon, in fact.
The big issue, as far as you're concerned, is your partner in crime. Slick's going to kill you. What's the term she used? Shark meat. You are shark meat as much as I am. She just turned Horace's head into meatballs. You sat and watched that, same as I did. She didn't even break a sweat over it. He's zipped up in a bag, ready for collection. Probably a couple of guys in uniform will come down and do it. On work time. No questions asked. She owns this place. And she owns you. How are you splitting it? A third each? Maybe more for her, 50%, and 25% each for you and Dylan? A reasonable sacrifice, you reckon, with all the police hassles tied up for you? You'll end up with nothing. The minute you get rid of us, supposing you got what you wanted, which you won't, and assuming you managed to transfer all that money without anyone getting suspicious about it, you'll be surrounded by at least a dozen nutcases. The kind of guys who picked up the 2 muggers you shish kebabbed. And you'll tell them what they want to know. And after you've done it, you're dead. It was meant to be a warning for us, but what happened to Horace should have been a big red flag for you. You won't get off this island alive. She'll execute you and Dylan, then take herself for a nice dinner before she remembers to wash her hands. She's in the big leagues. You're not in the same class, admit it. Hazel, I'm your only chance.
Interesting idea. I wish I could believe you.
She'll do Dylan first. He's the danger, anyone can see that. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't killed a few people already. But he can't be that great an operator. Because somehow, you're in charge. Shut up, Cora. Then, once she's done with him, she'll do you. Shut up! She said again in a much louder voice. Below, footsteps pounded the staircase. Dylan appeared, face flushed and sheened with sweat.
Where's Jonathan and Slick? He said. Downstairs where we left them, Hazel said. They aren't downstairs. Where did they go?
They all heard the roar from below, a wave of sound, cresting on a tremulous note of panic. Get fucking down here, now! Dylan tore downstairs. Watch her, he snarled, levelling his gun at Cora. Get off the balcony, Hazel said, keeping the gun raised. She moved away from the doorway and gestured for Cora to follow. I don't have to tell you not to try any shit, do I? I want you to try some shit, right now. I want you to do what I asked. Do both of them. 1 round each in the head. Drop them. This is your chance while they're distracted. This is it. Distracted by what? Once they come back down the spiral staircase, they saw it soon enough. Slick's nose was dripping blood through one hand, her blue eyes flared wide above them. The cushions on the couch were in disarray. The door leading downstairs was wide open. Where is he? Dylan said. More to the fucking point, where were you? He kicked me, didn't he? Jumped out the seat, sparked me out for a second, didn't see it coming. Where is he? Dylan screeched, teeth clenched. He made fists, then dashed them against his own temples. Do not tell me. Do not tell me he has fucking escaped. Chapter 37. Cora gazed at the open door, thunderstruck. Just like him to leave the door ajar. Born in a barn, as she had so often remarked. The white rabbit, always in a hurry. Red stains marked Jonathan's progress across the carpet. I've had it with this shit, Dylan bellowed, his face crimsoning in an instant like a cuttlefish. From this moment on, it's my call, my play. You two stay here, and keep the gun on that bitch. She is not to be trusted. She tries anything, and I mean anything. Put a round in her knee. Let's say her right knee, so you don't get mixed up. It's that one. For the heart of goddamn thinking. Pointed towards Cora's knee with his gun. Her knees actually buckled, as if he had fired. I'll find this clown, Dylan raved, jerking his head towards the door. And when I do, I'm going to start getting answers, the good old-fashioned way. We've wasted too much time as it is.
Regardless, we all head back to their house. That's where the passports are. It's obvious. They aren't in her magic treasure chest I just dug up, that's for sure. Now I'm going after Jonathan. He won't have got far. We get our shit together from this exact moment, and we do it my way. No more fuck-ups. Got it? There was no argument from Slick or Hazel. Dylan tore off, slamming the door behind him. A key turned in the lock. The handle was tugged twice, for good measure. After Dylan's steps had receded, the only sound for a second or two was snuffling from Slick as she clenched a bright red paper towel against her face. Outside, the view from the curved window was extraordinary, something of a slap in the face from Mother Nature given their predicament. The sun was sinking quickly into the sea, gorgeous tones of peach and purple swallowing up what had once been blue. Wine dark, Cora thought, staring into the shady ocean. Wine dark is right. The squat, hard little blonde woman opposite her quickly regained her composure. Score 1 for the psychos, Cora thought. She doesn't even look embarrassed. Right, this is what happens, Slick said. We're going up to the observation platform. We're going to keep an eye out for Jonathan. Point Dylan in the right direction. You better hope we spot him before Dylan does, love. You're not going to see him for dust, Cora said. He's going to call the cops, and then this is over. You get it? Finished. Even if you kill me, it's done. You won't get away with it. No matter how many people you have in your pocket, you won't be able to sweep this under the carpet. Hope the food's good in jail out here. Slick's face twisted in sudden rage. Didn't I already slap your face for you? Something I've been meaning to ask you, Cora asked. What's the arrangement for transferring the money? Slick looked blank for a second. Well, I was hoping to give the Magic Money Fairy a call. She'll scoot it on over and spirit it into the enchanted money tree with the magical wand of moolah. What the fuck's it to you how we move the money? It's moving. That's the only thing I can tell you. I'm interested in how you're going to do it, that's all. That money will be traced. You'll have to wait a while for it to be transferred. It starts getting divided into various accounts. People will get suspicious. A trace will be put on it. They might even have discovered we're dead by then. So when you think you've transferred it, and you're getting ready to party, bang, in come the cops. That's a great story, Slick said. I'll tell you one now, about something we have called offshore accounts, which live in places called tax havens. Places, in fact, not a million miles away from where we are now. What happens is, for a fee, which we'll gladly pay, and with a bit of sugar on top to ensure a smooth transaction, money will get wired over without much of a fuss at all. When you're talking about zeros before the decimal point on that scale, then they have to do a lot of checks. But if you're smart, things happen quickly. It's a little bit like skipping the queue at check-in. Financial apartheid, you might say. But the wheels turn faster when you're in the big leagues. So once your money is transferred, within one single working day, then it will be transferred into one of those offshore accounts I was talking about. She sniffed, then touched her nose, checking her fingertips to make sure she wasn't bleeding anymore. Then, for a fee, of course, it'll be moved, totally off the books, to somewhere it can't be traced. By the time anyone we can't buy off, or bullshit back at the bank, or at a call centre, or in the police, or looking at the odd bit of CCTV realise that Cora and Jonathan aren't actually the real Cora and Jonathan, it'll be too late. The money will be gone, and so will we. You think about the amount of cash that gets laundered, day in, day out. You think it all travels in suitcases? You think there are money mules sitting on millions of dollars praying they don't follow through on a fart? Kind of what I was thinking you'd say, Cora said, nodding. It'd be much easier to farm it out in chunks, of course. Say $1 million here or there, no questions would be asked. She briefly glanced at Hazel. Hazel returned the glance. Slick sneered. Maybe we should sign you up as an independent financial advisor. You could get a percentage. That could add up to a nice little bonus for you at Christmas time. Better than nothing, Cora said, which is what I suspect you're going to get. She turned to Hazel. Tell me, Hazel, I'm curious. Has Slick given you your own personal banking account yet? Tracked to your name? Of course. Then it's useless. No other bank accounts? Set up in a fake name? Hey, why don't we tell you everything we've got planned? Top to bottom. I think I saw a movie like that once. Hazel grinned at Slick. Cora's heart began to pound. It has to be now. We might as well check out the mystery box. Hazel crossed over to the kitchen worktop. On it was an old-style brass-studded treasure chest, decorative rather than practical.
Something that might have opened up to reveal a makeup set for a travelling heiress of the 1880s. It was encrusted with wet brown earth, like an ill-kempt pot plant. Hazel brushed some of the dirt off the brass clasp and flipped open the box. She snorted in surprise. Her eyes met Cora's just for a second. "I don't like cliffhangers," Slick said, setting down the bloody tissue. "No suspense. What's in it?" "Passports?" Hazel shook her head, her jaw tense. She scanned the contents of the box for a moment or two. Cora could not read anything in her gaze or her expression. "Flippers," she said at last. "Swimming gear. A snorkel." Hazel lifted up a pair of startlingly aquamarine blue flippers and a face mask and snorkel with trim and piping the same colour. "Jesus Christ, check it out. Is this an action man?" It was. In an original box, too. Slightly dog-eared, older than Cora was. A man in infantry fatigues with close-cropped fair curls and a scar down his face, glowering at her. "Very retro," Slick drawled. "What'd I tell you about fucking millennials?" Couple of little Star Wars figures here, all loose, just like she said. "No false bottom? Secret panels, anything like that?" Slick seized the box and upended it, scattering the gear across the floor. This pile of bric-a-brac included a matching set of swimming gear, coloured a more sober royal blue, a fishing rod and some other packages spilled across the carpet. Slick knocked the bottom of the box, upended it and shook it. She picked at the panels, fiddled with the brass studs. Then she sighed and set it back down on the worktop. She exhaled. "No passports. OK. So it was more bullshit. She was stringing us along, buying time." Cora shrugged. Her mouth was dry. She could not speak or even wet her lips. "I thought as much. But I reckon we go with it. Check out whatever it was in the treasure map. But there's no passport here. This was just a birthday present, wasn't it? A treasure hunt for your man to follow. Bit of fun. Sort of thing a primary school teacher would set up for class, isn't it?" Cora croaked. "The passport is there. There's a knack to it." "Do tell us." "I'll have to show you. Christ's sake, I've been careful enough so far, haven't I? You said yourself. You had cameras on us the whole time. You've been watching us closely since we got here. But not closely enough. You kept your eyes on the house, instead of watching what the other hand was doing outside. When I buried the treasure. Not to mention our passports. Right here." "Do it then," Slick grinned. Some of the blood from her nose had stained the edges of her long, thin teeth. "Slowly." Cora dropped to her knees and gathered the box. She pressed two of the studs, carefully and deliberately. There was a click. "That it?" Hazel asked. She chewed the inside of her mouth as she spoke. "That's it." Cora got back onto her haunches, moving aside the flippers and snorkels to clear a space. "Everything's in there." Cora's vision swam as Slick came forward, grabbing the box. "I'll be buggered. There was a panel in the wall of the chest. There's something in here." She held up a thick, white envelope. She laid down her gun on the worktop and tore it open. Slick peered inside and fished out 2 tickets. "A night at the opera," she read. "A performance of La Bohème on Sutter's Beach tomorrow night. Includes lobster dinner and a bottle of champagne." "That's nice. That's lovely." "I'm sorry," Cora said. Her face was quivering with tension, her lips darting with bizarre insistency. "You're sorry?" Slick cocked her head. "You will be sorry, love. Sorrier than you can imagine. What are you sorry about, anyway?" "I've never done this before." "What?" "Killed someone." Cora covered the distance quicker than a hand could seize a gun or even pull a trigger. She sprung off her heels and smashed a knee right into Slick's sternum. The older woman gasped and fell back to the carpet. Cora lunged for her gun. Then Hazel had Cora by the scruff of the neck. The pistol bit into the back of her neck at the same time as her legs were quickly, cleanly swept away from her. Cora fell to her knees. "Just hold on, you," Hazel snarled. "Hold on just a minute." Slick got to her feet, gasping for breath, clutching her chest. Her face was pale. "Top her," she wheezed. "I'm going to top her." She reached down for her gun, staggered. "Hold it," I said. Hazel barked. The gun moved from the back of Cora's head to cover Slick. "You what?" Slick said. Something came into her eyes then that Cora hadn't seen before. Then she knew her gambit had paid off. Cora asked you a very good question. Why haven't you given us a false bank account yet? Fuck's sake, I was going to set it up. You said you'd had this set up for weeks in advance. The plan's foolproof, you said. Just have to wait until the deal's ready to go. Clockwork, you said. It's all set up. Now hang on. But that was a lie. A brief silence seemed to suck the oxygen from the room. Slick raised one shaking hand, with the other still clutching her chest. She hunched over for a moment or two, catching her breath. Then she turned and lunged for her gun. But Hazel had a perfect firing position. Her shot took Slick right through the centre of the chest. Cora saw it punch home, fluttering her clothes. Slick crashed to the floor, both arms outstretched, legs near comically splayed. Hazel breathed hard. She licked her lips, then said, I have to say, I didn't like her much. No, it's fair to say she's a cow, but I'm not your biggest fan either. Cora punched out hard for Hazel's throat. Hazel turned her head just in time, and the blow took her just beneath the chin. Good, but not great contact. Cora knew that she hadn't hit her hard enough. But it had bought her time to scramble for Slick's gun. Hazel screamed, Fucking bitch, you're dead! Then she raised the gun and fired. The sound of the gunshot was colossal. Cora imagined a concussive wave in the air as the bullet snapped over her shoulder, tearing chunks out of the plasterwork at her back. Hazel aimed closer this time. But Cora already had the table in the well in her grasp. She hurled it right at Hazel's head with a desperate cry. Hazel stepped aside easily, but it meant her second shot splintered the window, far off to the left. Cora spun round. Beneath her, she had a brief impression, no more, of Slick's wide-open eyes, the shock of sudden death obvious in her ghastly gaping jaw. The wind whistled in through the bullet hole in the window. With a great humming sound, the light above them turned, sprinkling a silvery trail across the water outside. Cora snatched at Slick's gun, which lay beside her on the floor, but Hazel had already closed the distance, bringing the gun barrel tight against her cheek. Cora's shoulders wrenched, and she pulled her head away just as the gun discharged. The noise and the flame were like the force of a blow, deafening her in one ear. She smelled burning hair. She screamed. Another window detonated, spitting shards. Cora's hand locked on the wrist of Hazel's gun arm, instinctively, before raking her nails down her face with her free hand. Hazel snarled, teeth clenched, and swung a punch at Cora with her free hand. It glanced off her forehead. Cora ignored this, ear still ringing with a gunshot, and concentrated on twisting the gun arm. Hazel's position was inferior. Cora gained her feet, twisted the other woman's hand just beneath the meat of the thumb, and the gun dropped from its grasp. They wrestled for position, hands clasped overhead. Hazel kicked out at Cora's shins. One blow connected, hard, and she cried out. I told you, I wanted Slick dead, Cora gasped. No more bullshit, Hazel said, eyes bulging. You're never paying me off in a million years. I'm going to kill you and take my chances from there on. This is me and you. Let's finish it. Hazel drew her head back a little. Cora anticipated what was going to happen next but could not altogether dodge the headbutt that smashed into her ear, knocking her off balance. She allowed herself to fall, reaching out for Hazel's dropped gun. Her fingers even touched the handle, still warm, before Hazel kicked it away. Then Hazel kicked Cora's backside as she tried to get to her feet. Then she kicked Cora's legs away. Then she tried to kick Cora in the ribs, but failed to find purchase as Cora curled into a ball. I knew it. Hazel was exultant, drawing back to plant another kick in Cora's lower back. Weak sauce. I've never met a squatty who could fight worth a fuck. Cora screamed in agony, forked lightning shooting along her pelvis, contracting her guts and quivering along her spine. She raised her head, just as a fist darted across her line of sight, exploding just above her eye. Cora rolled away with the force of the blow and got to her feet, but she was wildly off balance, ready to pitch onto her face again. Hazel helped her do so with another vicious kick to the groin. Cora landed face first, coughing. Hazel's knees smashed into her back as she tried to get up. Then Hazel was straddling her. I'm going to enjoy this, Hazel hissed, punching her on the side of the head. Think I didn't notice the little looks you gave your man when we showed up? Raising your eyebrows at us? Thinking we maybe weren't good enough? Another punch smashed into Cora's jaw, snapping her head to one side. She felt her teeth puncture the inside of her cheek. Her vision faltered just for a moment, like a flickering strip light. You think I didn't? Cora's arm shot upwards, Wrist strong, her fingers and thumbs curled hard and the heel of her hand snapping forward with stunning force. Cora was aiming for...
Let the music wash away a little of your tiredness, and let the story light a gentle glow inside you. Thank you for listening.
Hazel's nose, hoping to drive shards of bone into her brain. Instead, she got the side of the mouth and the cheek, but the contact was still an 8 out of 10, maybe even a 9, as Hazel's head flopped to one side. Then Cora bucked her thighs, scissoring Hazel's chest between her legs. Cora cried out, arched her back, and Hazel was hurled to the floor. Cora got to her feet. She darted for Slick's gun, tight against the far wall where Hazel had kicked it, not far from where Horace's body had fallen earlier. Hazel was already up on her feet. Then, out of the corner of her eye, Cora had the unreal experience of seeing Hazel take off. A drop kick, about waist high, nasty. That's where Cora absorbed most of the blow, her hips singing, and she crashed to the floor again. "Nice try," Hazel said brightly, palming a rill of blood from her lips. "Good effort all round, but not good enough. I don't think you took in what I said earlier. I'm going to enjoy this." Hazel kicked Cora's backside again. Cora's chin furrowed the carpet, her forehead nudging the curved wall. She felt the swelling and the knife blade sting of Hazel's previous punches. Losing. I'm losing. I lose, I die. She began to panic. Think. Hazel kicked Slick's gun away again. "Where's the passport, Cora?" She kicked Cora again. "Where's the passport?" Cora braced her elbows on the carpet, turned on one side, took most of her own weight on one straight wrist and shoulder, and reverse-kicked Hazel firmly in the guts. Hazel sank to the carpet, more astonished than hurt. "Guess you weren't listening either," Cora snarled. She gripped one of the crossed oars decorating the wall. It was fixed with a brass bracket, but not securely. One tug snapped it free. I told you. Basic British Army unarmed combat training. Take as much of a beating as you can, while you look for a big fucking stick. Hazel raised an arm to protect her head. Cora ignored it, following through with a great sweeping blow with the oar. Hazel took most of the force in the meat of her arm, but it still laid her flat on the carpet. Cora thrashed with the oar, again and again, across the body, the top of the head, in the ribs, each impact dull, ugly. Hazel contorted into a tight little ball. Then she sprang up, expending energy through her splayed arms and legs, her bloodied face presenting itself. Cora took that target, clean across the mouth. That's when the oar splintered, the wood forming a jagged angle. Hazel's momentum carried her into Cora. One hand locked around Cora's right hand and jerked the oar free. Cora kneed her hard in the midriff. While Hazel sank, Cora smashed one punch, then two, then three, then four, across the ruined face. The diamond ring on her left hand inscribed a near-surgical opening in Hazel's cheek. Hazel crashed to the floor, dripping blood from rocky gums, a gouged cheek and a shattered nose. Then something silvery flashed in her hand among the bloodstains. Slick's gun. Cora ran. She heard the air crumple beneath the force of the bullet. It stung her earlobe, then ricocheted up the staircase as she climbed up, her legs threatening to fold in like a clasp knife as every bump, bruise, cut and graze she had suffered made its presence known, loudly. Hazel got to her feet and tore after her. A backward glance, then Cora was outside in the cool night, a breeze dabbing itself tortuously on her cuts and scrapes. Outside, the distant lights of the bay were an inviting glimmer, with the dark island behind them, and the sea among the twilight. Above and behind her, the great light swept round again, almost swallowing Cora with its beam. Squinting, she turned to a box fixed to the wall next to a lifebuoy and heaved it open. Inside was a flare gun. Cora turned, the flare gun in her hands, just as Hazel's head peered through the top of the staircase. The bleached light from above brightened her blood. The face was dripping red, unrecognisable. "You'll never hit me with a flare, bitch," said the face. "Never in a million years. It's not even loaded. Want to bet on it?" Cora backed away, covering Hazel's head with the broad barrel. "I don't see you coming over here, Hazel. You seem nervous. You're not nervous, are you?" A shot came in response. Close, a flickering ember spat out into the darkness. But Hazel did not have the position to hit Cora. Cora backed further and further away towards the tight iron mesh of the barrier, narrowing the angle still further. Hazel guessed what she was planning. "Even if you had the nerve, you wouldn't survive. You'll end up in pieces. I told you before, Hazel. I don't bluff. Except when I do." Cora turned towards the barrier and vaulted it. She perched on the narrow strip of the railing for just a moment, the wind stirring her hair, the twin promontories framing the black against the night sky. They say don't look down, but she did. She had to, and saw the rocks, strategically illuminated by a network of spotlights, slick and black in the night, a long way below. It was as if the cliff had grown a mouth in the dark and was reaching out to seize her. Hazel broke cover and sprinted towards her, screeching. That's when Cora bent her knees, then launched herself into space. Chapter 38. Knees together. As she stood in the plane, harnesses and backpacks rattling in the air outside rushing in through the open door, she repeated her step to herself. Say 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4, then pull the ripcord. Easy. Aim for the great big field, then keep the knees together, then roll as you land. Easy. Piece of cake. They'd laughed and joked as they'd shuffled forward onto the plane, but those had largely stopped now. The rest of the volunteers ahead of her moved slowly towards the door, camouflage gear flapping in the wind, and one by one, she'd watched them drop out. One or two had needed a shove. Don't let that be me, she thought. Don't let it be me. And then she saw the face of the instructor. On the green light, he'd said. Now go, go, go! The light had gone green, and she'd launched herself. She made herself do it, forgetting the acres of space outside, the stomach-flipping realization that she would soon be falling through the air. And then she was falling through the air. An absurd feeling that she had woken up from a dream, or been teleported, the solid geometry of the plane and its reassuring confines immediately substituted for open space, too much of it, the blue sky, and then she saw the plane, receding behind her, and then she did a scream. Just once. She looked down, air raging in her face, the weird fisheye effect of the curvature of the earth. Focus on your shit. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4. Sheer, undiluted terror as she groped for the ripcord and could not find it. Then a stage beyond that, when she thought, it has not opened. Then it had opened, half a second's delay feeling like a whole lifetime. The sudden jerk and catch as the chute deployed, a modicum of control over the elements, over raw physics, a cry of triumph as she realised her progress had been slowed. Above her, the reassuring blue silken span of the chute, perfectly deployed, fully unfurled like a kite, cutting off the view above. Below her, silken blossoms in the sky as her comrades had all pulled their cords, all of them floating towards the earth again, the blessed, flat, green fields below framed by her flailing boots. When it surged towards her, she realised she was going faster than she'd realised. This is a fair old lick. There was barely time for her to start to panic about perhaps a hole in the parachute, or that she might look up and find out it had corkscrewed into uselessness, before she remembered, as she made out the earth below in finer detail with every sickening sound. Knees together, then roll as you land. Chapter 39. Knees tucked into her chest, Cora felt the world drop away under her feet. The wind, a sudden, angry roar in her ears, plucking at her clothes and hair, stinging her eyes. The moon sprinkled its magic across the water as she fell horribly fast, and she saw straight away that she had horribly miscalculated. The lip of the cliff face jutted out to the left, a cleft like a shard of broken glass, and Cora screamed as she realised she was going to hit it. The spotlights glinted off the narrow fold of the rock that hurtled towards her, keen as a blade, her angles all wrong, and she cinched her limbs as tight as she could, and it just scraped her right buttock. No more than a caress, really, and she was through into the deeper black and blue of the bay, with the sea growing louder, and the foam where it smashed into the rocks a pale phosphorescent blue. And she remembered her training, to keep her knees together and her legs straight, her hands clutched tight against her chest with her fingers locked around the flare gun, and it ended appallingly quickly after that. A percussive blast that tore off her dress, and maybe her skin with it, snapped her head back and slapped her face, a ringing blow that might continue to reverberate forever. She was deep, deeper than she had ever been. The water was not so cold given the long heat of the day. Bubbles tickled her face and the salt water stung her eyes. Cora inhaled, got water and panicked. She spread her arms out, almost losing the flare gun, arresting her descent. She had already lost one sandal. Miraculously, the other still clung on to the very end of one shoe. She kicked, and it was gone, and she began to strike out for the surface she could not see in the stinging, impenetrable blackness. A milky glow dappled the surface of the water, a glow that grew strong and bright one moment and then winked out of existence the next, but it was faint, and she thought, "My God, I've gone too deep. I will not make it." She longed to drop the flare gun. She knew she could not. She struck out, arrowing towards the surface, water burning her lungs, head exploding, remembering to exhale a little as the pressure lessened and the sound of the water rose in pitch, and then she was through, coughing and screaming and crying once she had drawn one great, gasping breath. The great light had already swept past. Cora looked up and saw the silhouette of the lighthouse, stark against the churning light. Water droplets pattered against her cheek an instant before she heard the gunshots. God, that was close. Cora flinched in the water, preparing to thrash away. Then she thought better of it, unsure of how the commotion would appear from the observation deck. Hazel fired again, a clear flame pulsing from the end of the gun. Cora saw the bullet zipping through the air like a laser blast from an old sci-fi movie, but it was high and wide, much further away than the previous shots. The first 2 rounds had been lucky, for Cora more so than Hazel, but the rest were miles away. Hazel was firing blindly. She had lost her mind. Good. The shots ended. Presumably she was out of ammo. Treading water, with the sound still echoing off the rocks, Cora turned towards the dark mesa of Russell Island, directly ahead. How far was it? Half a mile? Swimmable, surely. She remembered what Captain Clay had said.
I could piss further.
Directly ahead, dead centre on the beach. There was the little light they'd sat and watched as the sun set. Captain Clay was back at his beach shack on Russell Island.
That's it. That's my house, the rocky one. The one nobody lives on. Nobody but me, anyway.
That was where she had to go. She had a whole night to get there if she needed it. The simplest thing would have been to swim around the rocks and back towards shore, but that's what Hazel would be hoping she would do. She'd be waiting there for her if she did that. It was the obvious, safest thing to do. So Cora knew she had to aim for Captain Clay's house across the bay. The swell lifted Cora as she began to strike out towards the island in a steady breaststroke, despite the weight of the flare gun still grasped in her hand. There was no sign of a current that she could feel, but the sea was choppy, and she was suddenly aware of the yawning depth beneath her, and the possibility that... No, don't think it. Don't even consider it. The swells grew. Nothing you would consider a problem from a boat, but a big difficulty if you were swimming. As she pushed through the water, it grew colder. And worse, she now felt the sting from her various wounds, particularly a nasty scratch or cut across her backside, a love bite courtesy of the side of the cliff. Blood in the water. Don't. Head down. Keep swimming. You've no choice. She thought of Jonathan, distracting herself. Nice things to start with. Good times together. The night they told each other they were in love. Stupid, as it was so obvious. So nervous. Then she thought of him. Alone on the island, with Dylan chasing him in the trees. Dylan would surely kill him, just to be done with the hassle. He already knew that Jonathan didn't know where the passports were. They'd already beaten him up, tortured him to find that out. Doing it again served no purpose. They might even want to write the entire mess off and escape. Cora hoped so. They might be on their way off the island right now, washing their hands of it, clearing out. If they were smart, they'd have an escape plan that they were now putting into action. That was the best outcome from here on in. The problem was... The water exploded a few feet away from Cora, off to her left. The sea lifted, and she thought for an instant she saw a white trail in the water, and fear took such an instant, total grip on her that she actually wailed, one long, freakishly high note. Then the swell brought her back down, triggering nausea, setting her close to where she'd seen the surface boil. The great light from above swept around again, and Cora stared desperately towards where something had breached, something sharp and quick, like a... maybe a... And then it happened again, though not as spectacularly this time. Cora saw it clearly in the sharp electric glow etched against the querulous water. There one moment, gone the next, with a flicker. It was a flying fish, seeming to bounce along the surface. Then another. And another. She sobbed, this time with relief, and swam on. Gazing back towards the lighthouse, two things became apparent. That she'd already come further than expected, and that she was well offline. She hadn't spotted it, but there was a current drawing her away. Going, focus, head down. There's a goal I need to attain, a target. It is life and death. Head down and swim for Captain Clay's shack. The lights are on, he's there. Even if he goes out on a job, break in, explain later. She considered putting her head down and crawling, but that was surely too much of a messy stroke, and she didn't want to attract attention. From the lighthouse, of course, and especially not from anything else. A boy clanked somewhere. This was like that bloody film, exactly like that opening scene, with those two bloody notes over and over, the ones you absolutely cannot allow to play in your mind. She longed to let the flare gun go. It was a just-in-case measure, nothing more. She didn't want to trigger it until she absolutely had to. Getting to Clay's was the main thing. The element of surprise she still had. This was how she'd turn it around. Even holding on to the gun in one hand was a drag on her swimming, the equivalent of running with a limp. If she let it go, it'd sink. How deep? 100 feet? The bay wouldn't be so deep, surely, between Two Trees Island and Captain Clay's outpost. She was sure she'd seen dark patches of kelp or other vegetation when his boat had pulled out across the water, swaying in their passage. Plenty of natural cover for... No. She kept going, heart beating so hard she imagined it might have sent a pulse out through the dark water. Which is kind of what it does. That's what they sense. Oh, stop thinking that, she spluttered through a mouthful of seawater. Your heartbeat is like a set of Christmas lights in the dark for them. Start singing, bitch. Merry Christmas, happy birthday, anything. She settled on Row, Row, Row Your Boat, humming it to herself. The cold was beginning to bite, now that she had clearly got further out. The current couldn't have been so severe. The single white light on Clay's shack was certainly closer than the last time she'd looked. The image flickered, the way a star might shimmer, and perhaps for the same reason. Something blocking the light for a split second. Oh, please, God, be in, let him be in. The idea gave her courage, and she strengthened her stroke. The pain in her mouth and the scrape across her buttocks still stung in the seawater. She wondered if it was still bleeding. A slightly different substance to water. She pictured tendrils of blood spreading out in water after she'd been brushing her teeth. Fibrous chains that were hard to break. She imagined such a chain stretching out from her cuts, unbroken, lasting half a mile or more, coming taut as they reached the great slashed nostrils of a... "Shut up," she gurgled. "Shut up, don't think." Then the little light disappeared up ahead. Cora gasped. She could not make out any details ahead of her, just a great black curtain with the stars up above. I swam off course out to sea. Then the great light swept around again, pulling its shimmering gauze across the choppy surface. No, thank God, the island was still dead ahead. She was on course. Clay had simply switched off his light. "If he's gone out, I'm breaking in," she snorted. "Best surprise of his life when I show up. The little mermaid. He will be pleased. Might make a splash." She giggled. Then giggled some more. She was laughing at her own absolute non-joke. Not a good sign. Cora stopped to tread water and gain her bearings for a moment. Again, she considered the yawning depth beneath her, the unknowable scale. It could be shallow enough to touch the bottom, with a good lungful of air during the day, on your fucking holiday, or it could be deeper than you imagined. A great black depth, with nothing in it, ready to pluck you down and anchor your feet in the bottom. The darkness seemed to grip her by the throat. She was tired, she was cold, she was hurting in a dozen places. But the agoraphobia was a new horror, something final, a feeling that made her want to simply give up, send the flare into the sky, and take her chances. That's when something touched her foot. A tickle, no more. Her knees almost collided with her chin. Fear convulsed her, electrified her. She gasped. The water rose, pulling her with it, and there was a tiny splash. The kind of sound you might make with your finger, tapping the surface. Just a fish. A little one. Lot of them around. She didn't believe that. She began to swim harder. It wouldn't just tickle you. She pictured that dark wraith, its diamond wings outstretched, streaking towards the seabird as it nestled on the sparkling blue water, oblivious. It would be more like that. Then something nudged Cora's ribs. Something sharp that gave a little in the contact. She screamed then and began to swim harder, great Tarzan strokes in a blind panic. "Row, row, row your boat," she gurgled, salt water surging into her mouth. "Gently down the stream." Then the light swept around again, and it picked out, in very fine detail, down to the ragged edges, the great, flat blade of a dorsal fin, as big as Cora's head. Chapter 40. "Nothing I can do." Cora wasn't sure if she thought it or screamed it aloud. It didn't matter. She wanted to shrink into a ball, to contract, to pull her arms and legs into herself as a turtle might shut up shop for the same reasons. Next to the same fucking shark. The sea seemed to sigh as the fish breached in one sinuous move, back arching, the dorsal fin plunging downward, and then the larger tail fin following, a great sickle chopping into the water. As the light continued to drizzle across the surface, Cora made out the yellow tag pinned to its body just beneath the dorsal fin, and even the dreadful stripes whiplashed across its skin. It would have been difficult to gauge how big the fish was. Bertha had seemed immense from Clay's boat the first time Cora had seen it, bigger than a flatbed truck, with a set of carving knives stuck in the grill. It did not touch her. She felt its passage beneath her and to the right, the water seeming to shy away from the animal as it cleaved through. "God help me!" she shrieked. "Oh, Jesus, please, please!" Cora entertained the notion that she might have been bitten already, that the pain had still to kick in. But even at that moment, her blood was spreading its fingers out through the water, a beacon as strong and true to a tiger shark as the lighthouse was above the waterline. The delusion continued, that she might try to kick out, only that she had nothing to kick with. "No choice now," she gibbered. "No choice at all." Cora treaded water and raised the flare gun as high as she could, almost losing her grip as the swell carried her up and almost flipped her over. At any moment she expected the water to spit out a jagged mouth, gaping wide, right in her face and unavoidable. "Eaten alive. I will be eaten alive. It's going to happen to me." Cora pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. "No, please." She brought the gun as close to her face as she could. Even at that proximity, she could make out no details. She was sure there was a flare in the chamber, perhaps a safety catch. Her fingers and thumbs sought out a lever on the right-hand side, where the safety catch was usually found. There it was. She pushed the lever, heard it click. Then she heard the rushing sound, and in that instant, in her desperate, panicked state, her mind grasped for something else. She imagined that it was a speedboat rushing to meet her. It didn't matter who was piloting it, Hazel, Dylan, Zombie Slick back from the grave, Beelzebub. Cora would have embraced any and all of them. But it wasn't a speedboat. A wave threatened to pull her aside. It crested, and the head of Bertha the shark emerged, almost exactly as she had imagined it would. The head was immense, the mouth compressed into a broad, flattened crescent, easily big enough to engulf Cora's head, shoulders, and crimp off a good portion of both arms. The gums peeled apart, and she saw the crazed, warped patterning of the diamond cutter teeth, each one big enough to snip off her fingers like the head of a dandelion, and the ugly nostrils slashed across the squat snout, even its grills rippling in the water as the light swept round again. She screamed and dodged to the right, and the shark's head glanced off her shoulder, the eye, the size of a cue ball, black and unblinking within a thin coronet of white, taking her in as the jaws snapped shut with the sound of an axe head splitting a log. The tail slapped her as the fish swept past and went deep, its target missed. And working on adrenaline and instinct and nothing else, Cora leaned her head back into the water and fired the flare gun. The night turned red as the rocket tore straight up into the sky, reflecting off the seething water, too bright to look at directly. It travelled and kept travelling, higher and higher, dancing like a will-o'-the-wisp, making everything it touched crimson. "Yes!" Cora screamed. Come on, somebody help me!" The water flickered, much further away this time, a few yards to the east. Doesn't matter how far, she thought. She remembered a line on the website for the island, which had informed them, "You can't outswim a shark." The flare hovered in the air like a bird of prey, still burning handily. They'll come running. They've got to. Maybe it scared Bertha away too. Her hope rose to meet the flare and she treaded water, head back, adrenaline still quivering her every nerve ending as she fought the urge to strike out towards the island. Stay in the light, Cora thought, just stay in the light. And that's when the shark smashed into her from below, driving her clean out of the water. She had an instant when she was fully airborne, looking straight down the shark's throat, its head directly below, its flank livid with scars, before she arched her back, twisting away. The jaws snapped shut, finding nothing. Then Cora was briefly on its back, the dorsal fin folding against her bare midriff. Cora still held the flare gun. She smashed it down hard on the unblinking eye, once, twice, then the fish was gone, leaving only her thrashing. The flare winked out, as sudden and brutal as hitting a switch. "Help!" She screamed it again and again until the water surged down her throat. This gave her the idea of drowning herself. Not a bad way to go, they say, nice and peaceful. Just take in the water, don't struggle. It'll only hurt for a little bit. You'll soon pass out, and let's face facts. It's got to be better than... The rushing sound came again, and she thrashed away, sure the shark was coming for her again, and there was no way she could be so lucky a third time. But no shark came. This time it was a boat, coming from Russell Island,
and it had a searchlight of its own, sweeping across the water, more fragile than the beam from the lighthouse. "Over here! Help! Help me!" Cora raised her arms, flailing wildly. "I'm here! Here!" "Ahoy there!" Clay's voice boomed out. He eased down on the throttle. Then the boat was coming towards her, the light causing Cora to wince. It washed over her, moved on, then swept back and fixed upon her. She began sobbing. "Oh, thank God! Thank you!" Then she saw the fin again, a dark scalpel peering down the water. It was circling her, not more than 5 feet away before turning suddenly, then going deep. Any moment now. "There's a shark! Help me, Clay! There's a shark! Hurry!" She'd never have recognised her own voice had it been played back to her. It was like machinery, pushed to its limit, ready to fly apart, a pitch and tone unreached since she was a child. The boat was close enough for Cora to make out Clay's face, his white whiskers, face drawn in tension. Then the shock of recognition. "Cora! What in the name of Jesus, Mary and Joseph?" He cut the engine. The boat idled towards her, obliquely. "There's a shark! Get over here, goddamn you!" She screamed in rage now. "Hold fast!" he cried. A lifebelt came towards her. His aim was good. Even as the boat drew towards her, it hit the surface not 3 feet from where Cora treaded water. She struck out for it. Then the shark snatched it out of her hands, the jaws folding the rubber in half, the air exploding out of a dozen knife wounds. The fish shook its head and buckled in the water, tail quivering. Cora was already striking out towards Clay's boat. She took in almost nothing of this journey, her face in the water, limbs churning it fore and aft. She flew across the surface, a torpedo. Then something clutched her shoulders and she screamed. But it was Clay who had her, not the fish, and with one quick tug her knees were on the transom and her head was sagging against his chest. And then the shark was there too, colliding with the boat, turning to one side, jaws thrashing, tail thrashing with a terrible frenzy. The creature seemed to grunt as water expelled from its mouth, and the boat lurched, close to overturning. "Get off there, you swine!" Clay yelled, and perhaps that was enough. Perhaps it didn't listen, but it understood. Bertha's immense bulk rolled away, the stripes across her back like a set of blinds yanked shut. The boat sprung back. Clay used the momentum to pull Cora hard, his feet planted on the deck. And that was it. Cora was on the boat. She collapsed. I don't think, she gasped. I don't think it bit me. Clay swaddled her in the filthy tartan blanket she'd seen draped over his captain's chair, and though she shivered uncontrollably, it was the cosiest thing she'd ever had against her skin. "Are you okay? Did it get you?" He was checking the pulse at her neck. "No, I think it scraped my knee. Might leave a scab. Might need a plaster." She passed out seconds later. Chapter 41. Cora snapped awake and drew a deep breath. She'd been dreaming of drowning, in the dark. She had no idea where she was. She was laid out on a couch, outside a bare front room floored with rickety boards. The wind whistled through the single open window, stirring gauzy curtains. The sun had risen, though not by much, its light pinkening the skies and turning the sea from black to royal blue. Beyond the water, the blinking lighthouse. This was Clay's shack. Cora was wrapped up in blankets, cosy but tightly swaddled. Clay's face appeared, pinched with concern. "Oh, thank God. Thought I was going to have to get the dock out. You feel okay?" "No, I feel like shit. Where are the police?" "Police? Now just hold on a minute. I fired off a flare. You can't be telling me the Coast Guard or somebody didn't see that. It's fine. I called it in. You're safe. Here, take this." He held a cup of water out to her. She gulped it down, barely even thinking about it. He held the cup to her chin, but it spilled over. She noted the white hairs on his knuckles, the faded freckles spotting the skin. Strong hands, and steady enough, but old. "There's a problem. Back at the island, I had to swim out." "What for? Someone chasing you?" Cora paused. "Yeah. Something like that. We have to go back. Can you take me? I think you better hold on and take it easy. You've taken a hell of a beating. You're black and blue. Did you come off the cliff?
Yeah, I came off the cliff.
Do you have any clothes I could borrow? Sure, totally. Look this stuff out for you. He handed her a sweater and a pair of football shorts. The shorts tie up at the front so they won't be quite so baggy on you. You'll look like Charlie Chaplin getting into the boxing ring. I didn't look or anything, you know. He looked flustered all of a sudden. There's a time and a place for modesty. She still had her underwear on, just. She wondered where the blouse was now. It might be halfway to the seabed, suspended in the shrinking gloom of the dawn, a ghost billowed into uncanny animation. And in fact, now that I think on it, this is the time and place for modesty. Please turn around. Sure. She threw the blankets off and put the jersey and shorts on, tying the latter as tightly as she could before rolling up the sweater's straitjacket long sleeves. Her every muscle ached, worse than any half-marathon she'd ever run, worse than a 30-miler she'd done with a full Bergen on her back in 30-degree heat in the Black Mountains. Can you take me back to the island, like the other side of the island? It's best you wait. He turned back around without being asked. And why is that? She tried to keep the suspicion from her voice, and the fear. It didn't quite work. Well, they're coming to get you. Who? The police? No, I told you, I called that in. They said it was sorted, didn't need chasing. And who was it who made you tell them that? Your husband, miss, or boyfriend, and your friends on the island are coming to get you. In fact, he cocked an ear. I think that might be them now. Beyond the window, Cora heard the sound of a speedboat throttling down. Chapter 42. Cora staggered and fell to one knee, even as the engine cut out, replaced only with the sound of the water. Clay leapt forward and laid a hand on her shoulder. Hey, I told you, honey, take it easy. You've had a hell of a night. It's not everyone who can have a one-night stand with a 7-foot tiger shark, you know. That's some dirty dancing, all right. I just felt dizzy all of a sudden. Here, sit down. You okay? I'm fine. Could I have some more water? Clay grabbed the cup and rushed over to the sink in a far corner. Hey, did you drop your keys? Cora asked. No, keys are in the ignition, in the boat. Not the world's tightest security, I guess, but who's going to come over here and steal my boat? Great question. Huh? Sorry about this. Cora was already out the door and running down a rickety wooden path, partly buried in the sand like the bones of a great beast. There was a short stretch of beach down to the pier. Only one boat was tied up there. Clay's. 50 yards away, beached in the sand, was the speedboat Dylan had used to take her back to the island the previous evening. Hazel was halfway up the beach. Her scabbed mouth dropped open in shock. Tried to sneak up on me, Cora thought. Clever clogs. Cora sprinted flat out, shells and stray stones hidden among the sand stabbing the soles of her feet. She ignored them, flying across the sand towards the pier. Hazel gave a cry of pure rage and ran to intercept her. She was reaching into a jacket she'd brought, but couldn't close her fingers around what she was reaching for in time. Hazel abandoned the effort and simply ran. Similarly, Cora knew she wouldn't reach the pier before Hazel cut her off. She tried to run in a circle, but Hazel was fast, despite running with a noticeable limp. Her face was crisscrossed with cuts, still raw in the glowing light of dawn, both sides of her head swollen. This was a ruined clone of Hazel. A neglected waxwork, left somewhere dark and dingy, a far cry from the person Cora had first seen strolling in the gentle surf a matter of days ago. Hazel gritted what was left of her front teeth and snarled as she closed on Cora. She flew into a kick that removed the distance between them in one surreal bound. Cora could not block it. Hazel's foot was absurdly high and cannoned off her right shoulder, sending her sprawling. Hazel straddled her, knees pressed hard into either side of Cora's jaw. Now, where were we? Hazel said brightly. Then she smashed her fists off Cora's face. Cora felt her nose explode, then her forehead. She tried to buck and roll, but the sheer savagery of the blows pinned her to the sand, utterly stunned. In the roaring of her blood and the deep thud of the fist's percussion, Cora never heard whatever insults Hazel shrieked at her, close enough for her spittle to douse Cora's face. Then one thunderclap sounded deeper than the rest, but it didn't come from a blow. Hazel stopped, head snapped upright, shocked again. "That's it. Both of you quit it there. Right now." Clay strode forward, a shotgun in his hands, the end of the barrel still smoking. Cora did not wait for Hazel to relent. She clawed for her eyes, scratching deep. Hazel screamed and turned away. Cora felt the other's skin clogging her fingertips. The moment the pressure relented on her chest, Cora sprang up and smashed a knee off the side of Hazel's head. Hazel landed flat on her face. When she raised her head, Cora snapped it right back where it had come from with an ugly, swinging punch. Just as she braced herself to jump on Hazel's head, Clay smashed the butt of his shotgun between Cora's shoulder blades. Both women were on their knees, glowering at each other. Cora held a hand to her nose. She saw drops of her thick, dark blood annealing on the face of the white sand, the fine dusting giving it the texture of molten steel in the sunlight. "Sorry," Clay said, "but I'm not figuring on taking any more chances. Now, I've had me a strange old time in the middle of the night. I see a distress flare, I head out, and it seems you—" He swung the barrel towards Cora. "We're in the mood for a nice evening swim. You almost served both of us up to Bertha. Then I have to call a false alarm with the cops and the Coast Guard, the Navy, Superman, and God knows who else was on their way because you—" the barrel then covered Hazel— "tell me that Cora had an argument with her fella and tried to do herself in. I swallowed that hook, line, and sinker. So you tell me you and Jonathan and your own man are coming over to collect her. Except now, there's just Hazel, and you both look like you've been put through a meat grinder. Given what I've just seen, I'd say catfight. Would I be wrong?" Cora caught her breath, pain pulsing through her nose. Surely broken. At least the blood had stopped flowing quite so badly. "This bitch and her man are fraudsters," she said thickly. "They're trying to kill us and steal our identity. My fiancé Jonathan's a millionaire. They want to take our passports, use them to transfer all his money somewhere else and vanish. They're going to kill us to do it." "She's crazy," Hazel said. "She bust us up, accused us of all sorts, said I was having an affair with her man. Then she jumped off the lighthouse. We thought she was dead, till we saw the flare. I'm bringing her back. She needs help, Clay." "You won't mind if I call a doctor, then? You both look like you could use one. Then maybe one or both of you could use a shrink. But I'll leave that call to the pros. You're both going to stay put until they arrive." Cora spat blood onto the sand. "I would be happy if you did that. Go right ahead. Call the cops. Let them decide." Clay nodded. "I'll do that, but I left my phone back at the shack, so we're going to have to go there." Cora sighed. "Clay, again, I'm really sorry again, but I'm going to have to call you on this one. Please don't shoot, all right?" "Don't you dare!" Clay raised the shotgun as she got to her feet. "Don't you fucking dare!" Hazel grabbed her by the shoulder as she ran for the boat. Cora knew precisely where Hazel's face was, and smashed her elbow into it, savagely, without looking. Hazel let go. Then Cora ran. Just as her feet slapped down hard on the boardwalk, she heard Clay's shotgun discharge. She ignored it, tugging at the line tethered to the bollard on Clay's boat. She could see the keys in the ignition. One quick glance, and she saw Clay and Hazel grappling on the sand, but not for long. As Clay flailed in a bid to get to his feet, Hazel was running towards her. The last of the rope uncoiled. Cora leapt on board and started Shirley's engine. The cigarette boat was powerful and soon pulled away from the pier. Hazel opened fire with her pistol, but Cora knew the shots would be high and wide. Hazel couldn't be that lucky. No one rightly was. The shots echoed out, but the bullets were nowhere near her. "Bon voyage!" Cora yelled, careful to crouch low in Clay's seat all the same. As the boat pulled out, Hazel was already in the pilot seat of her speedboat, starting the engine. Chapter 43. Cora took the boat out, increasing the speed as much as she dared. She almost tipped it over on the first decent swell, shrieking, struggling with the wheel. She'd been around boats all her days, spending whole weekends on her granddad's inboard when she was a child. Getting the thing started and building up speed wasn't the problem. Keeping Hazel away was. Cora only noticed Hazel was shooting at her when she glanced back and saw the figure on the speedboat pointing a weapon at her, one-handed. Cora burst out laughing. It hurt to do so through her nose, but she couldn't help it. "That's it!" she shouted, into the roar of the water, the spray cooling her throbbing forehead. "Waste your ammo!" If she needed any more of a sign that she was dealing with an amateur,
then this was surely it. Hazel had more chance of her lottery numbers coming up, shooting one-handed on a moving boat at a target moving on a different plane. Cora deliberately aimed towards Big Island. She wanted Hazel to think that's where she wanted to go. Not taking any more luck from here on in for granted, Cora crouched down in the seat, providing less of a target for Hazel to aim at. She looked over her shoulder. Hazel's boat was considerably closer. She could make out the ruined face, twisted with rage. I guess the kidology's over now. This one's for keeps. 2 more shots rang out, but they were nowhere near the target again. Hazel couldn't have much ammo left, surely. Once she reached the buoy marking the deepest part of the channel, Cora turned the wheel gently to the right, then gunned the engine towards a fringe of water, right where she knew it would be. The reef. Cora was in luck, if you could call it that. She saw the backwash, a crude crest that seemed to spit at her from a distance. She sped up. Another glance over her shoulder, and Hazel was very close. The gun roared again. This time one bullet found its mark, glancing off Shirley's hull with an almost cute whine, as if from a puppy. She fired again, but this time the gun did not roar. She's out. Easy as that. Cora grinned to herself and aimed towards the white water. The reef had swum into view, with the sun well over the horizon now. The water was clear, unstirred from the cruise ships that had lumbered in and out of the port all morning in the distance. Cora even saw tiny red fishes skimming beneath the surface as the reef grew dense underneath the hull. She cut the speed, knowing this would bring Hazel too close for comfort. Hazel kept up her speed, but also kept her distance, taking a wide arc. "Hey, Hazel!" Cora yelled. "How's your face? You got something in your eye?" Whether Hazel heard or not, Cora was never sure, but she certainly gunned the engine and swung her boat towards Cora. Cora focused on the reef, where the dead man's fingers clutched through the water, as if releasing the foam by the handful as it surged over the rock and coral. It would be tight. It might not work. But it was all she had to work with. Cora cut the engine and idled the boat towards the reef. Hazel was frowning and jerked the wheel, pointing her boat towards the Shirley. Still, it came on, closing the gap to 40 yards, 30 yards. The Shirley was maybe 15 yards from the backwash, the engine silent. The boat was pulled up by the swell, inexorably dragged towards the rocks, and Cora fought to keep her balance, crouched low in the seat, her knees taking the strain. When she glanced again at Hazel's boat, the water had tilted the world close to 45 degrees, which was an unusual angle for anyone to see a shotgun discharged straight at their face. Clay's shotgun, thrown against Hazel's shoulder. Cora gasped as the windshield in front of her fractured, the metal frame buckling. Splinters of glass studded her cheek, an inch or so beneath her left eye. She clutched the wound and felt blood creeping over her cheek. Hazel brought the boat close. She flung the shotgun to the deck. This was her one shot. She killed the engine. "Well, bitch, there goes your face. How does that feel? You just hold on to what's left of it now. I've got plans for it. This is the finish. Permission to come aboard?" Hazel perched on the ledge of the gunwale and clutched the tight-angled windshield. The distance between the boats was no more than 2.5 feet. Cora's boat still had some momentum against the backwash. She steered into it, snapping the wheel full lock to the left. The bow rose at a steep angle, the stern genuflecting in the water, just at the moment Hazel chose to leap. The sudden movement of the boat deceived Hazel. She had misjudged the sudden gap and strained to reach the stern of the cigarette boat. She made it, her hands clutching the gunwale, but only just, her knees slithering off the hull. As she slid back into the water, fighting to keep a handhold, Cora turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed into life, and then choked a deep, horrid clogging sound, like a giant snoring. Hazel screamed in pain and terror, and then she vanished as the engine spluttered back into life, and the Shirley leapt forward. Cora spun the wheel, steering away from the backwash, and she almost lost control, water pouring over the side and onto the deck, before the flow of water reversed as the tide receded. The Shirley righted itself, tearing through the water in a circle away from the rocks and coral. Cora glanced over the side. Blood coursed through the surface of the water, almost abnormally bright against the tropical blue. Hazel bobbed in the middle of this gory slick, screaming. The propeller must have torn through her upper thigh, close to the hip. Femoral artery, going by the amount of red in the water already. Cora felt her own blood drain from her face. Hazel's arm flapped weakly on the surface, her face stricken. "Help!" she gurgled. "Help me!" And Cora almost did. She eased off on the throttle and brought the boat around, bringing it closer to where Hazel floated, struggling to keep her head above the surface. "Wait, just hang on," Cora said, fear and adrenaline now replaced by shame over what she had done. Then Hazel yelped in fright and jerked hard in the water, thrashing it into pink foam. Cora saw what the problem was. It was as if a shadow had detached itself from the reef, becoming tangible the closer it got to the surface, taking on greater substance and dreadful clarity in its form. The dorsal and tail fins barely caressed the surface as Bertha arrowed towards Hazel, a fine ripple appearing on the water as if it had been opened by a zipper. The fish was lost to view for a second in the spreading cloud of Hazel's blood. Then it struck, hard, with a sound that drowned out the clash of the backwash. The impact could scarcely have been greater had Cora struck her with the boat. Cora saw the nictitating membrane close over one of Bertha's eyes as it bit down, taking in one of Hazel's arms and digging a massive tombstone-shaped crescent in her chest. Hazel's mouth opened, eyes screwed shut, ready to emit one terrible, awful scream. But it never came. With one great spasm of its barrel-shaped body and a flick of the tail, the shark had taken her under the water. Cora saw the fish returning to the shadows, turning and passing underneath the cigarette boat. Hazel's dark hair flowed across its back, one arm trailing outward, fingers seeming to caress the skin of her destroyer. She was surely dead already. For a few moments, there was only the sound of the backwash. Then it hit Cora, the full horror of what had just happened. More than the shark's terrible impact, she remembered the awful sound of the propeller, like something clogging the machinery of a vacuum cleaner. I killed her. Perhaps at the last, it had been instinct, something she did to simply survive. All she'd wanted was for Hazel to be tipped out of the boat, long enough for Cora to get away. But I caused that. I caused that. The realization hit her in shockwaves, her knees buckled, and she covered her eyes. Something gave. Cora retched over the side, insides convulsing. She saw tiny fishes darting in and out of the diffused blood cloud that still swirled around the boat, as if at play, which made the nausea worse for a second or two. Cora screwed her eyes shut to avoid the final obscenity of the cackling seabirds darting in to pick out morsels from the red carpeting. I did that. It was my fault. She didn't need to die. For a moment she had a vision of the faces of one of her classes, silently judging her. She shook her head to clear it. Once she had a grip of herself, Cora started the engine, taking the boat away from the obscene commotion. Hazel's boat lurched through the water towards her. Cora had to turn the wheel hard to the right to avoid being barged by the drifting vessel, as if it meant to impart one last blow from Hazel. Cora took the short route back to the only location left open to her now, where it all would finish, if what Dylan had said earlier was true. The only place she could go if she wanted to be sure Jonathan was still alive. To the beach house. Chapter 44. Clay's jersey was sodden, dripping water at the elongated sleeves. She rolled them up as tightly as she could, praying the morning sun would dry the worst of it. The shorts would have to do. Hazel had been wearing some khaki shorts, and it was possible Dylan might not notice the difference. She pulled her wet hair into as tight a bunch as she could, then tucked the ends into the back of Clay's jersey. If Dylan still wanted the passports, he needed Cora alive. That was the only bargaining tool left, the only thing that would stop him shooting her before she got as much as 20 yards up the beach. Cora's plan was a simple one. There was no easy way to sneak up to the house, and she had to assume, as they had admitted, that the house was wired up with cameras both inside and out. Her face was marked, still raw and swollen, maybe as badly as Hazel's had been. And Dylan would be stressed at the moment, panicky, eager to get off the island. Cora simply got off the beached boat and walked up the sand. She was unhurried and bold, even though every burning footstep taken on the sand raised her chances of being struck down by a whining bullet. The house grew on the horizon, almost exactly as it had appeared in the online brochure they'd clicked through months ago, one grey day in a city that might as well have been on another planet. Nestled among the dunes and the sparse grasses, a long way from the tree line. A gorgeous little nook, close enough to the water to pitch a stone over the surface. A cover shot, every time she saw it. Dylan appeared at a window, startled. She raised a hand. He raised his in return, then turned away. Cora didn't trust that, but so far, so good. She kept to her line, wandering up the slope of the beach towards the dunes, hoping that the feathery grasses would blur any view of her head. When she crested that dune, she had a view of the open patio window. Jonathan was sat at the breakfast bar, a drink before him. His face had been cleaned, only dark lines here and there hinting at the cuts he'd suffered earlier. He grinned with scabbed lips and took a drink. Cora wanted to crouch. Instead, she quickened her pace, taking her out of Jonathan's line of sight. He was alive. That caused her heart to quicken, for her to have hope again. But there was something wrong. That smile, and the casual way he had thrown back the drink. The patio door was open. She approached it from an angle, but Jonathan saw her immediately, of course. His one good eye bulged in shock when he recognised her. By that time, she was over the threshold. Dylan was slouched on the sofa, feet up on the table. A bowl of nachos, evidently well munched, lay near his feet. He sat up when he saw Cora, then grinned.
Hey, glad you could make it. Bold move. You know, you fooled me for a second. Just a second. But it was a great idea.
He applauded ironically. I take it Jonathan didn't get far then?
Nah, I caught up with him in a couple of shakes. Too easy, really. But then I wasn't really chasing him. Whoa, did you tie your hair back or something? Oh, it's just wet. You look just like her, especially with your face all messed up and all. Good move, coming down that beach. Good move. If you'd tried to sneak up on me, or come in through the tree line at the back and I spotted you...
He nodded towards a laptop computer open in front of him, with a collage of live camera feeds.
I'd have shot you, just to be on the safe side. Just to be sure you weren't trying anything or had a gun. You aren't trying anything, Cora, are you?
I'm not trying anything. I'm here to give you what you want. In return, I want you to let Jonathan go. I know you won't let me go, I'm not stupid. But let Jonathan live. Dylan coughed, in mirth as much as surprise.
Well, that puts us in a predicament, Johnny, my man, doesn't it?
Jonathan said nothing. His posture had given way somewhat, shoulders a little more stooped.
Yeah, Dylan continued. The thing is, Jonathan's not on your team.
It's true, Jonathan said, voice like tossed gravel. He looked at her levelly. I'm not who you think I am. Cora clenched her teeth and said nothing.
Your man here is on Team Dylan. You could say he's replaced Hazel, in fact. How is she, anyway? I take it you killed her. You must have done. She was awfully pissed off at you. Either she was going to end up sleeping with the fishes, or you were. How did it end up?
Sleeping with the fishes isn't the best way of putting it, Cora said. Dylan shrugged.
No matter. I can say it, now we're alone. But Hazel wasn't quite business class, you know that way? Not the right caliber. You'd best ask Johnny here about what she was like in the sack, though. I never quite went there, but my bro here did. What do you say, Johnny? She as rough a ride as she looked?
So-so. I've had worse. Jonathan made a seesawing gesture with his right hand.
Yeah, so Jonathan here? He's not really Jonathan. He's not really a tech entrepreneur either. Are you, Jonathan?
Jonathan shook his head, slowly, his eye never leaving Cora's.
He set himself up to be a real person in the real world. The idea being, he'd get control of all your finances, bank accounts, that big one you think he doesn't know about with your grandma's inheritance, and clean you out. Oh, and use your accounts to launder some distinctly dirty old money that we've got lying around. But in order to do that, with a bank on Big Island, we need, Johnny?
Passports, Jonathan croaked, and then he smiled.
Ah, that's right. Passports!
Jonathan shrieked this last word, balling his fists and smashing them against his own temples. He's cracking up, Cora thought. Careful. Careful here. I told you, Cora said evenly. I've come to give you what you want. All I want you to do is let Jonathan go. You need me for a hostage to stop him from contacting the police, that's fine. Whatever. I don't care anymore. I just want you to let him go. And don't waste any more time with this bullshit story. You think I don't know where my own fiancé is lying? I know my man. He's more likely to wake up in bed beside Angelina bloody Jolie than he is to cheat on me with any bitch who comes along in a bikini. Or half a bikini. Besides, you beat him up.
That's a bit too much like method acting, even for you. It's not blood, it's corn syrup, Dylan smirked. All makeup, just like the movies. Bollocks! I tasted his blood when I hugged him. I know what blood tastes like. It wasn't corn syrup. I wondered if you were maybe setting me up. The fact you beat him up out of my sight made me a bit suspicious. That was one way of checking. Dylan's jaw clenched. You have yourself one smart lady here, bro. I'll say that here and now. And most importantly, he doesn't have any fucking fingernails. Cora nodded towards Jonathan, whose hands were folded on the table. The nail beds were simply thick red scabs. Of all the injuries she'd suffered and seen inflicted in the past day, these were perhaps the most painful to look at. I'm guessing he didn't start biting his nails at some point. Pulling someone's fingernails out isn't the type of thing you bros do to each other these days, is it? Dylan pinched the bridge of his nose. Oh, that little hand thing. He mimicked the seesawing gesture Jonathan had just made. It looked a bit suspicious. I thought it was some kind of signal you had between you. Well, I guess I've lost the element of subtlety. Time for plan B. Quicker than the eye could follow, Dylan snatched up a crossbow he'd had jammed in behind the cushion at his back. A bolt was triggered before Cora could leap aside, or scream, or flinch. Jonathan cried out. The bolt had struck home in the meat of his upper arm. It passed through the flesh, just an inch inside the skin at most, and buried itself into the wool behind him. Jonathan clapped a hand to the wound, writhing in agony, rolling off the seat. Dylan loaded another shaft and pointed the crossbow at Cora. Or maybe I should say, let's go back to plan A. If we hadn't involved this slick bitch, this is where we'd have been, days ago. Now, I've tortured your man enough, and I'm now going to torture you, if you try any shit whatsoever. So you better do what I say. Give me the passports. I know they're here. They must be. For all your storytelling skills, they can't be anywhere else. I will. Cora raised her hands and walked over to the abstract painting, the waves and the colourful streamers up above. She triggered the mechanism and pulled it open. Behind it was the safe. After feeding in the combo, Cora opened the thick grey door. Dylan got to his feet, the crossbow pointed right at her. They ain't in the safe. We've established this many times. We actually put a camera inside. Be careful, honey. This might be the last moment of your life. You're right. They aren't in the safe. Cora pulled at the painting. It came away from its hook. She turned one of the brass pins on the back and opened up the picture. Behind the canvas, there were the 2 burgundy passports. She retrieved them and held them out to Dylan. He took them, grinning. You sly old dog, you sly, dirty. Your old man didn't even know where they were. God, the amount of crap we've gone through to get to this moment. Behind the picture, that's genius. We didn't have a camera set up to look at the goddamn safe. We had one inside the thing, but not pointed at the picture. Last place we thought of, obviously. He flipped open the passports, checking the pictures, the details. Yep, there you are, and... Cora pushed out the glass in the frame with the heel of her hand, snapped it, then slashed at Dylan with the jagged edge in a wide, whistling arc. He dodged, an instinctive reaction that probably saved his life. The shard swept round an inch or so above the carotid artery and sliced across his ear and his cheek. Dylan fired the crossbow, but the bolt deflected off Cora's shoulder, flying off into space. Run! Cora shrieked. Jonathan, get out! Run! Jonathan did so, limping towards the patio door. Dylan, one hand pressed to his streaming face, reached out for her, but she slashed at the hand. She sliced off the end of one of his fingers. She saw this, as clearly as if she had taken the corner off a block of butter, and backed away, clutching the glass. Oh, Dylan said. Oh, wait right there. Just you wait. He darted towards the couch and snatched up something that lay on the floor. By that time, Cora was on the beach, sprinting, her blood-streaked shard discarded. Jonathan was ahead of her, bleeding heavily from the flap of skin torn from his arm. Hey! She yelled. Go right! Head for the trees! Hide fast! We've got to split up! What about you? Just do it! He did as he was told, lurching towards the lime-green fronds. He had almost reached cover by the time Dylan appeared at the patio door. He held a long-barreled rifle. He dropped to one knee. Cora realised he was not aiming for her. No! She screamed, stopping, waving her arms, presenting a different target. The rifle cracked, once. Jonathan fell face first into the sand, about 6 yards from where the tree line began. Dylan got to his feet, snapping shut the breech.
Then he threw the rifle to his shoulder, legs splayed, and took aim again, right at Cora. She dived for the smooth curve of one of the dunes. Sand erupted in a thick shower above her head, gritting her eyes, nose and mouth. High caliber, telescopic sight. Now Dylan had her cut off from the cigarette boat. It was at the other side of the house. She'd have to get through him to reach it. Cora did not hesitate. Even as the shot rang out across the beach, she got to her feet and sprinted for the tree line. She zigzagged, following no set pattern. One shot zinged past, ruffling the palm fronds behind her. She kept going, reaching the trees, stabbed 1,000 times in the soles of her feet. No more shots came. Cora glanced over her shoulder. Dylan had learned his lesson about conserving ammo, where Hazel had not. He had shouldered the rifle and was running towards her. Cora pushed through the trees and headed for the rising, rocky bluff. The little brother of the cliff-edge defile that housed the lighthouse, this was a rising road that was especially steep on the incline before sloping down gently towards the beach again. From the top, you looked down onto jagged rocks. The bones of several small boats were still berthed there among the seething outcroppings, seeming to loom through the surf with each wave. At the bottom of this path was the first aid station. It had a kit for medical emergencies, and more importantly, a phone connecting directly with the emergency services on Big Island. This was the last chance. Unless she fancied swimming again, which she did not. Cora weaved back out through the trees, stumbling over a stray root, never once looking back to see what evidence she had left of her passage, hoping Dylan wasn't some tracking genius who could spot which way she had turned. He'd expect her to stick to the cover of the trees. It's what anyone sane would do when faced with a crack shot who had a telescopic rifle. If she crept low along the pathway, which had a railing running along the top, while he hacked his way through the foliage, then Cora had a chance of reaching the first aid station and calling the police. If Clay was still alive, unlikely, he might have called them by now. If that's true, why aren't they here yet? Crying out as her feet hit the stony ground, she took a sharp left, away from the tree line, and back into the open. There was no sign of Dylan anywhere. She kept her head down and kept going. No space to zigzag on the path. If he drew a bead on her, there was little she could do. Cora began to climb the steep slope, her calf muscles threaded with barbed wire, the cuts on the soles of her feet weeping blood again. She wheezed as the slope grew steeper, the steps broadening out, big enough for her to stretch out and sleep on if she wished. Another quick look behind her. No one following. No sign of Dylan. He was in among the trees, and she was almost there at the top of the incline. She heard the sea below, butting the rocks. She wanted to rest, heart hammering at the outer edge of her physical limits. Sweat stung her eyes and added torment for the cuts across her face, added spice among the splinters of glass still embedded there. Cora kept going. The summit, the rest area with the plaque, yards away there. She wanted to stop, to lay her head down. She ignored this feeling. It'd be easier heading down the gentler slope. By this point, she would be completely hidden from view of the trees. Then the medical station and the phone were only 100 yards away. Cora reached the top. She peered over the cliff edge. The sea, that beautiful topaz colour, was maybe only 40 feet below her. That jump would be a piece of cake compared to the lighthouse, though there would be no avoiding the rocks this time, should she need to make another detour to wherever the mermaids went. The dark slab surged out of the water below, black, shiny fists shaking at her in a rage. And then Dylan appeared at the cliff edge, grinning, a dripping wet jack-in-a-box. Surprise! His fist exploded somewhere behind Cora's ear. She fell heavily to the dusty paving stone at her feet. Dylan's bare feet slapped the ground ahead of her, leaving wet footprints in the concrete slabs as he darted forward. He spat at her. I knew your game, crafty girl. I faked you out too. There was only one place you could have gone, if you were smart, so I gambled. I got into the sea and swam around the other side onto the rocks. I climbed that cliff. It wasn't hard, about 40 feet, I'd say. An easy climb to head you off. Any idiot could do it, he grinned. Yeah, any idiot, another voice said. Cora looked up as Jonathan's face swung into view behind Dylan's. He hooked an elbow around Dylan's neck and hurled him into space. Cora had already got to her feet. She saw Dylan fall, head first, screaming until he was interrupted by the rocks. Almost immediately, he was engulfed by a great white curtain of water. When the surge cleared again, Cora saw that Dylan's body was folded the wrong way. His heels were touching the back of his head.
His head was flattened down one side, gushing blood into the receding surge. One eye peered up at them, before the water rushed back, closing it. The girls had already descended to peck at his face by the time Cora collapsed, sobbing into Jonathan's arms. Mind if I sit down? Then he began to cry too. They sagged against each other, listening to the surf booming, the gulls crying out. He missed his shot, Cora said, her head against Jonathan's shoulder. Yep, not by much, mind you. Jonathan picked at the armpit of his polo shirt. There was a ragged hole in it. Above that, the flap of skin sliced out of his bicep by the crossbow bolt still oozed blood. He was more focused on you, I guess. I played possum. He jumped right over me. He was in too much of a hurry to get to you. That's what all the boys say, she sobbed. He held her tightly. I should probably get that stitched, or something. He touched the wound in his arm. It bled, but not copiously. The bolt had missed any major blood vessels. Adrenaline would have kept Jonathan going, but it couldn't last forever. Let's get down to the emergency station. God, how did you manage to swim with your arm in that state? I'll save the story for the Victoria Cross citation. It was easier than you might think. Same with the climb. My big worry was those bloody sharks. Cora shivered. I'll tell you a story about that sometime. That big one we saw on Clay's boat, what was it called? Bertha. You were probably safe enough. She's had her breakfast. He suddenly covered her in kisses, holding her tight. I thought you were dead. I was sure they'd killed you. I couldn't get away fast enough at the lighthouse. I didn't even manage to get into cover before the bastard caught me. He kicked the crap out of me. Again. I played along with his plan. I was looking for any chance to warn you off or distract him to get you out of there. Don't, she said. Don't do this. We did what we could. We got away. It's all we could do. They're dead now. We saved each other. She rested her head against his, listening to his heart beating, relishing the sound. He took her hand. His fingers found the rock on her finger. Still there, by God. He twirled it back and forth on her finger, absent-mindedly. Not a bad spot, this, he said, after a time. Peaceful. Wish we brought a picnic. They watched the police boats come in. Among the black faces of the police, they soon spotted Clay's. He was pointing towards them on the cliff edge, shouting. Looks like we'll have to prepare a statement, Cora said. Let's give it 5 more minutes. Unpacking. Cora eased back into her seat. The upholstery, as polite as it was rich, didn't make a sound as she settled in. The car was ludicrously big, shamelessly shiny, with an array of buttons and lights on the dashboard display borrowed from a 1970s sci-fi movie. Does this thing have an ejector seat? She asked. Jonathan grinned, easing onto the motorway slip road. It should have. I think I accidentally triggered the cloaking device earlier. Lasers fitted as standard? Yep. I tried to write my name on a road sign with a laser cannon, but I missed and decapitated an old lady. That's not funny. It is kind of funny. Cora shifted uncomfortably. Have you turned on the car seat heater? What? Jonathan frowned at the dashboard. Don't think so. Oh no, wait. That's not the heater. It's just my ass. They laughed at this for a while. Soon the slip road became the familiar run along a tree-lined avenue, busy even at this time in the morning. Jonathan said, I'm only going to say this once. You can still take the money and run, even at this late stage. It'd be doubly bad if I did it at this late stage. You can change your mind, right up to the last moment. Hey, you could even change your mind during playtime. All I'm saying to you. You said you'd only say it once. How many times are we up to now? He turned into the car park. The playground was empty but for Mr. Janch, patrolling the sidelines, as well as 1 or 2 early birds with their parents. You could get one of these for yourself, Jonathan said, pulling over at the main entrance. Sicken Mrs. Fadden, that's for sure. Nah, we are not getting his and hers garish mobiles. That's one of my red lines. Well, you're happy enough to have a chauffeur. You don't count. He leaned over to kiss her. I made your sandwiches too, don't forget. Beluga caviar and foie gras. What do you take me for, a vulgarian? No, beef paste and piccalilli. My God, the decadence. He leaned over to kiss her. Then he said, very sincerely, Call me any time, if it gets rough.
It'll be fine. What are you going to do all day?
I was thinking I'd find somewhere to park in town, then worry about the car getting keyed.
Best way to be, I think. Jonathan waved as he drove off, allowing the beast a single throaty growl as it pulled away from the car park entrance. Nods, a few hugs, and one full-body clasp from Miss Munro, who burst into tears upon seeing her. I read the papers. I thought we'd lost you. No chance, Cora said, thickly, trying not to blub into Miss Munro's starched bob. You've no chance of losing me. Mrs. Fulbright glided across the corridor like a Dalek, but her tones could not have been more different. I just want to say, in a personal capacity, that I really admire you for being back here today, Cora. You couldn't keep me away, even if you kidnapped me. I was more thinking of all the money. Personally speaking, I'd have buggered off in 2 minutes flat, just between you and me. Cora burst out laughing. Mum's the word, she said, tapping her nose. An hour later, she stood outside the entrance with the other teachers, beaming at the faces she recognised. The ones with the crazy hair and their bags askew over shoulders, the runny noses, the sticking plasters, the ones who'd taken a stretch but still had last year's clothes. The little pockets of friends who hadn't seen each other over the summer, the excited chatter. Her eyes filled for a moment. All that innocence, all that wonder. It was almost a shame to cut through it, but Cora had a job to do. She took a deep breath and said in her biggest, loudest and best Miss O'Brien voice, Hello, Year 4. Welcome back. Are you ready for your new year? Thank you for listening to The Beach House by P.R. Black, read by Jessica Temple, produced by Book Brothers for Saga Egmont. Egmont is a charitable foundation that donates €13 million to vulnerable children and young adults every year. Please visit our website, www.egmont.com.